White evangelicalism, everything that you and I have been taught. When that,
and that's why I ask even dispensational Tim, he an elder in the Lord's church, but when he come around and he talk about the dangers of white evangelicalism and January 6th and all of this stuff, people get mad, but he got a point. That's all I can say is maybe.
Young black man, Hebrew man, was saying, "Go ye into all the world, we must. The Ruach, she punched me. The depth of this lie. To him that has an ear to hear, and to those who have an eye to see, I pray that the Most High Yah will open your eyes so that you will come back into your beauty. You will come back into your royalty. You will come back into your communities. You will come back as families. Your men will return. Your women will return, because your identity will be embraced.
Somebody, we're Little Mother. I need a Little Mother right now. This is powerful when it's coming from the white Bible. I don't care what y'all say. It's powerful when it comes from the white Bible, Garfield. He's trying to bring us. He's a white Bible trying to bring us into the truth of what y'all did, and you here trying to stop the awakening. Come to the microphone. Let me go find more and fix you right now. We got to straighten all this right now.
This is completely garbage, and because the white man say we shouldn't trust it. That's the logic of Black Hebrew Israelites, but when it's for them, they support it. Anyway, I'm here today. I just finished my live. I just did a preview of what I'm going to do on your channel, and the response was crazy. So I'm going to bring some stuff out you never heard today. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, I am more convinced that blacks in America are not the ancient Israelites. They have no connection. They have nothing to do with the Jews. This is all made in America. That's all it is. The Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple, the Black Hebrew Israelites, made in America. But again, I am not against you worshiping the Most High God. I'm not against you attempting to follow in the statutes, laws, and commandments. But when you start bringing in history and say it's you, Garfield got to come with that big whip. Hold on, let me get my whip for more. I got to get the whip that I'm going to use for more.
Hey, yo, Moore. Somebody get Moore right now. He was just in the, somebody get Moore right now, because I'm sick of this. He coming on crazy. He coming on talking crazy.
Hey, by the way, Marine, I'm gonna say some stuff today that I've never said on your channel, and I promise you this. After today, you're gonna be on my side. After today, you're gonna be on my side. I'm guaranteed right now. All the Christians, I'm gonna tell y'all, y'all helped to build up America. Y'all been the best network of people ever since I've been in this country. I've always been a part of the Christian church as far as what they're doing for the community. I've always seen them. And all these guys are doing is trying to copy what the Christian church did. And they will never do it because it's more of a cult. Now, Orthodox Moor is not a part of a cult, but he believes he's a Muslim and an Israelite together. I don't know how that works. More power to him and that confusion. But I'm here to prove that no African American, no Afro-Caribbean, no Afro-South American came off the slave ships as slaves and started and showed any Hebraic, Israelite, or Jewish culture. It never happened. Never. And I'm gonna say this. I apologize for saying this, Barine, before I say it, but they are identity thieves. That's what they are.
I can't believe this. Garfield would side with Esau. Garfield would side with Europeans and all the blackness he's supposed to be on. Akeem, don't laugh. Don't laugh. Let me play this and see what he gets from this. Somebody get more. Tell him we ready. Or more already ready. More already ready. I'm glad more on here right now. Shout out to both of these brothers. And we just want the truth. Please, we don't want no disrespect in the comment section. Let me play this whilst everybody getting their water, getting their stuff together. This is going to be one of the most important dialogues that we've had in a long, long time.
The Hebrew Israelite? Simple. Deuteronomy 28 to be exact. See, in Deuteronomy, Yahweh talks about the blessings and the curses of the Israelites. The blessings they would receive if they obeyed the Most High and his commandments, and the curses they would receive if they disobeyed the Most High and his commandment. And long story short, well, y'all know how that go. The Israelites disobeyed the Most High and his commandments. And since we know that Yahweh is a God who cannot lie, the Israelites received the curses. The very curses that will be used as a sign and wonder upon their descendants forever. So ask yourself, what nation of people fit these curses? What nation of people are going through this to this day? Don't hurt yourself. It ain't that hard to figure out. But y'all want to know something? Ain't it crazy how Satan deceived the whole world?
So many videos are coming out here saying so much stuff, and Garfield seems to be totally blind to it. He don't want to see it. Come on, Moore. I want you to come to the microphone first, because Garfield already starting off talking. He ain't talking right. My man Ant over there talking about Garfield winning me over. He winning me over. Come on, Moore. You got the microphone. A lot on this conversation. Don't unmute yourself when we get going good and you get excited. But a lot's leaning on
today. Come on,
Moore. You got a whip. Moore, what type of nonsense is going on here? Come on, Moore. You got the microphone.
Hey,
Can
first,
you believe in 20 more? I'm gonna ask you a question first. Can you believe in 2023 we got people like Garfield that's talking about this awakening ain't even of the Most High God? And it's and not only that, he got the nerve to be calling this thing something born in America, like apple pie. This thing is birthed in America.
hey, if he's talking about the BHI thing, I can't even mad at him. I call it defecting in myself. You know what I'm saying? Like that thing is born in America. Now, in the concept of African Jews coming off the slave ship, or people with African Jewry descent coming off the slave ship, that's not something that's birthed in America. But
okay. So all right. So from the gate, Moore, you're saying these are two different things we got to look at.
100%. And I want to be clear about something. Like, so I don't believe Garfield's a bad person. I think he just plays one on TV, right? And I think a lot of the character that we see coming from Garfield comes from the fact that he's responding to this BHI claim, and a lot of conscious community claims that are sensational, of we are all one thing, like, so we are all Egyptians, or we're all Moors, or we're all Israelites, etc., etc., etc. I think a lot of people get caught up on a lot of Garfield's rhetoric, not understanding that he's responding to that extreme claim. Now, what I'm interested to find out today is like, because I respect the concept and the role of a skeptic in the community, right? Because when you're dealing with religion and a whole bunch of stuff, you can get people going off on a tangent. You can get people being zealous, etc., and not using logic and methodology and whatnot, right? So there is a value for skepticism. What I'm interested to find out is my man a cynic? Will he refuse to accept any kind of proof or evidence that would prove some Jews came off the slave ship, right? Not all, but some.
And you definitely agree with that. You want to put up your screen first? I want to give you a couple of minutes to go in and go, being that you're already, because I want him to sit back. He's been talking too much this week. Come on, Moore. You want to pull up a screen? I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, but I want you to get the first 10, 15 minutes to lay some of this stuff out right here.
Okay.
Because I'm already surprised at what you said, but maybe we do have to separate it. Maybe by bunching so much stuff together is adding to the confusion. Type of one if y'all can hear him. Type of one if y'all can see the screen. Say loading.
Can y'all see the screen?
Yes, type of one, y'all. Y'all see everything, right?
Yeah, so Garfield, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this stuff here, because this is what I typically understand to be your criteria and your talking points. Typically, Garfield's going to come through this criteria of proving connection to African culture by talking about, like, his mother told him about Anansi stories, which was connected to the Ashanti and the Khan trickster concepts and whatnot. The fact that Jamaicans, for instance, eat ackee and saltfish, and that they know that's from Ghana, etc. That Jamaicans use words like unu, which means you or you and I, etc. And that comes from like a concept of twi, and sometimes it can be connected to an Igbo language concept. He talks about the concept of Queen Nanny was praying to Nyame, etc. during during her slave revolts or whatnot. And so these are concepts that tie them back to Africa and whatnot. He doesn't see correlative ties with Hebraic culture, etc. He typically goes down the route of saying African Americans descending from Jews started in the United States of America. Like I just stated, I disagree with that concept, but I agree with what he has to say about the BHI concept. That I do believe started. You never had. He'll typically say things like you never had the Torah or the New Testament Gospels in West Africa, etc. He'll typically say things like rabbinic Jews don't believe in Jesus like you do in America. They'll typically say things like you can't show one Jewish tradition coming off the slave ships. You can't show one slave saying they were Jews or Israelites coming off the slave ships. You can't prove any of you go back to any Jews or Israelites. He'll typically say things like you don't want to come from them. Like if you push him, if you get him in the corner, he'll say you don't want to come from them because typically the ones he'll point to that he can find in West Africa or in Africa or whatever, they were slave traders or they were involved in things of that nature, right? Then he'll finally go on to say something like, no, you can't trace themselves back to the ancient Israelites, or no Jew can trace themselves back to the ancient Israelites. Real quick, before I go forward, Garfield, do I have you misconstrued on any of this?
The last one is kind of tricky because that's more of a academic position that Jacob is an eponymous ancestor. So you worded it wrong though, but go ahead, continue.
So how would you word it real quick?
Because if all Jews trace their roots from a biblical perspective to Jacob, and Jacob is an eponymous ancestor, that definitely you can't trace back to Israel. You can't. It's not.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying from that perspective. But as
so
far as
for the people who don't understand, will you quickly explain what an eponymous ancestor is?
An eponymous ancestor is basically you're basically saying where you come from as far as your roots. It's a part of what you'd call a literary trope. So like, for example, the Persians would say they come from Perseus. The Hellenistic Greeks would say they come from Helen. The Romans would say they come from Romulus. But these are not real historical people. They are just figures just to create an environment or a story to say where they come from. It's called etiology. So that's all it is. So I'm saying that the Israelites created a narrative to say they come from Israel just to give themselves a history of where they come from.
But on everything else you're saying, I'm correct, and I was basically checking the last.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay. Going forward. So to be clear, I don't need to provide any burden of proof that you or anyone else doesn't in terms of having to go back to ancestry, right? I don't need to prove connection to Africans beyond what Garfield just provided there. I don't need to prove ties to Jewry beyond what other Jews claim. For instance, what do I mean by that? Like, so we were just watching the video about with Dr. Brown and whatnot. So Dr. Brown connects himself to Jewry based upon connecting himself to people with an oral tradition with Jewry, and then people who and genetically tying themselves to such, right? So I don't need to do anything beyond it. Like, so I'm not here making like a claim like a BHI saying like I'm the blood descendant of Jacob, so I don't need to prove any blood descendants of Jacob. That makes sense, right? So I don't.
Hold on 1 second. You're not claiming bloodline. You're not claiming bloodline for any person of the Israelite in the Israelite paradigm.
So you know what? I should have said this in the last part. Like, so let me go back to my last screen right quick. My fault. I forgot. I forgot this part because I brought you in.
I'm sorry. You're saying you are not claiming that, right? You personally.
Hold on. Let me clarify what I'm saying right quick. So to go back on that last point where it says no Jew can trace themselves back to the ancient Israelites. You were talking about an eponymous ancestor, like a mythological ancestor, etc. Whatnot, right?
Right.
So at this juncture, like we both agree that there's no patriarchal DNA of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, etc. Whatnot, right? So in terms of a genetic concept, I would agree with somebody like Vocab, like there's no Jew who can genetically trace themselves back to Jacob until you get that concept. The most you can do is genetically tie yourself to like a population in the Levant somewhere. Right? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying on that, right?
Okay.
And to be clear, I do not make the claim that all blacks are Jews, and I certainly do not demarcate European Jewry just for the simple fact that they're European. That is not something I get down on, and I do not want that misconstrued in any way, shape, or form. What am I saying? These are my talking points. I'm here talking about the Western Sahel was the most Hebrew part of West Africa. I'm saying that Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived in the Sahel prior to slavery, prior to colonization, etc. That's a key point there. All three groups are very well documented in Arabic sources and other sources. Scholars like Dr. Vince Bantu agree all three were enslaved and on slave ships, Muslims, Christians, and Jews coming from West Africa. East African slaves were also taken to the Americas and sold as such. East and West African cultures can be seen in the Gullah Geechee culture. The East and West Africans came here speaking both Arabic and Hebrew. So again, this is a snapshot of what Garfield's talking about, like the Anansi, the spider story, the trickster, tales from West Africa, etc. The Aki and Sawfish, Nyame, Queen Nanny, the Maroons, Unu, all that type of stuff, right? So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm talking about the Western Sahel or whatnot, right? I'm talking about the Gullah Geechee culture. These are the same basic ties I can point to that Garfield can touch on, right? So do we also have the Anansi the spider story in the Gullah Geechee concepts? Yes, 100%. And for those who don't know, the Gullah Geechee culture comes from the southeastern coast of America on the lowland sea coast from like Maryland all the way down to Florida, etc. Right? So there in that culture, we also have the Anansi story. We also have words like Una. We say, well, we shall laugh and see Una, right? However, we also have different aspects of language and culture and stories that show coming from a different part of West Africa. So I have full respect for Garfield and his connection to the Akan and to the Shanti, to Ghana and whatnot. However, African Americans are not a monolith and should not be seen as such. We weren't a monolith in terms of religion, practice, culture, language, none of that. And we were many cultures, languages, and practices coming over on the slave ship, as can be seen as such here. So we have two tricksters in the Gullah culture. We have the Anansi story that comes from where Garfield was talking about, but we also have Brer Rabbit. And you can see the hair stories in West Africa amongst the Wolof, the Hausa, the Fulani, the Mandinka, etc. You can also find these stories in East Africa, which is consistent with an East African slave trade, etc. He's talking about Aki and Sawfish. Something that's very common amongst Gullah cooking is the concept of Gullah red rice. Gullah red rice is a take on, or it's basically attributed to the concept of Jollof rice in West Africa. A lot of their cooking is seen to go back to Senegal and Sierra Leone and whatnot. And the Jollof kingdom is historically part of Mauritania, Senegal, and the Gambia. There's also the concept of like sweetgrass baskets, etc., that go back to Sierra Leone. All these places I'm talking about are based off the Western Sahel and branching off the Western Sahel, etc. Right? All these people I'm talking about, the Wolof, the Hausa, the Fulani, the Mandinka, etc. They're all connected to the Western Sahel, etc. Linguistically, we had Dr. Lorenzo Down Turner do a full-on study of well, not a full study, because he didn't say he studied like the Arabic and the Hebrew, etc. However, he cataloged over 4,000 Gullah words, etc. Did a deep dive on the study, etc. Cataloged a lot of things, including songs and their counting system. They were able to find songs, etc. Mende songs. There's Gullah women that's on YouTube today that have gone back to Sierra Leone. It brought a tear to my eye. They start singing the songs they know in Mende, and an old woman comes up and starts holding their hand and singing the songs with them. Their counting system was the Fulani counting system. Why is this important to understand? So in other parts of slavery, for instance, like in Jamaica and elsewhere, there were certain tribes that had a dominant play on the culture. So again, you hear Garfield talking about the concept of what goes on in Ghana and whatnot, and the Ashanti and the Akan, etc. When it comes to Gullah culture, the main base to the culture, the governing star to the culture is the Western Sahel concept. This is why we see the Mende songs being kept and the Fulani system being their counting system. We also see the concept of the fact that they called on the Lord. And this is not something that's that's foreign to this part of West Africa. Like I said, it's very well historically documented that there was Jews, Christians, and Muslims all in this part of West Africa prior to colonialism. My man's also likes to bring out this Catalan atlas or whatnot from 1375 and ask the question, where are you on this map? Now we're gonna fight over how you pronounce Majorcan Jews and whatnot, but that's neither here nor there. But he brings but you know what I'm saying? My man likes to point out the fact that you can see Mansa Musa on this map, right? And so and there on the map they call it the Ghana Empire, but in other places of the time period it's gonna be known as the Mali Empire. He's even gonna be known as the King of Tarakur, depending on who you talk to, depending on who he's talking to and whatnot, right? And so what's important to note is what I'm saying is this Mali Empire is the area that I'm saying these Jews are going to be found. So there's multiple Israelite migrations into West Africa in migrations from like this Arabia, Levant, etc. There's mainly a few that I'm going to point to here, and I'm not going to go into all the migrations I could go into, but I'm going to go into parts that are very, very key to what I'm talking about here. So there's at least one migration that we know of that came in from Yemen roughly in the 6th century that went into Kukia in Mali. There's 1000 AD and older migrations coming in from Nigeria or coming into Nigeria, Mali, Guinea, and Senegal from Egypt, etc. And like Garfield likes to talk about, there is definitely migrations coming in from the north after the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, etc. Definitely don't deny that in any way, shape, or form. But what we see with all of that, and this needs to be understood, is there is a mixture of what Jews are doing in West Africa and whatnot. So I do not deny the fact that with the expulsion from Spain and whatnot, you're going to see rabbinic Judaism in any way, shape, or form. I do not deny that. However, I also accept the fact that you're also going to see Karaite Judaism with that. Karaite Judaism was alive and well, and like its golden spot was over in Spain and in North Africa. Ethiopian Jews, which we're going to see, like the Habesha, are part of the trade routes that go to West Africa, etc. The Habesha or the Ethiopian Jews are not rabbinic Jews or Talmudic Jews like you would consider most other Jews to be. They're closer to what a Karaite system is. Like I said, I'm also going to show people converting to Christianity from Judaism, and very much like you see Ethiopian Christianity being the most Jewish form of Christianity out there. They still keep the Shabbat, they circumcise, eat clean food, etc. whatnot. You're going to see the Christianity in West Africa, or the practices that are going to be tied to that are going to look like very much so like a very Jewish form of Christianity, almost like a messianic form. Again, you're also going to see Jews converting to and Christians converting to Islam and whatnot. And I'm going to make the argument that the most Jewish form of Islam that you're ever going to find is going to be in this part of West Africa. Now, some of the places that are underneath those arrows that I pointed to on that Catalan atlas are the places Kanuri and Mauritania. There's 3 places called Bani Israel that you're going to find in Mali, Guinea, and Senegal. There is an area called Lam also in Mali, Kukia, which I mentioned, Tendirma also in Mali by Timbuktu, Walata in Mali. There's also the place of Futa Toro, which is in Senegal and Mauritania. The Jolof or the Wolof Kingdom, which is in Senegal, Mauritania, and the Gambia, and like the Manding area, which is like Sierra Leone, Guinea, the Gambia, Mali, Guinea-Bissau, Ghana, and Liberia. These are areas where I'm saying in the Sahel that there were Jews. So going into Tariq al-Sudan, this is a West African Arabic historical text, circa 1655. The history of the Sudan is a West African chronicle written in Arabic by Berber author Abd al-Rahman al-Sadi. It is a primary historical source for the Songhai Empire. It also speaks of prior Songhai dynasties among the Mali Empire and the Tuareg. Al-Sadi was the chief secretary of the Ottoman administration of Timbuktu. The Tariq al-Sudan records and chronicles the founder of the Za or Zua dynasty was a man called Zua al-Yaman, meaning he came from Yemen. Zu al-Yaman is said to have migrated from Yemen and settled in the town of Kokia in Mali. Local legends state that Zu al-Yaman was a member of the Jewish communities that migrated from Yemen after the Aksumite Ethiopians defeated the Jewish kings of Himyar, Yusuf Dunawas, in the 6th century, circa 525 CE. Himyar was a kingdom that would be modern day Yemen and was in power from 110 BCE to 525 CE. Judaism was the state religion of Himyar since around circa 380 CE. Is that a timer?
No. That's my bad. That's a text I just read. My bad.
Oh, you see. Himyar also conquered the Hadramawt region of Yemen and the neighboring Sabian kingdoms, etc. So this is important to note because a lot of what Garfield talks about, like he'll focus on the time period in terms of Jewish migrations to West Africa, and they'll typically focus on a period that has to do with the expulsion from Spain in 1492, etc. Whatnot. But this is well before that. This is even before the birth of the Prophet of Islam, Prophet Muhammad. Going forward, and so we can see here that Kokia is in West Africa, southeast of Mali, or we see southeast of Timbuktu, etc. Excuse me. We can also see in the Tariq al-Sudan that which chronicles that after Zu al-Yaman there was 14 rulers of the Zur rulers of Kokia before the rise of Islam. Under the 15th Zur ruler, Zakosoy, there was a conversion to Islam in 1000 to 110 CE. In the history of the Sudan, there was over 30 Zur rulers of Kokia chronicled. What became of the Zur rulers is not necessarily recorded. We have another West African historical text called the Tariq al-Fatash, also part of the Timbuktu Chronicles. The Tariq al-Fatash is another 17th century Timbuktu chronicle of the Songhai Empire for the period from after the reign of Soni Ali from 1493 to circa 1599. Also, like the Tariq al-Sudan, the Tariq al-Fatash also mentions the Mali Empire. In manuscript C of the Tariq al-Fatash, chronicles of a community called the Bnai Israel existed in Tendirma, Mali, circa 1402 CE. They were said to own 333 wells, had 7 leaders, and had an army of 1,500 men. Tendirma is in the modern Timbuktu region of Mali. So again, like Tendirma is right there. It's right there with Timbuktu, fam. You can see it right here. Many know about the Jewish expulsion of Spain in 1492 with the Alhambra Decree, but what most don't know is where Jews were enforced. Where Jews were forced to either convert to Catholicism or expelled. But what most don't know is, however, many are not aware of also that in 1492, the Soninke leader Aski Muhammad I, also called Aski the Great, who had come into power in the Timbuktu region, issued a similar decree of either convert or leave to the Jews of the area, making Judaism illegal in the area. And this is something that's important to understand. Like, so in 1492, the Jews are getting kicked out of Spain. 1492, the Jews are getting kicked out of Timbuktu, Mali. So Garfield likes to point to a man that's the last rabbi in Mali in like the 1870s, 1880s. He comes from a migration that comes from after this, after the Jews were expelled, after this population was expelled and made to convert. So they're not necessarily the same population, and they're definitely close to 400 years apart. That needs to be well understood. Going forward, I'm about to read some sources from the corpus of early Arabic sources for West African history, and break down some of what it has to say about some of West Africa. On page 108, being quoted by Al-Idrisi, it says, south of Barisa at a distance of about 10 days is the land of Lam. The people of Barisa, Silla, and Ghana make forays into the land of Lam and capture the inhabitants. Their inhabitants, according to the reports of the people of that part of the world, are Jews, but in infidelity and ignorance overcame them. And this is something that you see common in a certain part of West Africa, to where there's people being called Jews, but they don't necessarily practice that tradition anymore. There's other Jews that are definitely on it, but there's some Jews who aren't on it. Going forward, on page 185 of the same text, Ibn Sa'id says this: to the east and north of Barisa, the river Lami, which comes down from the mountains to the south of the town of Lami, debouches into the Nile. This town, which is no more than a village, owes obedience to the pagans of Lamland. Its inhabitants are Jews of a race known among the slaves of the Maghrib. That needs to be understood right there. Its inhabitants are Jews of a race known among the slaves of the Maghrib. It's not. In Islamic sources, it's very well understood that Jews made up a very distinct portion of the regular slave population of the Maghrib. Going further, on page 117, El-Idrisi says this: according to what the merchants relate, the people of the land of Camnoria, this is in Mauritania, right next to Senegal, claim that they are Jews. Their religion is confused. They are nothing and have no beliefs. They have no king from among themselves, nor one imposed from above, but are subjected to hardships by all the neighboring peoples who surround their land. So this is another group of people calling themselves Jews who don't necessarily follow that religion anymore, and they're also experiencing hardships. Going further, the people of Zafun take, this is from Al-Zufri on page 99 of the same text. The people of Zafun take captives from the people of Amina, a tribe of the Janawa who live. Now, this isn't happening in Western Africa, but I want you to see what's happening. From Western Africa, there's slave raids going to certain parts of Central and Eastern Africa. The people of Zafun take captives from the people of Amina, a tribe of the Janawa who live in the eastern part of the desert between Zafun and Kaukau, which is in Mali, near the Nile of Egypt. They are people who profess Judaism. Their country is entered from Kaukau, from Mali and Waterklan. They are the poorest of the Janawa. They read the Torah. So again, these are another people being snatched up who are also Jewish, who are not being targeted for this concept. And just so people can see, this is Camnoria going from Mauritania into northern Senegal. Now, this is something me and the brother have had a conversation about before, the B'nai Israel. We've had a real good go around on this and whatnot. Unfortunately, the brother took down the video from his channel, but you can see like a good 3/4 of it on my channel. But we're talking about the B'nai Israel Chronicles, Islamic Israelites of West Africa and the Americas. So this is one of the groups I was talking about. There's 3 areas called B'nai Israel that you can find in Mali, Guinea, and in Senegal. This is the group in Senegal. And so when the brother says that this concept of being Jews, or African descent people being Jews, it starts in America. This is where I got to point out there's literally a living, breathing group of people in West Africa right now, in Senegal right now, saying, "No, fam, we're Jews. We just don't practice Judaism." So this is from my article. I got the link right here. It says this. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I'll read parts of the article, whatnot, for brevity, because I got a lot of slides and whatnot. It says the lush captured tree towers over the parched shrubbery at the edge of B'nai Israel, a dusty community in eastern Senegal near the border with Mali. The residents, all Muslims, are members of a tribe whose name means sons of Israel, and they trace their lineage to 2 clans, the Silla and the Drame. They say are descended from Egyptian Jews. We are all practicing Muslims and we don't want to become Jewish, Fadika says. He's the leader of the community, the man in the center there. In fact, we don't like to talk much about our Jewish background, but we don't hide it either. We know our people came from Egypt to Somalia and from there to Nigeria, where they split about 1,000 years ago. One branch of the 2 families went to Mali, another to Guinea, and we settled here. Now here they make some links to some Wolof words in Hebrew and whatnot. The Wolof word for cheek is pronounced lachi, as in Hebrew. One of the Wolof's words for wise is pronounced the same as the Hebrew word chacham. Weaver or fabric merchant is called rab, similar to rabbi. The B'nai Israel also have a cultural trait in common with Jews and an aversion to intermarriage. According to Fadiga, the community tries not to assimilate, preferring to wed with members of the tribe who live in neighboring villages. I believe there is an element of truth in the tradition, and this is something that well, I'll have Garfield talk about that later, but I'm sure he'll want to bring that up. I believe there is an element of truth in the tradition, or to the tradition of the B'nai Israel, especially since they have nothing to gain from pretending, says Bahar, who returned from Senegal in 2011. Bahar is somebody who's important to pay attention to. If this is the one I'm thinking of, Bahar does a lot of genetic studies for Jews and whatnot. He goes on to say, they're not seeking Israeli citizenship, nor are they claiming to be Jewish. In fact, their Jewish ancestry and name can only give them problems. So again, in an Islamic world, these people don't have any benefit of claiming to be Jewish. And in fact, we're going to go on to see here, through their Jewish association, though their Jewish association is potentially problematic in a Muslim country, according to Bahar, some residents have sought to change the village name into their passports to permit travel to Mecca. So when they're trying to go to Hajj on Mecca, saying that they come from B'nai Israel is giving them a hard time. So this is, and some people are wanting to change the name of the area because it's actually giving them a hard time. So again, they're not lying, or they're saying they're not lying about descending from Jews, and continuing to claim to do so without even practicing Judaism is not a benefit. It's actually detriment. Let me see here. Some accounts do, however, support the last leg of the journey from that Fadi describes. B'nai Israel are speakers of the Janki dialect, the language of the Janki tribe, which the International Journal of African Historical Studies says migrated down the Niger River, settling in Mali, Guinea, Gambia, and Senegal. So again, their language that they speak also denotes the migration that they're talking about. Going forward. My man's likes to talk about the fact that the name, he says that the people were deemed to be Jews by a dream. However, when you get into the text to some historical sources that we've both looked into together and whatnot, for instance, the Janki, the history of an Islamic clerical people of the Senegambia by Lamino Sané, they're called a Jewish, called a Jewish group, a Jewish town, a thriving Jewish community that's named B'nai Israel. Like the city's called B'nai Israel. The tribe's also called that, but naming of the city is what was given by a dream, not the naming of the people or the tradition of it. And on page 51 of that book, I'm gonna read parts of this right quick, because what's interesting up here is my man Mungo Park is mentioned, and he's going to be very important to understand going forward in terms of understanding that there was actually New Testament text and Torah text in West Africa. Mungo Park visited B'nai Israel, etc. But we can see here its history must therefore go back some considerable time before both Park and Labat. The Tariq al-Fatash mentions a B'nai Israel in Messina, which is in Mali, in connection with the Battle of Tendirma, again, which is in Mali, where it says certain horticultural traces of a flourishing Jewish colony called B'nai Israel were discovered. So whether or not the colony got its name from a dream or not, I don't dispute that at all in any way, shape, or form, just so we're clear. However, it's still called a flourishing Jewish colony, and that needs to be understood. Hold on, I got a bunch on that one. Let me back out of that. Go into this real quick. Sorry, family, just want to take a quick second. Now I'm gonna go into another text that I know me and Garfield have talked about. I know I've seen him talk about it on his show or whatnot, right? Which is the problem of the Judaized Berbers, which you can find in the Journal of African History, etc. Details above. So on page 318, it goes into the accounts of Valentin Fernandez from 1506 to 1507. It says that Jews known as Gaul lived in, page 319, the Western Sudan, in the country of Jolof, i.e. the Wolofs, and in Mandinga or Mandingo. They were black like the other natives. They knew nothing of synagogues and the custom of other Jews, like other types of Jews, but they dwelt in villages of their own, despised by the Negroes. They acted, played music, and sang for a living. Another writer at the end of the 16th century doubts that these are real Jews. I'm not discounting other people to doubt that. They were good-looking people, especially the women, and they roamed with their women folk from country to country, like the gypsies. They worked as weavers, shoemakers, and iron workers. In wartime, they were trumpeters, encouraging the fighters. Their laws forbade them to enter the house and share the meal of one who was not a member of the tribe. If one of them consorted with a woman not of the tribe, the couple were sold or killed. They did not bury their dead, but hid them in hollow tree trunks and hung them on trees. The Negroes believed that the burial of a Jew caused drought or harvest failure, since the Jews were an accursed tribe. Fernandez reports that rich Jews, who, however, granted, and this needs to be understood, there's two different classes of Jews in the Maghreb here, and what happens to you definitely depends on what class you live with. Fernandez reports that rich Jews, who, however, groaned under the yoke of their masters, the Muslims, lived in Walata. Again, that's also in Mali. They were itinerant traders, goldsmiths, and jewelers. Salt was exported from Walata to Timbuktu. There were Jews also in Futa. Again, this is Futa Toro. This is an area again in Senegal, etc. Right? Who had been living there since ancient times, according to Leo Africanus. The Africans at first adhered to Judaism, then Christianity, and finally to Islam. One more time. The Africans at first adhered to Judaism, then to Christianity, and finally to Islam. So what's important about this page here is we're getting Jews in at least 3 distinct spots. In Jollof, amongst the Wolof people, amongst them in Mandinga, amongst the Mandingo people, and also in Futa, amongst the Fulani people. That needs to be very well understood. This is all within the Senegambia. Again, this is the area that the Wolof inhabit, right? This is like the Manding speaking areas, etc. This is Futa Toro up here, on the left, on the Senegal River or whatnot. And Futa Toro had control over many of these areas here, which we see in Futa Jalon, which is in Guinea, Masina, which is in Mali, and Sokoto, which branches all the way off into Nigeria. These are all Fulani states. Again, so when my man says, "Where are you on this map?" These are the areas that I'm talking about in the Western Sahel. Before I go any further, Garfield, any questions?
I love the presentation. I just want to be clear though. Are you saying that these Africans who encountered people with Judaism were converted to the religion, and that eventually some of them might have come on the slave ship as Jews? So you're saying these converted people who are Africans converted to this religion, or converts converted these people and brought Judaism to them, and then they might have come. If you're saying that, I think that's a reasonable argument. I actually like that argument. Because if you're saying it's converted Jews, but again, I would love to see the people coming off the slave ship practicing this tradition. That's what everybody's waiting for.
So to be clear, the argument I'm making is the same argument that most other Jews are making, right? Like so I'm saying that there's Jewish groups that come in.
I'm sorry, not to cut you. You said most other Jews. Who are the most other Jews you're referring to? Because most of the people that I read right now,
I would have finished it.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I was gonna give for instance, like when Dr. Michael Brown was talking about, he was rebutting the concept that where Alizar was trying to say that they're all European and whatnot. He was like, no. The genetic studies show that there's a certain group of men that went to Europe and took European women, etc., and the women converted to Judaism, etc., whatnot, and they propagated that way. Just like how the Lemba talk about that there was a group of men that went to East Africa. It was just the men, and then they propagated with women of East Africa, whatnot. So I'm saying that there's migrations coming in from Egypt, from East Africa, from Yemen, that come in and propagate with the women of West Africa. And so there's going to be some of them are converts, some of them are not, right? But altogether, like at the end of the day, I mean the nation, the nation of Israel is a nation of converts. So.
You said some of them are converts and some of them are not. So who are the ones that are not converts?
The ones coming in, right?
Coming in where?
Coming in from Egypt, East Africa, and from Yemen and whatnot.
Okay, so were those people on the slave ships?
I'm talking about the descendants and whatnot.
Were those people who came across, their descendants are converted people or bloodline people?
You're gonna have a mixture of both.
Mixture of both. All right. So produce that evidence.
So just like with the Lemba, how you have like multiple different haplogroups amongst the Lemba, just like with the Ashkenazi, having multiple different haplogroups amongst the Ashkenazi. So amongst the women that they're coming to mix in with, there's men in that group who aren't of the same lineage of the people coming in, right? So the men in that group are definitely like, so the women, right? The men that are different haplogroups that stick with it, they're going to be converts with it, right? But not all of them are going to be converts in this. Like I'm saying, there's a group coming in who ain't going to be converts, right? And they're going to have a lineage with it, right? It just is what it is.
Were these people that came across the slave trade, were they sub-Saharan Africans?
Were the people that say that one more time?
Were they descendants of sub-Saharan Africans, the people that came over on the slave trade?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm done with the questions. You could carry on.
I mean, there's admixture of people coming in from Levant, other places, but yeah, they're 100%. Yeah, they're the majority of their autosomal DNA is going to be sub-Saharan South Africa or sub-Saharan Africa. Excuse me. Is that clear or no?
Yeah, that's fine, brother. That's fine. That's fine.
No worries. So, going into Servants of Allah was from Sylvian Daouf. Now I'm going to touch on the concept, like the brother talks about. There's no New Testament or Gospels or Torah in West Africa, in this part, etc. So this is something I like to challenge and whatnot. So something she cites in her text on page 61. As besides their literacy and dedication to their faith, what distinguished the clerics, teachers, students, and rulers in church was contact with the wider world. The intelligentsia of Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Iraq, Egypt, and Arabia, whom they met in Mecca and Cairo, or in their homeland when the foreigners visited. The scholars were familiar with the works of Muslim intellectuals from a wide range of countries who used Arabic as their vehicle of communication. That is important to understand because Arabic is the lingua franca of West Africa at the time of slavery. They also had access to books from other religions in their Arabic versions, as confirmed by Mungo Park, who mentions having seen the Pentateuch of Moses that 18th century. European philosophers also, such as Plato, Aristotle, Hippocrates, and Euclid, were also known in the Arabic translations. So also in this book, so again, at the end of the 18th century, Mungo Park goes into the Senegambia and finds these texts there in Arabic. What we also find over here are slaves with similar text also in Arabic. So on page 165, we see Abdul Rahman Ibrahim Masari. He's a Fulani. He has a Bible in Arabic. On page 160, same page, Abu Bakr al-Sadiq, a Mandingo slave. He also has a Bible in Arabic. Same page, Omar ibn Saida, a Fulani slave. He has a Bible in Arabic. This one's really interesting. Page 180, London, a Mandingo slave in Savannah, Georgia. He writes the Gospel of John with the Arabic script using the, but he uses the Gullah dialect of English. So he's writing in Gullah, but he's using the Arabic script to do so. This is not something that was taught to him by any European out there. This needs to be understood. A slave is coming off the slave ship writing the Gospel of John in Arabic, in the Gullah dialect. Again, page 165 and 166 in the Senegambia, where Mungo Park also finds the Tarat la Musa, Zabura Dawidi in the Angila La Isa. And you can hear by the name of it, by how I'm talking about it, it's got that Spanish influence coming in from most likely from Spain, etc. Again, this is Mungo Park. This is the route that he went. He took two trips into West Africa, and you can see the routes he went the first time in the green, going through the Senegambia, etc. And again, this is where he finds these texts. So there were writings of the Torah, and also in the Injil or the New Testament in West Africa, and also we can see the writings of the Injil coming here with slaves themselves, writing them themselves in their own tongue. What's also interesting of note is in the documentary that Garfield brought to the people, The Cryptic Quest, Dr. Amir Jamal Toure talks about William B. Hodgson's work in terms of recording African languages in the South and whatnot. And some of the works that he records are in fact London's work, the Mandingo slaves' work, about in terms of writing the Gospel of John in the Arabic and Gullah dialect. Again, the Gospel is written in the Negro Patois of English with Arabic characters by a Mandingo slave in Georgia. You can see where it's translated. Once he translates it into English, the first chapter of John, it says this, first chapter of John, written, again, this is it took the man a long time to understand. He thought it was just gibberish, and then he recognized, oh, he's actually writing. He's using the Arabic script to write Gullah. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, all in Gullah. Now we're going to get into the same concept of this old messianic concept of West Africa, because I told you there was Christians and Jews in West Africa, not just Muslims, etc. Right? And so going back into the corpus of Arabic sources of early Arabic sources for West African history, page 310, we see this. Al-Zulfi says that the people of the lands of the Sudan, whose capital city is Ghana, we're talking about like the Ghana Empire, etc. Formerly professed Christianity until the year 496 after Hijrah, which is 1076, 1077. Again, one more time, Al-Zulfi says the people of the lands of the Sudan, whose capital city is Ghana, formerly professed Christianity until the year 1076/77, when they turned Muslim and became good Muslim. So up until the 11th century, they were Christian in West Africa, in the area of what was then the Ghana Empire. The Ghana Empire is not understood to be modern day Ghana. The Ghana Empire is in the Sahel. It's part of Mali, etc. Going further, Ibn al-Dawadari writes this. So in the 11th century, we have them being Christians in the Ghana Empire. In the 14th century, in the year 1324, we have this: the king of Takrur, which is again Abu Bakr bin Musa, right? One of the Musas. The king of Takrur arrived for the noble Hijaz. His name was Abu Bakr bin Musa. He remained in Egypt for a year before taking himself to the Hijaz. He had much gold with him. His is the country which put forth gold. Goes on to say, I asked the king of Takrur, how is the description of the place where gold grows with you? He replied, it is not in the part of our land that belongs to the Muslims, but in the land which belongs to the Christians of Takrur. So when, again, 1324, there's still Christians in West Africa, in Takrur. And I'll show here that Takrur, again, is in this area of Senegal, in southern Mauritania. He says, we dispatch collectors to take from them a species of tribute due to us and obligatory, and I'm going to bring that part up later as well, the type of tribute that they get, due to us and obligatory upon them. They are special lands which put forth gold in this fashion. It consists of small species of varying sizes, some like little rings, some like carob seeds, and the like. I said, why don't you take this land by conquest? He replied, if we conquer and take it, it does not put forth anything. We have done this in many ways, but seen nothing there. But when it returns, when we give it back to the Christians, he's saying, it puts forth as usual. This is the most amazing thing, and is perhaps due to the increase in the oppressiveness of the Christians. So the Christians were running the gold trade in the part of West Africa to the point where they were able to push back on the Muslims a little bit. And the Muslims are recording this. So we can see here again, Takrur is right there in northern Senegal, southern Mauritania and whatnot. And this is a consistent area that we see Christian activity, Jewish activity, etc. Dr. Vince Bantu, in his book, A Multitude of All Peoples, on the cover of his book, he has a very interesting scene about people wearing a mask at a nativity situation, right? Or people wearing masks in a nativity scene. And he has very interesting things to say about these people wearing these masks. He says, perhaps the most intriguing example of contextualization is in early Nubian Christianity is a painting in the monastery at the capital of Dongola from the late 10th century. This nativity painting contains typical images, including Mary and a child, shepherds and angels. However, to the right of Mary and the baby Jesus is a unique painting of Africans worshiping the birth of the Savior wearing animal crest masks, loincloths and holding percussion instruments. It is believed that these Africans may have belonged to the Bambara tribe, which later occupied much of modern Mali, Burkina Faso, and Senegal. One more time, these people wearing these animal masks in Nubia are believed to be from the Bambara tribe, which later occupied much of modern Mali, Burkina Faso, and Senegal. So I've recently, or not too long ago, I got to interview Dr. Vince Bantu, and he definitely agrees on the concept of whatever Christianity came in that was in Takrur came in from the East. It was not a Western form of Christianity in any way, shape, or form. So prior to colonialism, there was an African form of Christianity being practiced in West Africa, etc. Most likely having ties to a really Jewish form of Christianity at that. Also, in the documentary, The Cryptic Quest, that Garfield brought out to the people, we have one of my favorite scholars, Dr. Ephraim Isaac, who gives a very interesting take on Ethiopian culture and how it could have come to America. The whole gist of the documentary is based upon connecting a church in Georgia with Ethiopian practices, etc. And something that Dr. Ephraim Isaac stipulates is that Ethiopians were taken in this transatlantic slave trade. He talks about a land route going from Mozambique, like slaves being taken from Ethiopia to Mozambique, and then a land route from Mozambique to Angola. Almost like an African Trail of Tears is what the narrator calls it. What's also known as a fact is that over almost 541,000 slaves came from the ports of Mozambique and in Madagascar. That's something I'm going to be touching on later as well. So the slave population and the potential Israelite population of those slaves is not just relegated to West Africa. It needs to be understood that it could come from all these parts of Africa that the slaves were taken from, including East Africa. What Ephraim Isaac also talks about in the documentary, they're examining marks on a pew, etc., whatnot, on a few pews, and he mentions the concept of a shorthand version of the Tetragrammaton being written in three yods. And something he also says, which is interesting, is that the yod, in an individual sense, also is a representation of the Decalogue or the 10 Commandments in and of itself. And so it's a postulate. I'll say postulate, even though in the documentary, and I showed it on my channel, they were pretty definite about the fact that there was ge'ez on the pews and that these yods were on the pews, etc. Going forward. So there's African Christian culture amongst the Gullah. And this needs to be further investigated, like people like Dr. Vince Bantu was spoken about. And when you look, there's a lot of smoke and fire. Again, like I said, the gospel genre is written in the Gullah using Arabic. Possible Ge'ez characters, the Ha and Sa, were carved in the pews in First African Baptist Church. Wooden replicas of the ark at First African Baptist Church were made by the slaves, which is very reminiscent of what the Ethiopians do, and also the Lemba. The Lemba are a very interesting group of people because some of them are messianic. For instance, Kohen HaMedishe is messianic, and he was not converted to Christianity by a missionary. He said that was all him. Ethiopian crosses are on the window at First African Baptist Church. Its original name was the Ethiopian Baptist Church of Jesus Christ, which is now called the First African Baptist Church. River baptisms and processions and songs about the River Jordan, which are very similar to the concept of what you see in Ethiopia, are found amongst the Gullah. You don't find these amongst other Christians in the area. This is not a tradition that they learned from Christians in the area that they were in. Church houses where men and women sit apart is very much like how Ethiopian Christians and Jews get down. They were buried facing the east for Gabriel to blow his horn on Judgment Day. Another practice of theirs. And again, these are just some quick, small pictures of what I just gave verbiage to. And I forgot to put in the Congolese cosmogram, which also goes back to another form of West African Christianity, which is a Catholic form amongst the Congolese people. But going forward, the ancient Israelite culture amongst the Gullah. This is what my man wants to know, right? Like I mentioned, the Hebrew shorthand for the Yahweh, he's not going to accept that. I mentioned the Hebrew shorthand for the Decalogue, he's not going to accept that. But what you're going to find also is the concept of first harvest festivals and crop suppers or whatnot, just like you do in the text or whatnot, just like you do in the Bible or whatnot. This is a situation to where, and I'll put up the references for this in a little while, to where the Gullah people took their crops down to the church house, divvied them up amongst the people, and then had a great feast, danced all night, and then prayed towards the sun and whatnot, bowing and prostrating and whatnot. They also did a ring shout. This ring shout is this is very much in line with the concept of how you celebrate a feast in the concept of Hebrew and whatnot, right? So the word for feast in Hebrew is the word chagag, and it literally has the meaning of a circular procession or whatnot. And this is something you can see, for instance, when the Israelites are going in procession around Jericho or whatnot, 7 times or whatnot, right? It's the same word, same concept. They have a very interesting concept of something called bad luck foods in the Gullah concept, such as rabbit, certain fish, and voodoo chicken. They don't eat chicken. Now there's certain this needs to be understood. So the Gullah are not a monolith, right? There's different practices amongst different people. They do similar things for different reasons, and that needs to be understood. Similar things for different reasons. There's some Gullah who would make a voodoo chicken and actually eat the thing, right? There's other Gullah who would stay away from it, call it a bad luck food. I can't touch that. I can't touch it, like a food sacrificed to another god kind of a concept, right? So again, the stuff we see about the rabbit, unclean food. Certain kind of fish, like catfish or eels, etc., right? Like those are going to be unclean fish, etc., right? And again, like I said, certain of them would not eat food sacrificed to voodoo gods, etc. Something very intriguing about how they prayed in their form of Christianity was they would pray 3 times a day facing the east, like Daniel in Daniel chapter 6:10. This is not something that you see amongst other Christian groups or whatnot. And it's not, however, it's not uncommon to see Ethiopian Christians and Christians in Egypt, etc., in the east or whatever, stand bow and prostrate when they pray. But again, this is something that's very particular to and again, like so with Jews who convert to like some form of Christianity or make some kind of messianic form of Judaism and whatnot, you're going to see something like this. You're going to see these kind of practices retained or whatnot. So again, this is very particular to Gullah Christianity that you don't see anywhere else around, where they're doing this, standing 3 times a day, standing by and prostrating, etc., towards the east, like Daniel in Daniel 6:10. Something very intriguing that they did is within the praise house, which is separate from the church house. They kept the just law of the praise house. This was a judgment system, very much like you find in Exodus 18:17 through 27, where they had a very much so like the judges system that Moses inherited from Jethro and whatnot, right? So where judges were trained to be able to judge over so many people and whatnot, right? And if the people did not adhere to the judgment, which was coming from the Bible and whatnot, then they would be removed from the praise houses. They wouldn't be part of the communities anymore. This is very. When I was talking to Remy Lona, like this was something that was very interesting to me because typically when I talk to Africans or African Americans talk to Africans, it's hard to connect on culture that got saved or whatnot, right? And we were talking about the concept of Omanana and whatnot. He and I may disagree on DNA on certain things, but on his documentation of Omanana, I don't necessarily disagree. And one thing he talked about was the fact that they didn't need policemen, etc. They didn't need like enforcement or whatnot. They followed the law and they just dealt with the enforcement of the council and whatnot. And so I described this part to him here and whatnot, to where the Gullah themselves in their own literature are saying that they had no need for police. The only time that they use police is when people from the outside came in and committed some kind of crime or whatnot, because none of them wanted to break the law of God, etc. Right? And so if there was an issue, they would take the issue to the praise house. There was at least 3 people in the praise house in terms of like council members that were breaking down the law to the people based upon the scripture, etc. And if the people involved did not follow the guidance from the council, they were expelled from the membership of the community. They weren't part of the so-called church or the church membership, etc. anymore. Just like we see in the scrolls and whatnot, like being cast out from the people, etc. Something very interesting here is that community membership started at the age of 12 after the seeking ceremony, whatnot. Something that's not like the concept of coming of age in Judaism or whatnot, or in Jewish concepts, or even in biblical concepts. You see even Ishmael getting circumcised after the sage, etc. Going forward. Again, talking about the just law of the praise house. This is something very interesting. Because this is something you don't see in other Christian culture. You don't see this in the surrounding Christian culture. This is something specific to the Gullah Geechee and whatnot. And if you get a chance, go check out Garfield Tony Rob Warren's breakdown of the Gullah Geechee and his presentation. We disagree, but something he does agree on is the fact that the Gullah Geechee made their own Christianity. It was theirs. It wasn't something that somebody else gave to them. It was their own thing. And part of that is this. Part of that is the just law of the praise house. So on page 277 of Gullah Days, again, this is written by Gullah people themselves. It says this: but fearing the Lord was only one part of the reason few crimes of any sort were committed on the island and taken to the mainland to resolve. Gullah people on Hilton Head settled their disputes at their community praise house whenever possible. The praise house functioned as a religious court, and was considered to administer the just law, in quotes. The just law was a concept that existed during slavery and gained new importance during the disenfranchisement and segregation. The unjust law was off island in the country courts, in the county courts of law. It was much safer to trust one's fellow praise house members to settle a dispute under the just law. Praise house members were required to take a problem which occurred into the community to church leaders for review and an opportunity to mediate before resorting to a governmental court. Going further, and as few offenses involved violent crime, the praise house was quite capable of handling disputes. If you had a quarrel with your neighbor, for instance, the praise house would mediate it, says Emery S. Campbell, who's the author of this book. Regular meetings of the praise houses were Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday evenings. The meetings to settle arguments were often held on Saturdays or Sunday. On Saturdays or Sundays. So this is something that's very interesting. So in Ethiopian Christian circles and whatnot, again, the most Jewish form of Christianity, i.e. like Messianic Judaism, they still keep the Shabbat, but they also do things on Sunday. This is something that you see here. They're administering law on the Shabbat, and they're also doing so on Sundays as well. Again, each praise house usually had 3 leaders. People looked up to, again, very similar to the concept of what you see with Moses, Miriam, and Aaron, etc., right? Coming out of Egypt or whatnot, 3 being the minimum or whatnot, right? People looked up to their leaders, and especially to the praise house head. I won't get into the rest of this because y'all get the basic concept. Going forward. Going into Drums and Shadows. This is a book that I recommend everybody grabbing. So this is a book to where you have Gullah Geechee people getting their stories recounted and told and written down for the sake of posterity in like the 30s and whatnot, right? 1930s and whatnot. And you having people in this book who are over 110 years old. Some of them are like over 115. I think one was like 120. People alive before the Civil War, etc., right? Way before the Civil War, giving you their breakdown of their history and their culture, etc., right? One of the things they break down is the concept of the crop circles in the first harvest feast, like I was talking about. You can see those, the pages numbered here for that. Page 120, 123, 132, 149, 161, where they detail the concept of them taking the food to the church house, dividing it up amongst the people, having a feast, etc., and doing their concept of a circle dance, etc., or a ring shout, etc. Again, also in Drums of Shadow, they break down the concept of the bad luck foods, the foods to be avoided. Very much like the clean and unclean food concept there.
All right, sorry, y'all. I had to step away. Garfield ready? Mukran, I guess.
Let him continue. Let him finish. I wanted to go 30 minutes more. It's good. I'm here. I ain't got nothing to do right now.
Okay,
I was actually busy today, but I became unbusy.
Uh-oh.
If that's the word. So
right,
let him continue. I wanted to finish everything. Every single thing.
Now, you see how he's quiet, more rolling, y'all. Garfield not interrupting. Go ahead, keep going more. I would like him to do the same when he jump on. I mute myself. Go ahead.
So far, Garfield, you got anything you want to give input on?
No, I'm good, bro. I took some notes, but continue, brother. Continue.
Because I've been going for a minute. I don't mind stopping, bro. Like I got more stuff to
You
read. Like,
go 30 more minutes, bro. I'm listening to everything you said. I think Israel deserves this, and I want you to finish.
you got it. Keep on going. Let's see where I'm at with my slides. You know what? I'm going to stop sharing this one, and I'm going to share another one right quick. Give me 2 seconds. Because there's another particular concept that is very particular to the West African Muslims that come off the slave ships. And so, here we go.
I'm sorry, Moore. I got a question. You said that.
Oh, Brent walked away. Oh no, my screen's not showing. Okay, go ahead.
I got one question. You're saying that when the slaves came off the ships, they spoke Arabic and they also spoke Hebrew. Am I correct?
I was just getting in them slides right now.
All right, cool. All right, get into that. All right.
There we go. So there's one. Well, there's one that you already know about, which is the Billy Simons character, which I'll pull them slides up in a second. But I wanted to get into a quick West Africa, a quick Israelite practice, and then dovetail right into the Arabic Hebrew concept, if you don't mind. So again, going into that right quick.
Hey, Brian, I'm here, but I'm on my phone.
Shout out to Dunamis, man. My favorite
What's
mucker.
going on, boy?
Hey, real quick, Dunamis, what was that Hebrew name you was talking about, bro?
David
Don't let them throw y'all off now.
I got my slides. I'm not getting thrown up. What was that Hebrew name?
David Ben-Yah, beloved son of God.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what's up. Shout out to the mucker. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to all the 2.9ers in here.
Hey, and to them 3.9ers. You know what I'm saying? Garfield got you beat.
I knew it was going to start. He just said he wasn't going to fall into the muck run. I knew it was going to start.
Hey, we're all friends here. We're all friends here. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is a particular concept that was interesting. So something me and Garfield talked a lot about was something he says a lot. And again, I respect the question. It's a fantastic question. Can you show me a practice? Can you show me anything like that? Because again, we're talking about material culture, whatnot, right? Something I like to do is point to not only just what's coming off the slave ship, but also point to what was going on in West Africa that we can document, right? And so something that I like to talk about is the concept of the tithing system in West Africa. Because a lot of people don't know that like in this part of West Africa, we were using the tithing system or not, right? And this is what I was talking about in terms of the Judaism or the Islam being one of the most Jewish forms of Islam you're going to see. The Muslims are praying 3 times a day, not 5. Again, like the Bible, 3 times, not 5. And they use a tithing system in West Africa among Islamic Israelites and Muslims. So somebody I love to talk about quite a bit is Omar ibn Said, who was an educated Muslim. I'll read this right quick. African born around about 1770 in Futa Toro, which is in modern day Senegal. Right, captured at age 37. He was he was not like a young person. Like Bilal Muhammad was, I think, 14 when he was captured. Omar ibn Said was 37 and brought to South Carolina to be sold. He remained enslaved until his death in 1864. Something he says in his own memoirs, that he writes in Arabic, is something very, very interesting here. Before I came to the Christian country, my religion was the religion of Muhammad, the apostle of God. May God have mercy upon him and give him peace. I walked to mosque before daybreak, washed my face and head, hands and feet. I prayed at noon, prayed in the afternoon, prayed at sunset, prayed in the evening. I gave alms every year: gold, silver, seeds, cattle, sheep, goat, rice, wheat, and barley. I gave tithes of all the above named things. Why is that important to understand? It's important to understand because Muslims don't give 10%. Muslims give 2.5%. And this is something that I even have Garfield ask an Islamic scholar that he brought on to his channel. I asked him, did he know of any West African Muslims that were tithing on it? He said no. Now, what's important to note about that is his expertise in Islam was from a period of time after this period that I'm talking about. So going forward, A book here that's very important to what we're talking about and dovetailing into is 5 classic Muslim slave narratives, edited by Muhammad al-Akhri. And so this says the same thing that I just read off, just so you understand it's the same stuff. But this is what my man wrote in English, but this was originally written in Arabic. Going forward, what he writes though is on page 20. Or no, he doesn't write this, but this is very interesting to understand. And so Omar ibn Said did become a Christian at one point in time. Again, he was reading the Bible in Arabic, etc., all that type of stuff, right? And this is something that's very interesting about what his church members said about him. Omar proved useful at church due to his knowledge of Arabic and Hebrew. Omar proved useful at church due to his knowledge of Arabic and Hebrew. Asheville Citizen, 1887, quoted in Austin. So he came off the slave ship, tithing, not praying 5 times a day, and knowing Arabic and Hebrew. Coming from a part of, again, Futa Torah was a part of West Africa that's in Senegal, like I'm talking about, where we have the long history of Jews, Christians, etc., whatnot, right? And this is what I'm talking about, like in terms of how that practice is looking different than other Islamic practices. You don't see Muslims praying less than 5 times a day. You don't see Muslims tithing, etc., and you don't see Muslims speaking Hebrew, fam. Not like this. Hold on, pardon me. I skipped on some joints right quick. So yesterday you heard me talking about, or the last time I was on, there was a brother on talking with Garfield talking about from Liberia, talking about the Torod people or whatnot, right? And so you heard me talking about the Torod clerisy, which was a mixture of 5 different the lower class people of 5 different groups: the Tuareg, the Hausa, the Fulani, the Wolof, and the Mandinka, etc. And so they came together and made their own big group, and they stationed themselves at the Futa Torah, and they took on the Fulani language together. So they were 5 groups of people, but they operated under one language, etc. So going forward, they have a well, I'll let that go. But they have a tradition about coming from Mount Tor, etc., in the Sinai Peninsula and whatnot. But that's not what I want to get into. I want to get into the fact that these particular Muslims, this particular group, this Torod Bay Islamic group, they also use the tithe. This isn't something that one person is just talking about off the side of the neck. This is something that they actually do as a group of people, etc. Let me get to it right quick. Here we go. Importantly, the Imam of the Muslim community was everywhere recognized as the principal political and religious figure. It was to the Imam that all believers looked for the maintenance of Islamic traditions and the enforcement of the Sharia and the wisdom necessary for a sound economic and social policy. It also fell to the Imam to provide internal and external security. This he accomplished through the emirs, who were responsible for police and military affairs. In all these communities, taxation was based on the principle of the ushur, the tithe, levied on harvest and legacies. Revenues from the ushur, zakat, and jizya, as well as taxes collected on caravans, and 1/5 of the revenues, the khums, from military expeditions, etc., were distributed by the Imam and his officials in the form of public assistance. So again, they're taking an ushur, a tithe, separate from zakat and jizya. This is not a common thing for Muslims and whatnot. Again, when Garfield asked the scholar on his channel, and Garfield got the question from me. Garfield texted me and asked me, "What questions you want me to ask you?" I said, "Ask him about the tithe." The dude clearly said no. They gave 2.5%. And so I'm gonna stop that one right quick. Stop sharing there, and finish it off on the Billy Simons one right quick, because I thought this was interesting myself. Hold on. Let me share my screen one more time. And I appreciate y'all for your patience. Oop. Hit the wrong button, sorry. brain is not. There you go. There we go. That's what's up. So the infamous Billy Simons. The first mention of dark-skinned Jews in the United States was a mulatto Jew in 1668 named Solomon, the first Jew to live in New England and perhaps the offspring of an African slave mother and white Jewish father. However, the more well-known first recorded Jew of African descent in the United States was Billy Simons in the 1850s, a scholar in both Hebrew and Arabic, born in Madagascar in 1780 and reportedly from a Jewish African tribe. The claim supported by two cantors and other authorities. He was purchased into slavery by white Jewish slave owners and brought to South Carolina, where he proceeded to become the first admitted black member to a white shul in Charleston. The constitution of the same shul, Kahal Kodesh Beth Elohim, is infamously stated that it accepted any member, provided he or she or they are not people of color. So he shouldn't have been accepted, but he was accepted because of his understanding of the practice, etc. The KKBE Constitution opened membership to all who followed its requirements except people of color. But it is known that a slave named Billy Simons, called by the congregants Uncle Billy, attended the synagogue in the 1850s. He claimed that he was from the Rechabite tribe in Africa. This group appears in the 35th chapter of Jeremiah. They originally lived in the land of Israel, and according to the commentary, David on the book of Jeremiah, the tribe traced its lineage back to Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, who according to tradition converted. Billy always wore, well, that part doesn't matter. But so again, we're seeing this Billy Simons character claiming a Jewish descent. Now he's coming from East Africa. I'm not tripping on that, right? I'm making no amends. I'm not claiming like this should be transported to West Africa. What I just showed you prior to this was somebody who comes from a tradition of Arabized or Islamicized Jews, etc., whatnot, right? Who's practicing a Jewish form of Islam, right? Or the most Jewish form of Islam you're going to see. It has practices of Judaism within the Islam and whatnot, right? That you don't see in other forms of Islam at all. And here, you coming on the other side of Africa, right? You see the same thing. Somebody who again, like Omar ibn Said, can speak Arabic and Hebrew, has a Jewish tradition coming from Africa and whatnot, and still getting involved in the slave trade. So what am I saying? I'm saying that we're seeing evidence of this coming from both sides of Africa, like I said, and that the American population, the African American population, is not one homogenous population, and it's very mixed. It has very mixed descendancy and whatnot, and that should be taken into account. Now, what's interesting is that this is very reminiscent of the concept of the Lemba or the people from Comoro Islands and whatnot, to where the Lemba say that they came here on slave ships. Cohen Hamadisha said that they came here on slave ships, right? When I talked to Tudor Parfit was saying that we need to do more DNA tests to see if we can corroborate this or whatnot, because we're finding people who have different haplogroups. For instance, like Dante Fortin, for instance, right, who's EM84. When studying the Lemba, they don't just carry haplogroup J; they carry haplogroup E. Not just haplogroup E, but E1B, 1B as well. When talking to Tudor, he was stipulating that the DNA tests weren't as specific as they could have been in terms of the STR count, and a more specific test could be done to find out what kind of E1B, 1B they have. Is it the same kind that Dante has, or is it not? Because Dante has an E1B, 1B that you can find heavily in the people of Yemen and Arabia and whatnot. So if people like the Lemba are found to have that same type of E1B, 1B, that points to another type of a way of being able to connect yourself to people coming from East Africa, etc. Right? We already see now in taking DNA tests that we have people who have a lot of autosomes that connect to East Africa. Right? A lot of people in YAP have autosomes that come from Somalia, come from Ethiopia, come from Kenya, whatnot. Right? And that's because we have people coming in from the east side of the slave trade, like Uncle Billy and other people. Now, Garfield did email a scholar about this, because he was bent about the concept of Billy Simons being a Jewish etc. And he wanted to go debunk the thing. And the scholar told him that this, however, perhaps raises the question of the accuracy of the DNA test, since it is known and demonstrated through DNA that a portion of the Bantu-speaking people, the Lemba, are likely descended from Jews, as they have long asserted. It is likely that migration centuries ago accounts for this in both areas. There is a process of formal conversion going on for several years now. So basically, now that we know that there's people coming from that part of the world, that are connected to the Jewish population, you got to look at this again. You can't just rule it out. It's very possible that my man not only could have come from there, but could have been descended from the same population, for instance, that the Lembic, the same type of population the Lembic could have come from. If that makes sense. But I've been going for a hot minute. I'll shut it down for right now. I'll let Garfield pick it up, and I can go further if I need to.
All right. Hey, family. Let me wake up, first of all. All right.
Oh man, I can't with these people. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take
pull your screen up. I'm ready to pull your screen. He's sipping like Damon Richardson, y'all. He's sipping like Damon Richardson. I hope you don't come on. I wanna put the screen up, or you want to freestyle something.
You know what? All right, Dunamis does help me because I'm gonna share my screen a lot and come off a screen. All right, first of all, let me deal with the Billy Simon, since that's the freshest thing, and he showed the email from the scholar. And I think let me just go to the email itself and just look at the back and forth that we had, so that we can have this in context, so that people don't think that Garfield is not being totally honest or whatever. Hold on, let me see. I don't think I have enough space here on my computer. Here we go. Potential interview. All right. So here we go. So this is the email that he showed, right? Let me ask more a question. Is a Rechabite an Israelite?
National 100%.
You say a Rechabite is an Israelite, right? That's
a national Israelite, 100%.
National Israelite. All right. I disagree with that, but I'll say this. If you notice anyone in the audience, would you claim to be a Rechabite to claim you're part of the 12 tribe? Because Rechabites are not Israelites technically. They're not. If you want to be technical about it, they're not Israelites. But who would claim? This was my question to him when I asked him the previous question. I had a question about Billy Simon. I'm not sure of your recollection of his history. He claimed to descend from Rechabites, which is mentioned in the book of Jeremiah. It seems folks claiming to be Rechabites stems from the Arabs, which you talk about him being in a Barbary state. Is it possible that Billy Simon's history was influenced by Arabs? He was in North Africa. He was then purchased by Jewish merchants, which would connect him to his Jewish heritage. Just a thought. Would love your thoughts on this. That's what led to this response. He said, as you point out, Billy Simon's background is ultimately unknown. There had been a long belief in Madagascar by many that they are descended from Jews, but the DNA just doesn't bear that out. Now, let me say this also. As for the Rechabite account claimed by Simon as told to him by his father, the Rechabites were a group that were allied with the ancient Jews. They're not originally Israelites, but were a separate people as far as we can determine from the biblical account. Now, if you ask anybody right now in America, no one claims they are Rechabite. Not one person. He's the only person I know in history that is a black man that claims to be a Rechabite. So to try to say he's an example of somebody coming off the slave ships, practicing or whatever, it's kind of like troublesome because he's claiming to be a Rechabite, which is not even a true Israelite. He's claiming that because of one, his connection and his father's roots of North Africa. That's what I feel. Because in North Africa, they still claim to be Rechabites in North African countries that are Arabs. You still have people claiming to be Rechabites. It is a series of tales, part of which have actual historic backing and part of which are legend at best. Let's not leave it out. Let's talk about the whole, since you screenshot it and put it in your slide, let's talk about the whole thing more. Let's not play, I like this source better than that, so let me not reveal that. Now, there's no independent corroboration just with Abraham and sons and with Moses and Joshua and the Exodus, and barely with David, for whom we only have a handful of stuff about. Accepting the text as accurate is an act of faith until we get to Solomon. But for whom we do have firm documentation for his existence and some of what the Bible says he did, after that we're on firmer ground, but not always. Anyway, it turns out that many Muslims today still claim descent from Rechabites, or more specifically from the founder of the group Rechab. So that was my question in my research. I'm like, maybe the Rechabite thing is because of him living in North Africa. That Simon's father told him of this may, in fact, point to his Muslim roots, we know that about 20% of all Africans brought to the U.S. were Muslim. Given the Jewish roots of Islam intensified in North Africa, given the larger millennia-old Jewish community there, along with the dominant Arab population, and its ownership for a time by Jews, it is also possible that he came by the notion of Jewish descent from these two sources. It is also possible that if he were originally a Muslim, that Muslim slave traders in Madagascar who may have been involved in his sale drove him away from that religious tradition, much the way that some African Americans left Christianity for Judaism and Islam in the early 20th century. Bottom line is, we just don't know. And so we are left to speculate at best. Hope this helps. All the best, Ralph. As a matter of fact, he is the premier scholar on Billy Simons. If you Google Billy Simons, the article pops up with Billy Simons. So let me get out of this right here. And let me go to my slides on Billy Simons just to show that there's no, I'm going to be scholarly right now. We don't know. That's all I'm going to say. We technically don't know. We don't know. Let me bring up furthermore sources on him. Some blacks were owned by Jews, or were those, and this is in Tudor Parfit's book. If we look at Billy Simons, this is what my brother had brought up earlier. This was like from a newspaper. Another Jew from Africa was Billy Simons, a black slave, according to Simons, who was owned by the editor of the Charleston Daily Courier. He was born in Madagascar, lived in the Barbary States, and arrived in South Carolina quite young. He may, in fact, have arrived with relatives of Star Barrett who could have converted him You notice he said he may. We don't know. He, however, insisted that he belonged to a tribe of Israelites known as Rechabites, who are mentioned in Jeremiah 35. His Jewishness cannot be questioned because two of his Hazanim, or contents of his congregation in the 1850s, wrote about him and attested to his devotion. Dr. Julius Ekman reported in the Weekly Gleaner on his exemplary devotion on Yom Kippur, and Maurice Mayer described Simon in 1859 German magazine as the most observant of those who go to the synagogue. As a slave, Simmons earned his keep by delivering newspapers. His ragged clothes and top hat made him one of the best known figures in the city. So nobody's doubting him following Judaism, of what we know of Judaism. He definitely followed some sort of Judaism from like a rabbinical perspective. I have no doubt about that. And that leads to the argument that he may have learned this from a slave master, but we don't know. So I wouldn't offer this as a source for or against. I've grown into saying we don't know about this guy. But it's interesting that he's the only Jew in the South that's considered black. The only Jew in the South, the black Jew of Charleston. But and this is another source from the Soul of Judaism, written by the brother that I interviewed, Bruce D. Haynes, where he talks about where he was from and that he settled in Africa and then was purchased and brought to America by a Jewish owner. So him being bought by a Jewish owner may have helped him in understanding Jewish. Actually, Trace Simons, his roots, and to the owners to the owners who were following Judaism, and it's actually spelled Simons, S-I-M-O-N-S. All right, some people write Simons with a D, but it's actually incorrect. I actually have some deep sources on this, but I don't want to get too deep into this. I just want to show what books are saying. Were there any black Jews in the antebellum South? At least one is known, Billy Simons or Uncle Billy. So I don't know what to say about this, but it's nothing we don't know. That's all I'm saying. And he followed rabbinical Judaism, which is something that the Sephardic Jews, and which is something that standard Jewish people would follow. So obviously, if he followed rabbinical Judaism to the teeth, that's telling you what his roots is. His roots is a part of the what you call the small hat people tradition. All right. I'm done with Billy. Let me just cross that off, Billy Simons. All right. So I'm gonna put a question sign beside that. We don't know. We definitely don't know, but we know that them small hat people that y'all talk about is where he got his roots from, as far as knowing about Judaism. All right. Let me get to something that he brought up later in his conversation about and let me go down to here. Go down to the end of all my slides and come up right here. He brought up the hold on, before I get to that, let me bring up this right here. Of course, he knows about my source, so he went to the source and he read the source. Smart guy. He watches Garfield and learned. You know, so he's a smart guy. One thing we got to say about this article that the brother left out that's very important. The importantness of this is that the sources available do not permit of the determination of whether in his stories of Jewish Negroes in the Western Sudan, Idrisi relied on traditions he had received or whether they were products of his imagination. Al-Baka, who preceded Idrisi by 100 years, indeed mentions the same areas that Idrisi mentioned, Malal and Dar, but he knows nothing of their Jewish inhabitants. That's pretty strange. Ibn Khaldun, 250 years after Idrisi, omits the whole story of the Jews. Although, as we will be seen below, he has a great deal to say about Judaized Berbers. Some scholars regard the story of the Jews of the country of Lamlam as the product of a fertile Arab imagination. Well, I wonder why my brother left that out. But the sources of Kamnuraya and Nigeria, which according to Idrisi's topography are in present-day Mauritania, between Wadi and Dara in the north and Senegal in the south, is Ptolemy. It seems that Idrisi is referring to a Negro population akin to the people of ancient Ghana, which had been vanquished by the Berbers. No importance should be attached to the tradition of the Judaization. And let me just scroll down. I won't bore you with the whole article, but let's look at what the finally, let it be noted that all of the known movements of conversion to Judaism and instances of Judaizing, those connected with the Berbers and Sudanese in Africa, are the least authenticated. Whatever has been written on them is extremely questionable. The same article that he used, by the way, same exact article. So I would throw that out. I don't have nothing to do with Idrisi and his quote and Ibn, whatever he said. I don't trust it, but I will say I'll go by the same source that he used, but he left it out. I wonder why he left those out. All right, let's go to the Jakani, the history of an Islamic clerical people, the Bani Israel that he talked about. The Bani Israel people, ladies and gentlemen, it's basically, and I say this with all due respect, that basically when we look at the Bani Israel people, these people, it's very, we got to be careful when we talk about the Wolof and the Senegal and all that stuff. But we got to be careful. What Moore said is very important, and we need to research it properly. I do agree with him. The Bani Israel community in Senegal, the village doesn't derive from Hebraic migrants.
Real quick, not to cut you. I've never heard you say that before. What particularly do you agree with? Just so we're clear.
As far as what?
You just said you agree with me. You said what I said was important. You agree with me. I'm just trying to understand for clarity's sake. What is it that you just agreed with?
I'm gonna say that right now. I got you.
Okay, you got it. All
right. Orthodox Moor mentions the Bani Israel community in Senegal. The village doesn't derive from Hebraic migrants. A Jahanki Muslim cleric under community Itaran teachers who founded Islamic communes in the Middle Ages and had a profound influence on the development of Islam in West Africa, had a dream where he saw the biblical patriarchs. So now in this book that he put up, the gentleman basically, what's his name? Hold on one second. The gentleman that wrote the book, Lamin Sane, mentions how this took place. He has a method of inducing and interpreting dreams. So basically what we need to understand also about that community, they were a largely scholastic community, less involved with Sufism, though they had links to it. They eschewed politics and avoided conflict with a few exceptions. Hence, the pacifistic Islamic tradition developed in Senegambia and beyond. They were also a society dependent on slavery. Their communes were fed by agricultural endeavors and trade to a lesser extent, and large numbers of slaves were needed to perform the necessary labor. Students were also indentured as part of a payment for religious education. The Silla clan of the Jakanki traced their origin to the founding of Bani Israel in the 13th century. Now, this thing is just created based on a dream. This guy said he dreamed about the patriots and then say, oh, we must be Israel, and that's how we trade. They can't trace nothing. There's nothing sound about it, but just the fact that, according to tradition, Fodi Al-Hassan undertook specialized dream-inducing prayers called Al-Istikhara, literally asking favor or seeking choice from God. and had a dream in which he was surrounded by Old Testament figures like Jacob and his community. In this company was also the Prophet Muhammad. I don't know why that was left out, because that's important. If he's dreaming about Jacob and the patriots, why are we leaving out the part when he talk about the Prophet Muhammad? Fode Al-Hassan asked what name he should adopt for his town. He intended to establish, and at this, the Prophet Muhammad appealed to his dream companions. Jacob stepped out and announced, "Oh, my children," and withdrew. The Prophet rejoined him by telling Fode Al-Hassan and his companions that they had now heard the name of their center from what Jacob had said. This was extended by Fode Al-Hassan to Bani Israeli, the children of Israel. This was how the Bani Israel of Bundi received its name. So if you want to go by that tradition, it's just like the people in Ghana, the Sefwe. The Sefwe guy said he had a dream that he was an Israelite. So I'm going to do like the brother William Crowdy or Cherry and say, "Hey, I had a dream I was an Israelite." So Garfield going to wake up tomorrow morning and come on Berean and say, "I had a dream I was an Israelite and I'm really an Israelite." I'm tired of these dreams. This is what people do to dominate people, to control people like they have special powers. And I don't think none of y'all should fall for it. As a Jamaican, I'll refer as an example, Bedouin. Bedouin claimed he was a prophet from God and that he could fly. Right now, you go to Augustown, Jamaica, you have people who are saying that Bedouin really could fly. But the truth is, he tried to fly off a building with other believers, and he actually fell and broke his legs and ended up in an insane asylum. But if you go to Augustown today in 2023, they'll tell you that he had the ability to fly because he was preaching, he was a man of God, and he had powers and dreams and everything. So I wouldn't use that as a direct connection to say that these people are Israel. They convert to the religion based off the dream. That doesn't mean that they're Israel. All right. Now, let me show, hold on, let me see if there's anything else I want to show on this slide before I start showing some stuff. Oh man, this is just nuts at this point. But let's look at, let me see. All right, so let me stop sharing for a second here. All right. So we asked the brother, we asked the brother to provide proof and evidence that anyone came off the slave ship. He said there was an Arab in the 1800s, way after the slave trade ended, by the way. And by the way, he wouldn't count technically because the 1808 is when the slave trade ended. But if you want to use him, what proof do you have that he spoke Hebrew? You have somebody testifying about him way after the fact, but that's evidence of it. But let's say he did speak Hebrew. There's nothing wrong. We have plenty of people. We have Samuel Wolkowski, who is in the 1800s, who spoke Hebrew and all that stuff. Don't mean that he came off the slave ship with Hebrew. And even if he knows Hebrew, we know Hebrew culture. We know. Hold on, let me share this part because this is very easy to deal with. What he forgot is that Garfield got sources for days. So I said, let me just bring this up. This is from Peter Mark and the other guy. And let's look at this for a second. How would somebody from Senegal know Hebrew? Okay. The present authors have worked extensively on the history of the Luso-Africans where? In Senegambia. That's Senegal and Gambia merged together is called Senegambia, for those who don't know. But what we do know is that new Christians, a number of whom were practicing Jews, evidence of the Jewish presence in West Africa remains scanty. However, and we initially argued that if some Christian Portuguese were in fact practicing Jews, they were Jews primarily in the privacy of their own families. Recent historiography has clarified the role of the Christanovos in the Atlantic slave trade during the 16th and 17th centuries, and specifically for Cape Verde. So we do have a mixture of the new Christians while inputting Jewish religious practices. Until recently, however, little was known about the implantation of Sephardic practices on the Guinea coast aside from fragmentary materials. It goes on to show that the Jews, the practicing Jews took on African systems, and the Africans took on Jewish systems. So we do have people being converted to Judaism in Senegal and Senegambia. That is well documented in this what you call it. So, however, neither the precise details of these presumed commercial alliances nor the details of their religious interaction as Jews with local Africans figured in these Portuguese sources. The clarification of this latter issue is crucial to the history of Luso-African identities in Guinea, which has been a focus of our previous publications. For although Luso-African identity has generally been closely associated with the Christian religion, it's important not to overlook the role that Jewish identity may have played in the creation of Luso-African Portuguese. But anyway, not to bore you guys with the reading of this and continuing and so forth, it does go on to point out that African systems did, as converted people, did develop some Jewishness within the Africans. I don't deny that. I don't deny that. But the issue is, if somebody is of Arabic culture and they're reading stories, or they have Old Testament stories, it wouldn't be far off. All right, now let me get to this. By the way, the brother does agree, for those who are Black Hebrew Israelites. Let me start off. He does say it was made in America. So if you're a Black Hebrew Israelite, or a Hebrew Israelite, or an Israelite who follow the One West teachings and claim you're special and have a lineal descent, he does agree with me. At that point, the debate was actually, our discussion should have been over. Now, he said the gentleman that came off the slave ship spoke Hebrew. We don't have actual proof. We do have hearsay about it, and that's a very interesting source. And we're going to get into the linguistic analysis moving forward. The Gospel of John in Arabic, I don't know how is that. Is he proving that the gospel wasn't known in America, or I know the Old Testament was in West Africa, but I don't know what Gospel of John in Arabic, I don't know what's that proving. All right. The Torah in West Africa already talked to Yeshua about that years ago. That's not a big deal. He's talk about Ghana and Christian in the 11th century is very interesting, because the people in Ghana were practicing their old traditions before any other religion was there in the 11th century. We do have documentation of that. And by the way, I'm responding to him on a fly, so I don't necessarily have slides, because this is like, I don't know what he's presenting. It's like a gotcha type scholarship. I'm just trying to hear the brother out and see the proof of Africans coming over off the slave ships practicing the religion. He showed the Gullah Geechee. The Gullah Geechee has a lot of traditions, Arabic mixture with all type of traditions. It doesn't mean that they are practicing Hebraic culture. It just means that they are practicing a tradition that they are familiar with. All right. All right. So let me get to some of the stuff that I want to bring out, and so we could make this a little bit more interesting. All right. First thing I'm going to bring about is this: the Trans-Saharan caravan trade. This is from the encyclopedia. So we know for a fact that the routes, there were 7 primary north-south routes, 6 principal forest routes, and 2 west to east routes during the 500 to 1590 period. Routes rose and declined in importance depending on the empire in power and the amount of security it could maintain for traders and trade routes. Jews did take part in these trade routes. As you can see, all the areas he mentioned a lot of these areas, all right, but including the Gadames, the Hausa cities, Kano, Fez, Cyrenaica, all these areas were primarily funded by Jewish traders or merchants. Sijamasia. So they're right there where Ghana Kingdom is, Ouagadougou. It's right where Northwest Africa is, near where the Algerian Jews are, where Morocco is. So they could trade easily. I don't.
Well, hold on. Are you sharing Serene? Because if you are, it's not sharing. Dunamis, you got him? There you go.
All right, thank you for that. All right, so this is from the encyclopedia.com, the Trans-Saharan caravan trade. You look at the routes right here, 1500 to 1590. So they've been trading a lot from those areas for the longest. So the routes are known, it's not a secret. And most of the stuff that he mentioned, these are interactions with these people. All right. Now, let me get out of this and let me take this off the screen. And I'm going to share another source. I'm going to share a source that let me see. Okay, all right. Let me deal with this source. I'm going to show 4 sources that I brought up on the fly that I'm familiar with. Dudamus, if you could share, That's just types of mankind. Where is it at? Right here. Types of mankind. Can you share that for me, please, my brother? All right. This gentleman here is the premier expert on Jews in Africa back in the days, right? So Mr. Lisa professes not to have paid any special attention to the physical history of the Jews, but nevertheless, his remarks corroborate very strongly two important points. First, that the Jews merely undergo those temporary changes from climate which are admitted by all ethnographers, and second, that they have occasionally mingled in blood with Gentile races. Amalgamations that account for any visible diversity of type amongst them, and that we have sought for information among the best informed of the Hebrew community in the United States may be inferred from the subjoined letter of an authority universally known and by all respected. His testimony confirms Mr. Leeser's no less than that of every Hebrew we have been able to consult. The black Jews of Malabar are not descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but are of Hindu origin. Again, the black Jews of Malabar. At Cochin, there are two distinctive communities of Jews. One white was originally settled at Cranganore, but when the Portuguese became too powerful in that coast, removed to Cochin. These Jews have been residents in India considerably above 1,000 years, but still retain their Jewish cast of features, and though of dark complexion, are not black. They never intermarry with the second community, also Jews but black of Hindu origin, and according to tradition, originally bondmen but converted and manumitted some 300 years ago. Though of the same religion, the two races are keep distinct. Now look, this is very important. Now this is about the interior of Africa. In the interior of Africa, many Negroes are found who profess to be Jews, practice circumcision, and keep the Sabbath. These are held to be the descendants of slaves who were converted by their Jewish masters and then manumitted. All the Jews in the interior of Africa who are of really Jewish descent, as for instance in Timbuktu, the desert of the Sahara, etc., though of dark complexion, are not black and retain the characteristic of features of their race. So they do likewise in China. Let me repeat that, because that kills every single thing he said about the Jews in Africa, whether they was in Islam or in Christianity or Judaism. In the interior of Africa, many Negroes are found who profess to be Jews, practice circumcision, and keep the Sabbath. They are held to be the descendants of slaves who were converted by their Jewish masters and then manumitted. All the Jews in the interior of Africa who are of really Jewish descent, as for instance in Timbuktu, the desert of Sahara, though of dark complexion, are not black and retain the characteristic caste. So that deals with the black Jews of we think it is now shown satisfactory that the black Jews of India are not Jews by race, and more than the Negro converts to Judaism known to exist at Timbuktu are the many Moorish adherents to the Hebrew faith scattered through the states of Barbary. Again, there are authors living who insist that, I don't even need to go there, but if you want to go further, the Jews of Abyssinia, or Falashas as they are called, may be noticed. They do not represent the Jewish physiognomy, but are doubtless composed of mixed bloods, Arabian with African, and converts. All right, so I want to deal with those Ethiopian Falashas too, who I don't think are genuine people from Israel. All right, I would move on to another source. So let me get that out of here. Let me see which source I'm going to use. All right, let's go right here. I'm going to make this bigger so that people could see this. This is by Peter Henlin in the 1600s or 1500s. And let's get this source right here. Let's get this right here. They have tried all religions, but agree in none. They're talking about the Africans. Idolaters at first, others the descendants of Gam. Afterwards are Ham. Afterwards, it is said that they received the rights and religion of the Jews, in which they continued very long. But that being worn out at the last, Christianity prevailed in some kingdoms of it. In the year 973, Mohammedanism began to get ground amongst them. By the diligence and zeal of some of the preachers of that law, the first who were seduced that way being those of after which Timbuktu and then Galata were infected with the same poison also. In the end, all the rest of this country followed their example except the kingdom of Borneo, some part of Nubia and the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, which continue in their ancient gentilism. Christianity being confined to a corner of Nubia and some few garrisons belonging to the crown of Portugal, and as they are of different religions, so are they also of several languages. Those of Galatans, Guinea, Timbuktu, Malay, speaking a language called Songhai, and so forth. Mountains of most note in the former times were those of such and such and such. All right. So I'm going to leave this alone. I'm going to go on to another, again, pointing out that these people were converted for whatever reason, whether it gets them out of slavery or whatever. All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure I got this right. Hold on 1 second here. All right. So here we go again with another source. All right. Here we go. Dunamis, if you could share that for me, please, sir. Share again, brother. You pull it down by accident. Dunamis, share. All right, there you go. All right, so here we go with another source. The Jews too of Abyssinia and of Timbuktu are only converts and not Jews by descent. Such is the testimony of Beek and of Raphael. Beek and Orient is of high standing in his essay read about the Syro-Egyptian Society of London. There is no reason for imagining that these Israelites of Abyssinia who are known in that country by the name of Falashas are as a people the lineal descendants of any tribes of Israel. Bruce, who has been quoted on this subject as saying that they are really Jews, is by no means positive but expresses many doubts on the subject. Let me see if there's something else that I was supposed to read on this page. All right, so I'm out of here with that. Again, these are all opinions by experts. I'm doing the same thing that he's doing, nothing special. All right, so let me get to what I really wanted to present today. All right. Let me get to what I wanted to present. This here, let me get Peter Mark's book out the way. All right, so let me get Made in America. All right, so the Israelite groups that we have here in the Americas, whether Moor is a part of it or not, they don't share the same as the Israelite groups that we see all over the world. So what we have is a fringe group here, are fringe folks who are trying to attach themselves to an history. The Old Testament and New Testament and a belief in Jesus Christ is not found in, I don't find it in any of these Hebrew claimants worldwide prior to these Americans. So that's why I say it's made in America. African Jews, I don't know if the brother showed some Arabs, but I'm talking about the Africans who were claiming to be Jews even today have no history of believing in the New Testament as Hebraic claimants. So although it's there, we'll find the New Testament. Black Jews in Israel who claim they have always been there do not believe in the New Testament. Black Jews, I'm talking about the Mizrahi Jews who are dark-skinned, who you would consider black. They don't believe in the New Testament, and they've claimed they've been there the whole time in the land. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up this right here. We're going to take a quick commercial break and look at this website called Kulanu and look at the African groups in these communities who are following the tradition. My brother, can you share that for me, please, sir? There you go. All right. So these are the communities, and I'm going to press on each one, and I'm going to read it. Let me make this bigger so that everybody at home could see where Garfield is going. So these are the communities all over the world. If you notice, they got some in Suriname. They probably have in Jamaica. I don't know. But you don't see nobody in the African American. They're not rushing to try to say African Americans because they don't believe nothing that y'all saying. There's no jury that's rooting for y'all. No Tudor Parfit, no Edith Bruder, because your claim can't be proven. But other groups, look at the groups in Cameroon, the Hamites y'all talking about. Let's take a look at the Cameroon group. The Cameroon group is here. Look at the Cameroon group. A relatively new community. Look at this. These Africans, new community founded in 1998. 1998, isolated from mainstream Jewry. The community had its first visitors, such and such, 2010. So these people are learning some sort of rabbinical Judaism. Again.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm sick. Wait a minute. So you trying to say these are Hamites, these are regular black folk,
Yes, sir.
or whatever you want to call it, that's just converting to this religion and trying to act like they original.
Yes, sir.
So what make these American blacks think that they original then? I hope y'all hear what he's saying.
All right, watch the examples now. Let's go to Cote d'Ivoire.
What's going good, 93? I'm going to bring you on. Don't say nothing because they're going to say I'm bringing somebody on to cheat. You just a visiting guest watching in. I want more to give them this work.
Look at the Cote d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast, practicing Orthodox Judaism since 2000. 2000, family. This is new. So when y'all argue, oh, the Africans are saying that they're the Jews, what? What are you talking about? So these people don't
believe in Jesus?
No, they don't.
Oh, man, I'm done.
So now let's go to Gabon. Let's look at Gabon right now. All Gabon got a community. Look at the picture. See them folks, them small hat folks? See them right there with them? The Gabon community is a young group near the Cameroon border. Now they're running around. In 2014, the rabbi visited them. Now they're trying to get to be notarized. They're trying to get into this. All right? This is another one. That's 3 so far in Africa. Let's go to Ghana. Ghana, here we go again. The Sefwi people, the guy, as I told earlier, he said he had a dream. They visited him around 2001. And then we have sent more than 50,000 sale proceeds to them. And these people are now saying that they are Israelites. And it started from 1976. The guy said he had a dream just like Crowdy and Cherry. If you notice, these Kulano people who is trying to help them convert to Orthodox Judaism, they ain't come to New York yet. They ain't come to America yet. Why? They don't respect y'all. They don't think y'all are anything. So let's go to Kenya. Kenya, look at Kenya. Look at the lovely kid. And if you notice, there's certain Africans that can't grow beards. This is within their lineage. It's true. Some Africans can't grow beards, but they claim in their Israel. 2007, they got 2,000 groups started to break away from the Christian church in favor of pursuing Jewish faith. Let me go back. Let me go back one more time now. So we have, let's see who we have here. Let's come down to Suriname in the Caribbean. Look at them Jews and the small hat people in the Suriname. They are converting people, although they've been there from the 1600s, 1700s. They have a very strong community. So I'll get off of this. I think I made my point with that. But let me show another website. And I want to encourage everybody here that when you claim something, and I'm showing this to show that those people, hold on there. Let me hold on there with the evidence. What should I show? Should I show linguistic? You know what? I'm not even going to show this website. I'm gonna leave. This is overkill right now with the African stuff. I'm gonna leave my African brothers alone.
Rick said that they waking up. How they waking up to without Jesus? How they coming out to church, waking up and leaving Jesus?
Thank you. A lost tribe. And by the way, too, and let's figure this out for a second. How did these lost tribes learn about these religions? How did these converts learn about the Old Testament? If you remember this for family, in 70 AD, the exiles at that time would not know a New Testament or prophecy, example, Luke 21:24, because Luke, Matthew, or John wasn't written yet. There was no New Testament canonized. So these Jews fleeing into Africa and hiding would not know the New Testament. I'm going to say it again. They would not know the New Testament existed at all unless somebody brought it to them, which is Christianity. Now watch this now. Before the Assyrian exile, there was no physical organized canon was in place. So traditions, rules, laws would not be known to remember by the so-called lost tribes. And let's deal with that right now. I'm gonna deal with this. Let me go to my source and let me just kill this whole argument about transferring information. They learn all of what Moore showed is all about conversion and people bringing Judaism too. He's actually proving my case better than me. I love his slides. His slides was excellent in making my point. I love Orthodox Moor. If you're beside me, I'd give you a Muslim kiss right now on the cheek. I love Orthodox Moor. Brilliant, brother. Thank you. And I'm gonna steal all them stars when I go home tonight. When I'm gonna steal all the. Oh my God, he proved my case. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna show this video on my channel tomorrow. How to beat up the black Hebrew Israelite by Orthodox Moor. I'm gonna show that tomorrow. Because he came on and he said, yeah, it's made in America. Yes! So I already won the debate, but this is just overkill now. Because this is the problem. The problem is he wants to prove that they brought Judaism over here, Hebraic culture, just because some Arabic guy spoke Hebrew or some person, whatever, right? But watch this now, watch this. Here's a book that just came out, November 2022, by Jonathan Adler. Is Judaism a younger religion than previously thought? So my Israelite brother going like, oh, we don't follow Judaism. Okay, I'll give you that. But let's take a look at what this scholar pointed out. The origins of Judaism, archaeological, historical reprisal. I have it on my computer if y'all want to see the book, so y'all know I ain't front. Adler lays out the case in Origins of Judaism, a new book published Tuesday by Yale University. He argues that standard Jewish practices from ritual bathing to avoiding representational images of humans and animals didn't come into widespread use until around 100 BCE. Oh my. The date is some 900 years after the Israelites settled in Jerusalem, which became the center of Judaism. So what is this guy talking about? Adler examined artifacts for years, a lot of them. So then he started saying, oh, let's look at the things that the Jews practice that we learn today. And based off his comprehensive analysis of previously discovered vessels, the archaeologists note that the use of chalk pitchers, bowls, and cups for storing food and drink began about the same time. Unlike ceramic pottery, chalk was thought to be impermeable to spiritual impurities, and it became highly favored by many Judean households in the 1st century BC. The porous and dusty material is more difficult to manufacture than ceramics. Now, look at this now. You know there's a strict taboo about graven images with Israelites. Expressed in the Bible's second commandment also appears to be a late development. Coins made in Judea during the 4th century BC, when the province was part of the Persian Empire, and then after Alexander the Great conquered the region around 331 BC, often include both the names of Judean officials and images of what? Eagles, bearded men, winged lions, and even foreign deities, suggesting they were widely used by Judeans despite the biblical prohibition. So, ladies and gentlemen, they wasn't following no commandments because it wasn't circulated under one banner yet of Judaism. Some people may have done it, but the people in the era was widely doing whatever they wanted. They had Judean figurines. I call it the voodoo doll, the Judean voodoo doll. Pillar figurines. And now, let me also show, they had, the Egyptomaniacs gonna love this. The Israeli archaeologists uncovered a host of artifacts featuring likenesses, including an image of Greek goddess Athena, a jug carved with the face of Egyptian god Bes. The latter was made from local clay by non-Judeans. The find suggests that at least some Jerusalem residents did not abide by the graven images taboo. Let's get to something more important. The Jewish holy days. Biblical law also forbids preparing food, writing, and drawing water, among other activities on what is known as the Sabbath. We do not know how pervasive Sabbath observance was during early biblical times, and when exactly the observance of the Sabbath took hold among the ancient Israelites. No evidence predating the 2nd century BC, which suggests that ordinary people regarded any kind of activities as prohibited on that day. This is the Sabbath. So the Sabbath that is holy, there's no evidence that it was prohibited or you couldn't do certain things before the 2nd century BC. And a perfect example is Elephantine. And the first reference to Sabbath worship was by a Greek source in the 7th century BC. And you could work and do whatever you want on that day. And in the Elephantine Papyrus is another source that showed the Sabbath and that they were able to do whatever they wanted on that day. All right. So I'm going to leave. Should I leave this alone? Okay. The same holds true for the most important Jewish holiday, Passover. Adler said there is little sign in non-biblical Judean and foreign texts that this event was celebrated widely, if at all. among common people prior to the 2nd century BC that clearly had changed dramatically by the time of Jesus, when Passover was described in the Christian Gospels and other contemporary texts, as well as established holiday that drew thousands of pilgrims to Jerusalem. So you see in the Christian Gospels, like Acts 2, they are all coming back. You see in James 1, it says that he wrote a letter to the lost tribes of Israel. To the tribes of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, not lost tribes, because lost is made up under rabbinical stuff. There's no lost tribes of Israel. It's made up. Now, at the end of the day, family, another major holiday is the Sabbath of Sabbaths, a sacred day of fasting and prayer that came to be known as the Day of Atonement or Yom Kippur. According to the Christian Gospels, the commemoration appears to have been universal among Judeans by the time of Jesus. But the archaeologists found no earlier text mentioning the widespread commemoration of this holiday. The same proved true for the Feast of Tabernacles or Sukkot, which harks back to the sheltering of the Israelites in the desert after their escape from Egypt. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you say the tribes left you in the Assyrian exile and ended up in Arzareth, and Arzareth is America or wherever they went, ladies and gentlemen, the people in West Africa, if they left during the time of the Assyrian exile, as some believe, not the one Westers think that they left during 70 AD. But if you're saying that they left prior to the 2nd century or 3rd century BC, what would they be teaching or know? They wouldn't have known none of these laws that y'all talking about, because it wasn't organized enough as a culture yet for it to prolong and go all the way back to 2,000, 2,500 years. All right. Then we look at the dietary habits. This is where a lot of the pigs and the catfish bones. So my African-American family that eat catfish, you may have an argument that you are an Israelite based off of catfish, because they found tons, thousands of catfish bones and pig bones during the Iron Age when Israel was at its highest peak. Don't play with me with this information. I'm going to get out of this right now before I hurt nobody else's feelings. But let me get back to some comments I got to make now. All right. So what about the Persian Jews, the Assyrian Jews, and the Babylonian Jews, right? What about those Jews? And we need to have an honest conversation. I'm going to get into DNA shortly and linguistics. I want to show you guys, let me show y'all guys this right here. Let me get this on the screen real quickly. All right, here we go. I'm about to get this on the screen. This is something that I've never shown. I've never shown this. I'm going to tell y'all right now. We want to play games. This is going to be done today. Party done today. It's done.
I hate this dude.
Now look at this, family. And more, you could use this because you seem to be taking a lot of my sources and putting in your slides. And I admire that about you. You're a real dude for that. Thank you. Even my emails ain't safe no more, Barry. My emails ain't even safe. Dudes copying and pasting my emails. Damn. I'm sorry. Now look at this, family. This is from the archives of the Babylonians. I don't know if y'all know this. 2003, they went in and they found some artifacts of jewelry recovery. And March 6, 2003, they found over 27,000 documents to let us know what was going on with the Jewish community. They have textbook fragments. They have trunks of stuff. They have over 26 trunks. National Archive, that's in DC right now. They started identifying each document. So over 2,700 Jewish books and tens of thousands of documents were discovered. The recovered books and documents dating from the mid-16th century, which is the 1500s to the 1970s, became known after their discovery as the Iraqi Jewish Archive. The archives of Jews who we don't think we are attached to. Okay, I'm going to tell you why in a second. Watch this. This is Iraqi Jewish lifestyle from the 800s. They're going to show different primary sources, prayer books, Hanukkah book, Haggadah, which is in the biblical text, Hebrew calendars. So the Jews here are celebrating Hanukkah, and they have their own calendar system that they set up from the 10th century of the Common Era. This is a copy of it right here, Hebrew calendars. All right, personal and community life. Records show that 50,000 Jews lived in Baghdad in 1910, at a population of 200,000 by 1949, and estimated 130,000 Jews lived in Iraq, primarily in Baghdad, and most of them actually, hold on a second here. Let me see if I could have this here. Schools, hospitals, all type of stuff, right? I'm gonna go through this real fast so that more could have the chance to copy and slide them in his slides the next time me and him talk. But We're going to look at this carefully. Now, ask yourself this question. Garfield, why are you showing these people? Why is it you're showing these people? Because guess what? These people have been there for over 2,500 years. And I'll say it again, 2,500 years. Remember when Nebuchadnezzar dispatched them? Hold on a second. Let me show you one part right here. Preserving the past. This is the last one of my slides I'm going to show. All right. So now they have documents. Why do see more documents? Okay. All right. So let me get out of this and I'm going to go to my slides. Let me bring up this real fastly before we go any further. We got to deal with this. I deal with this yesterday on Bereen, but he ain't going to be able to stop me now because now he's going to look biased. The reason why I'm going to concentrate on 3 sets of Jews right now. Why am I concentrating on them? And I'm going to tell you why. Because these Jews were taken there by the Assyrians. So when the Assyrians took them, there's something special about these people, all right, that you got to understand. Hold on. Why is it I can't find this slide? All right, here we go. I showed these slides on Bereen so many times. Y'all must be tired of this slide right now. The reason why I'm bringing this up, right? The reason why I'm bringing this up, the Iraqi last Jews, because it says here, over its 2,500 years of existence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. The Iraqi Jewish community formed a homogeneous group and was able to maintain communal identity, culture, and tradition through over the centuries. All despite multiple conquests. Look at what they're able to do. Don't y'all call yourselves the set apart? But look at this, what's important. They were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren. They were distinguished from them, the Iraqi indigenous people, by their old Arabic dialect called Judeo-Arabic, which is replete with biblical Hebrew. Now watch this. They were set apart by their dress, their observation of Shabbat, holy days, and kashrut, their unique cuisine, and among many other things, a deep yearning for their spiritual Jerusalem and Zion. They purchased land and established yeshivot, religious houses of study in Jerusalem and Hebron. Their social and religious life was based upon Talmudic and biblical rites, and they led an independent communal life headed by the chief rabbi, who oversaw the community's educational system, religious code, and tax imposed upon kosher meat. All right. So now, in Garfield's book now, Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelite, Volume 1, I write about the Al Yahuda, which is Judah town. Tablets reveal life of the exiles in Babylon. It teaches us that we weren't slaves like we were slaves to the Pharaoh. It teaches us that we were simply free people in Babylon, living not only in Al Yahuda, but also in a dozen other cities where Jews either lived or did their business. The Al Yahuda tablets dated to the 6th and 5th centuries BC are a collection of about 200 clay tablets on the exiled Judeans living in Babylon. The tablets are named after the central settlement mentioned in the documents Al Yahuda, Judah town. All right. These are the names of the towns that they found in the Al Yahuda tablets. The book is on Amazon. It's like $600. Anybody want it, I'll mail it to y'all. It's not a big deal. I don't even need the book anymore. The Al Yahuda tablets is over 200 tablets. Activities of those who remain in Babylon till the land and build houses by virtue. They were explicitly protected from being turned into chattel slaves. The term Susano designate proprietors of bowl lands who held grants of income producing property. That means that Nebuchadnezzar gave them income producing land. So now the earliest date was 572 of these documents, and the latest is 477. All right. The only records we have in there of anybody trying to return back to Judah is the 2 folks we're talking about, Siddur and Yaeli. These people stayed in the land, they did not return. All right. Judeans seem to be comfortable and even in some cases own slaves themselves. All right. 5 million Jews lived outside Palestine, about 4/5 of them with the Roman Empire and so forth. Now let me go to this book, Vines Intertwined. Again, any book that I show, if you want a copy of it, PDF, email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. Let me hurry up and wrap up. I'm not long-winded. The Jews of Babylon. What about the Jews of Babylon, Garfield? This continues the Al Yahuda tablets. And by the way, the Al Yahuda tablets is written by Judeans. So they're the ones that's writing about themselves and documenting it. So the records that they found in when they went into Iraq the second time, that's when they found the Al Yahuda tablets, by the way, when they went in and tried to beat up Saddam Hussein in 2003. So that's when they actually found the Al Yahuda tablets and all these documents. But the Morasha archive, they've been have this from like the 1800s or the 1900s. This is over 800 cuneiform tablets of fragments that preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm. So hold on a second. You telling me in the 5th century BC, Jews was running stuff like they were a banking firm? Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar like your culture? Not to sound like a conspiracy theorist with the Rothschilds and all that stuff, but it didn't Plummer beat me up one day? The late great Plummer, rest in peace, the Plummer, to Garfield, the Jews in Tau in Africa was known as the Rothschilds of their day. So it sounds familiar. These people are into banking. 90% of y'all in the chat probably ain't even got good credit.
And the Bible say you should lend and not borrow. They in the banking and y'all acting like it's wrong, but go ahead, I'm listening. Garfield, it's your last day, I'm sorry. This is the last day, I'm good.
The records date from hence the reigns of Artaxerxes and Darius II and deal with the members of the royal family, small landowners, and numerous lesser individuals. Among the lesser individuals are many personal names that appear to be of Jewish extraction, about 80 individuals. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the Al Yahuda tablets, they're documenting the Jews living in Babylon. All right? This is the Babylon right here, kingdom, never conquered Egypt. But what's important, family, is that these families in the Common Era, starting around 212 or 219 AD, started to build communities in Babylon. Nahardia was a school, Yeshiva, Pombedieta. You have Surah. You have something called the rabbinical eras, the Zugat period. So you have the Pharisees. The Pharisees are the ones that led to become what's called rabbinical Judaism. And of course, my BHI guys say that they're black like them. So they're the ones that started rabbinical Judaism. So if the quote-unquote small hat people is following rabbinical Judaism, you shouldn't be mad with them because they're coming from the Pharisees that you say is black like you. Now look at this now. If you look at this scripture right here, this one scripture I'm going to bring out. The Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give the rain unto thy land in his season, to bless all the work of thine hand, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Deuteronomy 28:12 under the blessings. Where have you seen Jews lending unto many nations? Garfield will show you. It's in the Morasha archives right here. Morasha archives. That ain't you. That ain't you. And to show and prove even more, let me just pull out this dagger right here that I pull out all the time. But it correlates with what Garfield is saying now with this gentleman talking about people in West Africa. And I'm going to show you something that's going to kill all of this argument right now. That's why I'm going to get banned from here forever. And I don't mind being banned as long as I'm getting banned on truth. Now, let me ask everybody who's listening a question. We know Garfield has brought up Benjamin Tudela before, right? And this is the book right here. Benjamin Tudela. He traveled all over the world over 13 years. He said Judah was exiled. And he said that Gozan and the Medes, the people were exiled to the areas that the Bible says. So if you look in the Bible, 2 Kings 17:6, it says in the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria, took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Hala, Habor, by the river of Gozan, and in the city of the Medes. Okay, what happened when he went to Medes? He said, "Oh man, we saw all these people on the river Gozan." Another reference, and they speak the language in which the Targum is written, which is Judeo-Aramaic. So they are carrying on their Jewish Hebraic language. And look at this. The account of the Assyrian settlement of Israel, he finds who belonged to the first captivity, with Shalmaneser led away. On the river of Gozan, he said the people are there. He said the Israelites spread throughout the cities, and there he heard a rumor from farther east that there are men of Israel in the land of Persia who said that in the mountain of Nisabor and so forth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, everywhere the Bible says the Assyrians took them, they are still there today in 2023. But what happened is a lot of them left in 1948 or after 1948. Operation Ezra, Operation Nehemiah, Operation whatever. He said, this is a guy 700 years ago, said he saw 100,000 people in Gozan, thousands in the Medes, over 40,000. See, right here. There are hundreds of thousands of Jews in the city of Teman, 50,000 Kabar alone. Learnmen and Great War. There are 30,000 Israelites here. So hold on, are these people lying? They are at the same places where the Assyrians took them. Why are they lying? All the places where the tribes were sent. What are you talking about? So now that we have this in play right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're in a predicament. And the predicament is, what are you going to pull now, Garfield? It's so hard that the people in Persia, right? Those people spoke what's called a Judeo-Persian language. The people in Babylon spoke a Judea-Arabic or a Judea-Aramaic language. The people in Assyrian, the Jews, speak a Judea-Aramaic language. When did you, Moor, or the Jews in the Americas lose their language if they are Jews of lineage? Why is it every Jewish culture in the world has kept their language except y'all? I was about to use the N-word, except y'all N-word. I can't say it on Berie's channel. Why is it every Jewish culture in the world has kept their language of Hebraic, except y'all? You don't have no Judea-African. You don't speak no Judea-African-American. You don't speak no Judea-Gula. You don't speak no Judea-Arawak. You don't speak no Judea-Jamaican.
Hold on a minute, Garfield, because I'm finna call you the N-word. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of this guy right here. Let's go to commercial break for a minute. Let's go to commercial break for a minute. And before I bring more back up, because I'm sick of Garfield. Matter of fact, before I bring more,
let me finish up. I got you. Let me finish up with this.
Garfield, this is your. I promise you. This today is your last. Where your screen at? I'll let you finish up. I want y'all to ask a question before I even bring it back to more. Taz is in here. I got 93 on as a guest. Can Taz come on as a guest if Taz isn't here? I'm sick of Garfield. Where your screen at? I'm finna call him the N-word. He told me you sure again you, but I'm finna call you something bad. Where Taz at? He in here? Where your screen, Garfield? Go ahead.
Right here. All right. Now this is the genetic studies on Jews, right? I'm gonna read this carefully, and I want y'all to pay attention to this, right? And I seen the Yap Gang talk about this for years. We used to argue on my channel, James Cassell. And I figured something out with the Yap Gang. You know what's wrong with the Yap Gang? Y'all believe in the Bible. So y'all bias from the jump. Once y'all believe in the biblical text, I can't trust y'all. I can't trust y'all on your research when it comes to this. Because it seems like, look at this right here. And all the Seminole studies carried out in 2010, 13 years ago, and there's more studies now. But look at this, family. They examined the origin of the Iranian, the Persian Jews, the Iraqi Jews, the Syrian, the Turkish, the Greek, the Sephardic, and the Ashkenazi Jewish communities. The study compared these Jewish groups with 1,043 unrelated individuals from 52 world populations to further examine the relationship between Jewish communities and European. Remember they said that the small had people as the Europeans, right?
Yeah.
Now, 2407 European subjects were assigned and divided into 10 groups based on geographic region or their origin. This study confirmed previous findings of shared Middle Eastern origin of the above Jewish groups. Look at all these Jewish groups right here, by the way. Y'all ain't gonna like it. Iranian, Persian, Babylonian, Syrian, Turkish, Greek, Sephardic, Ashkenazi groups. They're not gonna like the Turkish and the Greek too much, or the Ashkenazi. But watch this now. The study confirms, right, previous findings of shared Middle Eastern origin of the above Jewish group and found that the genetic connection between the Jewish populations became evident from the frequent identity by descent across these Jewish groups. 63% of all shared segments. Jewish populations shared more and longer segments with one another than with non-Jewish populations, highlighting the commonality of Jewish origin among peers of populations ordered by total sharing. Let me skip down a little bit right here. And I want y'all to see something right here. While the split between Middle Eastern and European Syrian Jews calculated by assimilation comparison of length distribution of IBD segments occurred 100 to 150 generations, which was described as compatible with a historical divide that is reported to have occurred more than 2,500 years ago. As the Jewish community in Iraq, Babylon, and Persia were formed by Jews in Babylonian and Persian empires during and after the Babylonian exile. So the numbers are adding up, right? Now watch this, family. The main difference between the Mizrahi, and look what Mizrahi is, for those who don't know, are a group of Jewish communities comprising of those who remain in the land and those existed in the diaspora throughout and around the Middle East. Mizrahi Jews. So the Jews in Egypt is Mizrahi. The Jews in the Arab Jews, they're Mizrahi. Watch this now. The main difference between those Jews that live in the land, who remained in the land, and the Ashkenazi Jews was the absence of what? Southern European components in the former. So they are pretty much are connected, but these people have European DNA in their autosomal. So the Ashkenazi Jews are similar, are in line with the Mizrahi Jews. The same people y'all call small hat people. According to these results, European Syrian Jewish populations, including the Ashkenazi Jewish community, were formed later as a result of the expulsion and migration of Jews from the land of Israel during Roman rule. Now let me scroll down a little bit. This is what me and James Cassell used to always argue about on my channel. He said, Garfield, the Jews have 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry. Okay, let's look at it. Who is the A side and the B side? The A side are the Jews right here. It says 3 to 5% of sub-Saharan Africa. You see, this is why I asked more. Are sub-Saharan Africans the ones that came on the slave trade? Because there's sub-Saharan African ancestry in the Jews that don't need to be there. They're wondering, how did this get in there? If the sub-Saharan Africans are the Jews, it wouldn't be 3 to 5%. You'd have had over 20%, 15%. You'd have had 30%. But you only have 3 to 5% to show that there's an admixture with an outside group. You, not us, sub-Saharan African. In all 8 of the diverse Jewish groups, again, y'all don't like the populations, the Ashkenazi, the Syrian, the Persian, the Iraqi, the Greek, the Turkish, even the Italian Jews is in there that they analyze. The timing of this African admixture among all Jewish populations was identical. Vereen, the 3 to 5% is in all 8 groups. The exact date was not determined, but it was estimated to have taken place. Look at this. 1,600 years ago or 3,400 years ago. Now, they're saying it happened between the 14th century. Where were the Jews at the time? They were supposed to, according to the story, they were in the Exodus with Egypt, sub-Saharan Africans. Or they were in Canaan, according to what academia says. Either way, Africans is intermixing with them. The Hamites. But watch what Garfield gonna say. I don't believe it happened in the 14th century BC. Listen to what Garfield says and what the ultimate goal is here. Although African admixture was determined among some South European and Near East populations too, this admixture was found to be younger compared to the Jewish groups. So they found it in Southern Europeans, because if the Africans are intermingling in Canaan and the Levant, how come you have Southern Europeans with it too? How do you account for this? This admixture was found to be younger compared to the Jewish population. These findings, the authors explained as evidence regarding common origin of these 8 main Jewish groups. It is intriguing that the Mizrahi, the Persian, and the Iraqi Jews, who are thought to descend at least in part from Jews who were exiled to Babylon from 2,600 years ago, share the signal of African admixture. A parsimonious explanation for these observations that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population, which was itself mixed with Africans, most likely ancient Egyptians, prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in 8th to 6th century BC, the author concludes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what was going on in the 8th century to 6th century BC? Bingo, you had the Nubians, and you had the Nubians being killed off by the Assyrians, but the Nubians were overseers for Israel. That's why they were protectorates. That's why when they found the 1,500 skulls in Lachish, those skulls are connected to who? Pre-dynastic ancient Egyptians, which the Nubians are also connected to them. So that's why now we could say it came in during that time, during the Sennacherib time period, the 25th dynasty. That's when I would say the Africans mixed with the Israelites, because that's the perfect time period. So now, ladies and gentlemen, how they got the 3 to 5% African DNA is that way, sub-Saharan DNA. Now, ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself this. They have now connected the Babylonian Jews that I just showed y'all, and the Persian Jews, and the Assyrian Jews, the Mizrahi Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, and all of them, and saying the reason why they're spreading out and different genetic markers is because they migrated and moved and started sleeping with women in different cultures, in the European culture, so they got lighter and lighter and lighter. It's not no Khazarian theory. So now we know, ladies and gentlemen, the markers from the Jewish cultures overall, what they have. This is why the Lemba now has been brought in. The Lemba is a whole other story. I think they're more Arabic than Jewish, in my opinion. But the problem is they're using what marker? That J marker to connect them. Because that's what these people have, the Iraqi and the Persian Jews. And again, they've been living homogeneous for over 2,600 years. They still speak a little bit of Hebrew all these years. 26. Where is the African with that Jewishness? Where is the language Judo-African? Where is it at? Where is the Igbo culture? Judo-Igbo. Where is it at? Where's the Judo-Akan language? Where's the Judo-Ghana cultural language? Because it's not them. The African descendants, African ancestors, they converted. Some of them may have converted to Judaism. But at the end of the day, coming off the slave ship, as the brother is trying to prove, he brought Billy Simons. I think Billy Simons is a question sign. The Arab guy that came after the slave trade was over, they said that he spoke Hebrew. Who knows where he got it from? We don't have his testimony. We don't know. But you're telling me out of all the 10 million people that came off a slave ship, all Moore could show is give us this story, spoke for 2 hours to give us a story about some people might and some people might not. And these people was here and they practiced this, and the Gullah practiced this because of this. Bro, at the end of the day, we know they were Jewish slave traders in the South. And we know Jewish slave traders, they influenced a lot of people with their religion. Some of them taught people how to read, and some of them did what they did. So we don't know how they got it over here. So you can't, the Gullah is nice. I love the Gullah culture. I love how they speak the Kumbaya stuff, and which has nothing to do with Yahweh, by the way. It means come by here. But I love all of that. But at the end of the day, we have identified 3 groups. The groups that were sent away by the Assyrians, we have found their descendants. And ladies and gentlemen, a lot of them went back after 1948, Operation Ezra and Nehemiah. We can't deny who those people are anymore. They were practicing Jews and they were speaking Hebrew the whole time. These Africans and these folks running through Arabic area and have a little Torah here, a New Testament here. That's not evidence. You showed 2 examples, which is pretty much inconclusive, or 3, inconclusive, and haven't proved anything. So ladies and gentlemen, over 10 million people survived. And Moore is able to give a circular argument filled with conjecture of anyone coming off the slave ship practicing Judaism. He gives you a little mixture with the Gullah Geechee, trying to, talk some little big words, trying to confuse us. But give me 10 more minutes, please, Barry. 10 more minutes. Please,
no, go ahead.
Because you gave him a long
and nobody get mad, because more freestyle, nobody get mad. Then we're gonna go to commercial. Then after we go to that commercial, I want Moore to bring out his points and then immediately go straight into cross-examination. Garfield asked, "Hey, I'm done. I'm good."
All right. Let me hold on 1 second here. Let me get it. Hold on 1 second. I don't know why Tazara and Fortune arguing in the back chat. What y'all arguing about? All right, hold on 1 second here. Let me get this slide here. So the majority of the people that left Israel under the Assyrians, we know where they are. The most of them lived actually in the land, the Mizrahi Jews, which the people don't like to talk about. The Mizrahi Jews continued to live in the land. And that's what I'm going to talk about right now, just to put aside all this, who they are and who did and all that stuff. I'm tired of this whole conversation. All right, here we go. Let me share my screen. Yeah, my job is to show who the real Jews are and who we know we are. We know that the Jews went to West Africa. They had population. They were in Taout, Morocco, Sijamasia. We know all of that. Are those the real Jews? Does Moore think those people are lineal Jews? Because those people converted Berbers, and the Berbers converted some to Christianity, or Berbers converted some people to Judaism. So at the end of the day, the Berbers were Arabs, Jews, or Christians. Now let's look at this right here. 800 able-bodied men. Let's look at this for a second. This is second Samuel 24. I'm sorry to use scripture on your channel, brother, but I got to make this point real quickly. 2 Samuel 24 verses 9. And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people unto the king, and there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000 men. So 800,000 men doesn't include the elderly, the male and female, women and children. I could add another 800,000, making the population about 1.6 million. In 2 Chronicles, let's take a look at this real carefully. 13 verses 3. I'm quoting scriptures again. Forgive me for that. 800,000 men versus 400,000 men. Now, and Abijah set the battle in array with an army of valiant men of war, even 400,000 chosen men. Jeroboam also set the battle in array against him with 800,000 chosen men, being mighty men of valor. In 2 Chronicles 13, 15 to 17, we have that 500,000 of Israel, according to the biblical text that y'all believe in, that 500,000 were killed. All right. So, and Abijah and his people slew them with a great slaughter. So there fell down slain of Israel, 500,000 men. 500,000 dying leaves a population about 1.1 million in Israel. The Assyrians recorded that they took 27,000 to Assyria and 13,000 to Persia. Assyrians took 40,000, which is less than 5% of the northern tribe population. 95% of the population remained in northern Israel. And that's a major point, because even if you look at the primary sources right here, even if you look at the distribution of Israel after 720 AC, BCE, depending on the numbers that you want, 100,000 remain in Samaria, 40,000 exiled, 80,000 fled to Judah. If it's more people, 80,000 fled, 230,000 remain in Samaria, 40,000. So if the majority of the people left in Israel, what are we talking about? Are we going to say the people are not there? And guess what? When they did their DNA, they said that half of the people that lived there, they share genetic markers with the people that lived back in the time period of when they took the Canaanite specimens from 2400 BC all the way to 600 BC. They said that the Israelites today are the people in Israel. 50% of them share DNA with those people, the Arabs and them. And ask yourself, how did the Arabs enter in? Tiglath-Pileser. Let me go to Tiglath-Pileser for a second. Tiglath-Pileser, he actually took Tiglath-Pileser, he actually took Arabs from Arabia and brought them into Israel. So maybe that could account for why so many Arabic people are actually in Israel from before. This is why they have a claim to the land. But Tiglath-Pileser went into Arabia and brought Arabians because they were paying vassal treaty to them, and they like to deport people from different areas. All right? Let me get off of this Facebook right here. All right. So that deals with that. Let me deal with one more thing I got to deal with as far as coming over here on the slave ships. We know, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the Africanisms, there is a oh man, where is this at? Let me, if I could find this right now, this would help me out right now. Migration. Hold on 1 second.
You don't know how I'm finna do that. Who you done? How I'm finna do that?
What they say? What they want you to do?
Yeah, she talking about her. She done blocked somebody. Talking about her finger slipped. Now we find out who the heavy blocker is. Well, besides me. How I'm finna block him now? That nigga said it's a Christian conspiracy. Y'all working with Garfield. Jesus, I can't get a break.
Hey, Moore, that was a great presentation, by the way.
Of course it was. I'm gonna steal all the slides. You're gonna see me using all them slides you use. The pleasant. All right, let me just bring this out right here. This is my last point. Africanisms. Africanisms refers to characteristics of African culture that can be traced through societal practices and institutions of the African diaspora. I actually have the book that actually all of this come from. The term usually refers to the cultural and linguistic practices of West and Central Africans who were transported to the Americas during the transatlantic slave trade. Africanisms have influenced the cultures of diverse countries in North and South America and the Caribbean through language, through music, dance, food, animal husbandry, medicine, and folklore. Even the American English, the language spoken by African Americans, is greatly influenced by the phonological syntactic structures of African languages. African American languages were not initially studied because of that. All right. Jamaican Patois. English is the official language of Jamaica, but the grammatical structure, vocabulary, sound, and syntax of Jamaican Patois has roots in African languages. The use of only verb tense in Jamaican Creole shows its relationship to root languages of the Niger-Congo region, where they also use verbs with no past or future tense. The music, you have African-influenced music, jazz, rhythm and blues, rock and roll, soul music, the banjo, all that people, the African tradition, sacred music. We see Negro spirituals, go down Moses, the food, the culture. We see all of that being brought over, but we don't see this. Where is the Hebraic food? What food did they bring over and eat as Africans that they loved that was traditional? What about the dance routines of the Israelites that they remember? What songs they brought from the Israelites? What food? What linguistic evidence?
What part of don't remember their heritage? What part of forgetting who they were do you?
Why the Israelites? No. You know what? Let me go to that right now too. I'm sorry, I got to go to the Bible. I'm sorry, I got to use the Bible again. But let me get out of this a second. Religion. We see the religion being practiced. They will see Christianity and Islam, and we see them mix it together. We see it mixed up together, especially when you see Voodoo being worshipped, or you see the Orishas being practiced in Brazil with some sense of Roman Catholicism mixed together. So you see them mixing with Christianity. Anybody, we see hoodoo, Louisiana, and voodoo. We see all of that. Then, of course, you have the Muslims. These people brought practices of prayer, fasting, dieting, naming traditions, and knowledge of the Quran. And by the way, to remember, Islam is an Abrahamic faith. So you're gonna have Jacob and Moses and traditions, and doing what we're doing. All right. Medicine, the Akan of Ghana and the people of Gambia were observed in Africa by Europeans using small doses of smallpox serum to inoculate. Wanzimus, remember Wanzimus and what he had to do with the whole invention of vaccines and all that stuff. Let me see, African American folk tales. We got Big Boy, we have Anansi stories. All right, let me just deal with Jeremiah 17:4 real quick. I dealt with it earlier. I'm gonna deal with it again right now. Jeremiah 17:4. Let's deal with this right here. You could share this. Let me share the screen. Jeremiah 17:4. It says, and you yourself will relinquish the inheritance that I gave you, and I will enslave you to your enemies in a land that you do not know, for you have kindled my anger, it will burn forever. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the inheritance that God gave to the Israelites? You know what the inheritance was? The land of Israel. That was your inheritance. So if it's the land of Israel, it has nothing to do, and I'll go down here and I'll show you exactly where it says inheritance. See, something inherited, occupancy. Occupancy is what? An heirloom, an estimate, patrimony portion. The portion of what? The earth, which they gave you Canaan. That's what God gave you. He did that African stuff about pulling strokes and say who gonna win. All right. So at the end of the day, you inherited Israel. So it has nothing to do with your name, your culture, your language, your folkways, your mores. But it's so funny that the people in Babylon, they forget their language. The people in Assyria, the people in Persia didn't forget their languages, and they continued for over 2,500 years. Shame on you guys for sleeping on the genetic stuff and see that African Americans are in Southern Europeans' DNA and in all 8 major Jewish groups. 3.5%, and it may have come during that time. How is it that they have about the same amount and the same time period with the same type of Jewish people? Why is it the African American coming in is foreign? This is why I asked the brother earlier, are sub-Saharan Africans the people that come on the slave trade? They're not the Jews. That just proves it. They are not the Israelites. And I think if Yap Yang is being honest, they will acknowledge that African Americans are not the Israelites. No way, no how. Based on the fact they are from sub-Saharan Africa and carry the E marker, which is a sub-Saharan African marker. Peace. I'm done.
Brent? You talking on mute, brother.
You said I'm on mute? I said, do you got the flute lady lined up?
I hear you.
No, I need the flute lady. And don't think I don't know that Garfield blowing a gap gang at the same time. He just come in here want to be all disrespectful. I told y'all more going to go in. I see you 93. I see you, Sean and Moore. I'm gonna bring you up. Nobody else talking. After this commercial break, y'all go ahead and stretch y'all legs about 10 minutes. We're gonna play that flute lady. I'm gonna play her 2 times. I need her to calm my mind down because I feel like using bad words on Garfield right now. And I want more to go right after he say what he has to say. Where Garfield talking crazy, I want him to go straight into cross-examination on Garfield. Before that, do y'all have questions? As y'all are talking, some stuff gonna be coming up. Wait, matter of fact, let me put this here whilst he's doing that. Let me put this up here. Messing around with this dog, boy. Listen, I'm telling y'all right now, I feel, and that's my man, but I feel some type of way. Fair use. Type of what if you hear it without an echo.
And I am an ultra-Orthodox Jewish woman. Ask me any question that you'd like. Now, most people assume that all Jewish people are of European descent. Those are called Ashkenazi Jews. But what they don't know is that there are millions of Jewish people of Sephardic descent, meaning their ancestors come from Middle Eastern countries and the Mediterranean. I happen to be a Sephardic Jew. Now, aside from cultural differences, like the food we eat, and no, we do not eat gefilte fish. That's Ashkenazi. There are differences as to how we follow Jewish law. For example, Ashkenazi Jews can take fish and cook it with dairy or eat it with dairy, but Sephardic Jews cannot. This is an extension of the prohibition of mixing milk and meat together because we're afraid maybe somebody will mistake the fish for meat or the meat for fish and then mix it with milk. This is just one example of the many differences in how we follow Jewish law.
All right, y'all, type of one. Tell me y'all heard that. I want to make sure y'all heard that. And that was, because you know my thing. I kind of dozed off too. I can't lie. This one right here, and then we're going straight into, is it this? Is it this? All right, we're going straight to the flute lady after this. I lighten up the mood a little bit.
Statutes and commandments, man. Black man, can we talk to you for a minute, man? Can we read the Holy Scriptures, man? Come hear about the law, statutes, and commandments, man. Yeah, come over here, man. What's your name, man? What's your name, brother? Lee. Lee, that's a strong name, man. Where you from? I'm from Atlanta, man. From Atlanta, that's a good black city right there. What's your nationality? Shit. Black? Lost ass nigga, man. Oh, you see what I'm saying? Yo, get these niggas is lost out here. That's right. Give me Ezekiel 45. Ezekiel 745. Give me Ezekiel. That's right. Get that goddamn poison out your mouth. That's right. That's what's wrong with the black man. Putting that goddamn poison in your body, man. That's right. That's what's wrong with you, man. We talking about the word. That's what's wrong with you niggas, man. Take this goddamn madness off your head, man. Got his head covered. We talking about the word, man. Lost statutes and commandments. That's right. Listen up, man. Don't ever take your eyes off the Most High, man. That's right. Most High is going to kill your ass. You know what? Read the scripture, man. Shut the fuck up and read the scripture at the same time. Read it. Shut the fuck up. Read it. That's 745, man.
Y'all got to excuse the language. Come on, Muck Runner. Please tell me you got that flute lady on.
She's ready.
All right. Come on.
días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Es muy bonito. Pero es importante perceber que en la iglesia...
English.
In English, yes.
I only
You speak English?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. It's very beautiful. But as you know, the church is a place where we can play with authorization.
With what?
What authorization?
With authorization.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
it's very
okay.
controlled. I see.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's my church. When I get the spirit, when I feel the Holy Spirit, I play my instrument.
My dear, it's not a respect for the other people.
Oh, I don't care about the other people because you guys have no respect for Black people. This place, you guys have no respect for Black people at all. The fact that you're still standing.
I would like to demand something.
What would you like?
If you want to stay.
No, I don't want to stay. I just wanted to play a tone in homage to my ancestors, and then I'm leaving this hell. This is hell. No, you guys are going to be destroyed. Down. No, I will not be shushed. No, I'm leaving. I don't live here. I'm not from your country. I don't put up with this. I have no respect for you at all.
But I have respect for you.
I don't have respect for you. None at all. Like a zero. The fact that you're in this institution with the history of this place and what it did to Black people in the continent, and you still here? I don't want to hear it. No, you're being challenged. This is coming from the Most High. I'm speaking with the authority of God, who you say you believe, but you don't believe, because if God is saying this place is going down, go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. That's a spiritual work you know nothing about.
Nothing.
So good, thank you.
Now, of course, it will be by.
All right, y'all heard that. Y'all heard that right there. More. I don't know if we need to give them a little bit more time. Garfield, you're not saying nothing. I'm not even bringing nobody else up. Garfield, you're not saying nothing. More got this floor.
Hey, what are we doing now? What are we doing?
More getting ready to more getting ready to go.
How long are we doing this though?
More got 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got 10. He got 10. No, he going in for about 10 and that, because I want him to go straight into the questioning you, examining you. I don't want to. I want him to go straight. Are you offended?
Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm in good spirits, man. I'm saying amen to everything. The Holy Spirit is good.
The Holy Spirit at work. Garfield, you need to go in the back, or you're gonna be okay. I hope the Spirit can hold your peace. You're gonna hold your peace, right? Because a lot of people saying if you don't hem Garfield up right there on the spot, they said you was doing a lot of stuff. They saying they heard some Brooklyn magic. More, you need a couple of more minutes for them people, everybody back in their seats. No chewing gum in the sanctuary. Go ahead, More. You got the floor.
Go ahead, More. Tell old Pharaoh Garfield, let our people go.
I hate, oh man, I can't make this up. Do More know he muted? Or he need more time? Type of one if you need more time.
Did More step away?
I don't know. I thought I just heard him. I don't know. He may be talking. I hope you're not talking. You know we can't hear you, right, More? All right. Maybe he hold on. Whilst he's doing that, then let me.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. I'll mute myself. I'm stepping away for a second, Dunamis, but I can hear everything.
All right, Dunamis, I'm gonna need you to share a screen for me right quick, sir. And like I said before, family, Garfield. Like,
no, let me do that right. I'm sorry. Let me do that right now. While you if Dunamis not by his desk, let me pull up your thing right now because I got to step away.
Yeah, I'm by the computer.
Okay, so you could. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Wait till it all comes up. Sorry about this. I got a million things open on my joint. So, like I said in the opening film, y'all gotta forgive Garfield. He is not a bad person. He just plays one on TV. You know what I'm saying? With that said, I appreciate it for having the dialogue, etc. And we're gonna go back over a lot of stuff that he brought up and go over some of the sources and whatnot. And again, I shout out for recognizing that I do study what you do. And every source here that I put up, bro, that's something that you put up in public. That's nothing I took from you. Something you put up in public. You know what I'm saying? So just to be clear. But with that being said, let's go through some of this. One, I did not quote Idrisi from the problem of the Judaized Berbers. I quoted Valentin Fernandez about gold jewels among the Wolof, Mandinka, and the Fulani. I made no Berber Jew claim. That's a straw man fallacy. First fallacy. First fallacious argument. So again, going back to that text or whatnot, what I brought out had to do with the fact that there was a group of Jews that were amongst 3 different distinct ethnic groups: the Fulani, the Mandinka, and the Wolof. I made no claim about Berber Jews. So anything that you said about Idrisi and about Berber Jews, it doesn't apply, because I didn't even talk about Idrisi from that text. I cited Idrisi from a whole nother text, talking about a whole nother thing. Again, not even talking about Berber Jews. I was talking about a town in Mauritania, Senegal. Going further, the name of the town, like talking about the B'nai Israel and the Wolof people, etc., whatnot. The source that I brought up, again, I'm gonna go to it in just a second. I'm gonna go through all these sources in just a second. I'm just running these through to be clear so everyone understands what's going on here. The name of the town and community of the B'nai Israel, like the town, right? The community of the town was named after a dream, not the people. The source says the town, not the people. The source says they were a thriving Jewish community. He didn't say anything about that, didn't touch that in any way, shape, or form. It's a fallacy of omission. Second fallacious argument. Third fallacious argument. Omar ibn Said spoke and wrote an autobiography. He spoke and wrote an autobiography. Oh, hold on. I wrote something here. He wrote an autobiography in Arabic. And he never mentions Luso-Africans or learning Hebrew from Jewish merchants. Again, like he wrote a whole autobiography. This is one of the few slave stories that we have of people writing their own story in their own hand or whatnot, right? In Arabic, right? And some can even argue with Judeo-Arabic, and I'll point to that in just a second or whatnot, right? But he writes it in his own hand, and there's no mention whatsoever of him learning Hebrew from a Jewish merchant or having anything to do with Luso-Africans, anything whatsoever. That's nowhere in any of his writings. And if you want to produce such, you can. Like, I'd love to see it, but I got his writings. I don't know it's not there, and so that's an argument from silence, right? Another fallacy, like again, that's you're reaching at that juncture. That's a third fallacious argument. Fourth, the Billy Simon scholar. Again, you said he is the top scholar. The top scholar on Billy Simons, the guy that you were emailing back and forth, he said that the lemma DNA is worth another look, basically, right? And again, Madagascar is not in North Africa. He's not from North Africa. Again, his lineage is obviously unknown, right? But again, the guy you contacted said no, the lemma DNA is worth another look in this situation, right? And again, Madagascar has nothing to do with North Africa, right? None whatsoever. Again, you showed that email publicly. Again, that's a red herring fallacy. The Ghana Empire was in the Western Sahel. This is something he brought up again. He consistently talks about Ghana like the Ghana Empire is in the modern place where Ghana is. That's not the case, right? The Ghana Empire was in the Western Sahel, Mali and Burkina Faso, etc. Not the modern day state of Ghana, the country of Ghana. It's a false dichotomy fallacy. Again, fourth fallacious argument. Again, this is something I can't wait to get into, right? I'm about to get into this in just a second, right? But he keeps talking about this. Well, no one practiced like you practice. I brought this up earlier. No one's talking about this concept of Jesus like you're talking about, etc. And something he refuses to recognize. And he should be aware about it because his man Rob Warren did a whole presentation about them, right? This is the Moorish Zionist temple. This is the first African Jewish congregation in North America. They started in the late 1890s. This was before any of the One West stuff. They recognized Old Testament Judaism and Messianic practices for members that were so inclined, like Romanian Judaism does. This is a form of Judaism that my man Rue can come on and explain a lot clearer and whatnot. But for like a short understanding of what it is, it's like first century Judaism. So we're like the Bible says, there's Jews and there's Gentiles, right? There's people that believe in the Messiah, but they're going to come about it a different way. You know what I'm saying? There's some people who are going to do some Jewish traditions, and there's some people who are going to do something like you're going to see later when I read it. Like they're okay with people keeping Baptist traditions and even eating pork if they want to. Again, that's an argument from ignorance. So I'm not even mad at him unless he's really familiar with that presentation that Rob Warren did. But I'm going to go into the information even more so. And another concept on they didn't believe how you believe. The B'nai Israel, again, over in Africa, right? They're Jews that are Islamic. That means that they believe in Jesus as the Messiah too. Now he can reject that and be like, oh, well, that's not the same as Christianity. Fam, they still believe in the Messiah. And again, Omar ibn Said is an example of somebody who comes over here and embraces a more messianic form of practice and whatnot. He's a firm example of that, right? And again, you can try to sidestep the Billy Simons concept, but I said that I was going to show you people from East and West Africa speaking Arabic and Hebrew. And Omar ibn Said spoke Arabic and Hebrew, and he didn't learn from some Luso African or whatnot. And again, the source comes from the people he went to church with. The people he went to church with. So you can try to write it off, but again, a Jew that becomes a Muslim by default is messianic in some way, shape, or form because they believe Jesus is the Messiah. On another level, I said some would be bloodline and some would be converts, just like other Jewish groups. He keeps saying convert. Now, see, I appreciate my man for not talking to me. He started talking to BHI and whatnot, right? He couldn't really deal with what I was talking about because, like, if you look at the information objectively, you got to accept some people, right? Just like the scholars do, like Vince Banton. When they look at the information, he's, I got to accept that some people would have come off the slave ship. Maybe not a lot, but some, right? But he started talking to the BHI. For the BHI, the word convert is oh my God, it's an evil, bad word. What did I say off rip? He talked to me. I said some people would be converts and some people wouldn't be, and that's not an issue for me in any way, shape, or form. That's how the nation of Israel works. I literally just said at the beginning of this whole thing, the nation of Israel in and of itself is a nation of converts. This is how this whole thing starts off. And it also has a mixed multitude aspect to it, right? And so just like any other Jewish group, to where, like I said earlier, where you're going to have certain people going in and mixing with other people and whatnot to different places and whatnot and converting people and lineages continuing that way, you're gonna see how modern Jewish populations like the Ashkenazi or the Sephardi Jews or the Mizrahi Jews or the Ethiopian Jews or the Lemba, for instance, right? None of them have just one haplogroup. They have multiple haplogroups. So a bunch of them are going to be converts, and only just one of them, one lineage, is going to be part of the tribal concept, right? But they're all part of the nation. And so how the religion works is even descendants of converts get inheritance in the land. So again, there is no separation to convert and Israelite. This whole thing. Well, you're trying to you can't prove you go back to Jacob, fam. We already agreed on that nobody can do that, and I'm not making that claim. And modern Jews aren't claiming they can prove they go back to Jacob. They're saying they can claim that they have they go back to people who have oral traditions going back to Israelites or people who practice Judaism or some form of Torah type religion or whatnot, and that they have genetics that goes back to the Levant somewhere. That's the best people can do at this juncture until you get a DNA sample from a patriarch. And so this whole convert, bro, you're talking to the wrong crowd, man. You're talking to the wrong crowd. A convert is a national Israelite, and a descendant of a national Israelite gets the same as a descendant of a tribal Israelite in the nation. There is no above or below in that. There's one law for both. And again, false dichotomy all day, Phil. Jewish slave traders did not make their slaves practice Christianity. Let's get that straight. Jewish slave traders did not give the Gullah Geechee people their tradition. And even your man's Raw Born cites people talking about the fact that the Gullah Geechee tradition is their own, it's something that they made. It's not something they got from anyone else. I'll gladly give you the sources whenever you want them, Garfield. Garfield did not go, again, in the DNA thing you just mentioned or whatnot, in terms of like the 3 to 5% of sub-Saharan African DNA being in Jewish populations. You didn't go back 72 generations like the paper said. You try to go back to the Babylonian captivity and all that kind of stuff, instead of going back to the founding event of the nation of Israel coming out of Egypt like a mixed multitude. That's what happens when you go back 72 generations. Yap gangs come on here and explain that paper before. This is the whole reason why Damon Richardson is like running, is because we cited that paper and we cited it properly. The founding event is why it's an important concept. And one of the things that Yap Gang argues is the concept of you definitely can't, you definitely at that junction, you cannot rule out sub-Saharan African populations from being part of the mixed multitude. And again, that's part of the nation of Israel. Again, this whole concept of being a bloodline Israelite, no one's making that argument. That's a straw man argument. Again, another fallacious argument. But something else I want to bring up right quick. Is this one bothered me because he said something that I did not appreciate. The fallacy I can't stand the most, the one that gets a burr in my spine is the special pleading fallacy. Applying standards, principles, and rules to other people or circumstances while making oneself or certain circumstances exempt from the same critical criteria without providing adequate justification. Special pleading is often a result of strong emotional beliefs that interfere with reason. So what am I talking about? I know Garfield does not appreciate it when people say, we can't trust what Garfield says because he doesn't believe in the Bible. We shouldn't be listening to him. He doesn't believe in the Bible. I know he's not down with that. I know he considers that fallacious. So it's special pleading to then come back and say, we can't trust anything Yap Gang has to say because they do believe in the Bible. That's 100% special pleading. And I can play around with a lot of the stuff that you do, but that's the one particular fallacy I can never have respect for. I'm going to apply standards to you that I'm not going to apply to myself. I can never respect that. But going forward, I'm going to run through this right quick. So this is the same source. This is the junkie source that we were talking about in terms of the B'nai Israel and whatnot, right? So again, it says down here, right? This was extended by Fodi al-Hassan to B'nai Israel, children of Israel. This was how the B'nai Israel and the bundle received its name, not their name, its name. It's talking about the place, not the people. It's talking about the place, not the people. And again, this is why this same source is so important, because he didn't go back to this part, nor did he address it for what I brought it up for. Again, it says where it says certain horticulture. Again, this is talking about the B'nai Israel or whatnot, right? The Tariq al-Fatash mentions a B'nai Israel in Messina. Again, this is in Mali, in connection with the Battle of Tenderma. Again, also in Mali, and gives the date therefore, right? Where it says certain horticultural traces of a flourishing Jewish colony called B'nai Israel were discovered. So again, he's yet to deal with this part. Let's say, okay, he doesn't like the name B'nai Israel. Okay, cool. It still says they're a flourishing Jewish colony. That's the whole point, bro. That's the whole point. So deal with the point. Are you going to accept the fact that there's some? Or are you going to reject that? Are you going to go with the whole none concept? Are you going to sound as crazy as the BHI who say all? Are you going to be that extreme? Are you going to be a cynic? Are you going to be a skeptic? I can respect the skeptic, but again, a cynic just is going to reject anything just because. So I would appreciate it if you actually deal with my sources for what I bring them up for. Again, going to the problem of the Judas Berbers, he did not address what I brought up in this source. I did not bring up Idrisi from this. I brought up Idrisi from a whole nother book about a whole nother concept. What did I address from this? This right here. I brought up Valentin Fernandez. I didn't bring up the other brother. I brought up Valentin Fernandez, not Idrisi, who says, again, that the Jews known as the Gold lived in the Western Sudan. Again, this is the Western Sahel, in the country of Jolofa, i.e. the Wolofs, and the Mandingo or Mandingo. They were black like other natives, etc., right? And I went through and I broke down the fact that there were other Jews, again, also in Futa. Again, this is a Fulani area, who had been living there since ancient times, according to Leo Africanus. The Africans at first adhered to Judaism, then to Christianity, and finally to Islam. So again, there's multiple things he's not addressing from this source. A, he's not addressing the fact that I brought up a Jewish population in like amongst 3 different ethnic groups in West Africa, whom we know came over in hordes in the slave trade, and particularly in high numbers to the northern to North America and amongst the southeast coast, where you get the Gullah Geechee from. They were the first wave and main base population of that slave class. So he's not addressing that in any way, shape, or form. Instead, he wanted to go address something I didn't even talk about. Please address my sources for what I'm talking about, Garfield. Please don't try to hoodwink the people like this, fam. They deserve better than this, fam. This ain't Sinaitis, fam. The second thing he didn't address, right, is again, these are people who were once Jews who then become Messianic. They become Christians and finally become Muslims. They still have some belief in Jesus. Whether you agree or disagree on the type of belief in Jesus, you can't reject the fact that they still retain some and he's still the Messiah, whatnot. So even as people as Jews, whether they stay Jews or not, okay, cool, they're Jews. They're practicing Judaism in some way, shape, or form. They convert to Christianity. These are Jewish people who are now Messianic. They believe Jesus is the Messiah. They convert to Islam. Okay, these are Jewish people who believe that Jesus is still the Messiah from an Islamic perspective. Please address that, bro. I would greatly appreciate. Like, you gave a great presentation and was going at the BHI and going, woo, you went at them super well, but please don't waste my time. Deal with what I talked about. And again, this concept of Judeo-Arabic or the language being lost or whatnot. So again, you've heard me argue. Everyone's heard me argue about this concept of Judeo-Arabic being potentially on the pews, etc., whatnot. And this is something my man does. He refuses to acknowledge and does not want to acknowledge. And I know it's embarrassing, bro, because you brought this information out to the people. You brought this information out to the people. You brought out the documentary, The Cryptic Quest, where we have actual scholars talking about the concept of a shorthand version of the Tetragrammaton being written on the pew with 3 yods and whatnot, right? But here's what we also have, right? Since then, we've had other scholars talking about the fact that there's actual Arabic on the pews as well. And so beyond the Ge'ez, the Ha and Sa that they talk about in the same documentary that I'm talking that has Ephraim Isaac in it, where they talk about the Yahweh, etc. It has they talk about the Hebrew. Now we have people talking about the Arabic. Guess what we have on one pew, bruh? We got all 3 on one pew. So look at what that says right there. So this is a shahada where it does not have Muhammad's name in it. It just says La ilaha illallah. And before it, and you read the opposite direction. You read from right to left. Before it, it says Yahweh, La ilaha illallah. You know that's consistent with 3 verses in the Quran that talk about the Arabic name for Yahweh, and they give a shahada to it. There's even a verse in the Quran, one verse in the Quran where Yahweh gets or the Arabic form of Yahweh gets a shahada to it alone. So this is very consistent with what I'm talking about. And if you want to keep demanding the pound on the table or whatnot for a case for like how'd you get what happened to your language? Well, don't reject the information you brought out to the people. You came on this channel right here. You, sir, Garfield, came on this channel right here. I could pull the clip, and you said this documentary proves that we did not come over here illiterate. The documentary that you pointed out, they only said 2 languages, fam. They said Ge'ez and they said Hebrew. All right? And later on, we found out that Hebrew was some Arabic. All right? So that very well could be some Judeo-Arabic, if not just Hebrew by itself. So please don't discount your own sources, and please don't discount the stuff that I'm bringing up. Man. Deal with it for what it is. I'm not Pastor Kelly and them talking about this is sola trail whatnot. That's not what I'm saying here. So this shouldn't be dealt with in the same way. This is a very serious argument. This is a very and I'm not mad at the claim. Like you should be asking somebody, what did you preserve? What can you show me? But when I show you something, don't laugh at it, examine it. Why should I discount Ephraim Isaac talking about yods on the pews, fam? Particularly when you said what he had to talk about was proving that we came over literate. He wasn't talking about Arabic. There isn't a stitch of Arabic examined anywhere in that documentary. They examine it as they examine Hebrew. Moving forward. Hold up. I'm gonna stop this and I'm gonna go to a whole nother one right quick. I'm gonna start sharing screen on the Moorish Zionist temple or whatnot. Give me just a quick second. Because this is a very important.
Irene, is this over 10 minutes? That's over 15, 20 minutes, bro.
He said 20 minutes, and no, it ain't been that long.
I'm sorry, I just walked back in the door, bro. What happened now? What happened? Muck Runner walked away? All right, no, I want him to get the question in you. You scared of questioning Garfield?
I'm not. My time ain't finished yet.
All right, I didn't go to Family Dollar, man. I'm out here hungry. That's my church folks. I just called. They still in church. I heard the organ in the background playing. Go ahead. Julius, how much time you got left?
Yeah, like 5 minutes or so.
All right, I'm even.
Hey, 5 minutes is all I need, bro. I don't even need that.
No, I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. But go ahead, take the 5 and then I'll unmute my mic. Hopefully y'all don't hear me. I'm trying to cook right now. I'm gonna eat something up.
Okay, let me get a fish sandwich. You know what I'm saying?
That's all. I got a little 6-pack of this. I don't know what type of fish this is, but hey, Dollar General, whatever that store was, had it. I'm hungry.
Hey,
go ahead. Everybody, you gotta be focused. Everybody depended on you more. I'm sick of Garfield myself.
No worries. So this is a very important one to bring up, right? So he was sitting there rapping to the BHI and talking about their whole tradition and whatnot. And it's very important to understand this tradition I'm talking about, because this is something that you hear Brian talk about in terms of like the first century Jews, etc. This is something that you hear me talking about on my channel. We got Brother Rue in the Yab gang who's actually studying to be a rabbi in this particular tradition of the Romani Judaism, right? And so this is a particular form of Judaism that needs to be understood. And the history of the Moorish Zionist temple needs to be understood. This is not the Moorish Science temple. Don't get it confused. That's Noble Drew Ali. That's something completely different, right? This is again the first African Jewish congregation in America, right? It started in 1899 and went to 1929, right? And they were a blend of a multitude of different people from Africa and Arabia at that, and the Caribbean. Again, this is the Moorish Jews were the first congregation of African Jewry in America. It needs to be understood. So shout out to Rob Bourne, because this is from his presentation and whatnot, right? He got this from the Schomburg in New York and whatnot. I got some information on them and whatnot. So this is what it says: the first Negro Jewish congregation in the United States was founded in 1899 by Rabbi Leon Richelieu. He claimed to have been born in Ethiopia. You'll see where I cite other sources that say Egypt and whatnot. And at the time, it's important to understand that the concept of Ethiopia was being applied to all of Africa and whatnot. So that can get confusing when you're reading older literature sometimes. But it goes on to say Richelieu's temple was known as the Moorish Zionist temple. The members of this congregation were both Negro and white. Okay, both Negro and white. Richelieu received his ordination from 3 recognized rabbis in the United States. He was a real rabbi. He wasn't somebody just starting up his own thing or whatnot. Although he never applied for membership in the New York Board of Rabbis. The most interesting part of Richelieu's story, both Arnold Ford and Wentworth Matthew were members of his congregation. When they approached him and asked to become rabbis, he turned them down. One more time. Both Arnold Ford and Wentworth Matthew were members of his congregation. When they approached him and asked to become rabbis, because he was a proper rabbi that was made a rabbi by 3 other ones and whatnot, right? He turned them down. He said that neither was fit to be a rabbi. So the people who are the basis of this BHI movement in America that you're talking about, they first sought to get recognized here, but they were rejected. This was a congregation that wasn't racist, that was not talking about Esau's the white man, none of that type of stuff. And they said, nah, you can't be rabbis here. You're not fit for the position. And then they left and started their own thing. So it needs to be understood, two different traditions. Two different traditions. The BHI one and this tradition. And this is a legit one. Going further, this is the Black Jews of Harlem Representation, Identity, and Race, 1920 through 1939, by Roberta S. Gold, University of Washington. This is what it has to say. Like this has to talk about all the Black Jewish groups at the time and whatnot, right? But in page 183, it says this. In 1925, Jewish Daily Forward interviews of Professor Richelieu, who helped lead a Harlem synagogue of 200 members, spoke earnestly of the fidelity his community felt toward religious observance and learning. We have spent priceless hours studying Baba Kama, Baba Bathra. We are familiar with the writings of Rashi and the Rambam, i.e. they're very, very eclectic, very eclectic. We observe every Jewish holiday in every possible way. We try to live a truly Jewish life. An African journal report. Oh, well, that's not important to this. But they're ordaining their own rabbis. That is important to show, right? So the shows here that they're ordaining their own rabbis, but they rejected other people because they didn't fit the bill. Going further, the Moor Zionist Professor Richelieu traced much of his congregation to Eastern countries. There are a number of Yemen Jews, Moroccan Jews, Egyptian Jews, Abyssinian Jews, about 200 told. Richelieu was born in Cairo, Egypt. Rabbi Herman's camp comes from Morocco. So this was an eclectic African and Arabian collection of Jews and whatnot, right? Very eclectic. So you had North African, East African. You'll even find that they had Caribbean Jews amongst them. Going forward, this is important. Moreover, they accept Jesus. Some of the people accept him as one of the prophets of the ranks of Moses. Others of them, it seems, accept him as divine. The Moor Zionist Rabbi Herman, again, this is a very famous rabbi. Mordecai Herman is literally on a mural in Jerusalem. Moor Zionist Rabbi Herman was forthright about this wide embrace. He described the movement as non-denominational and not conform to the elaborate rituals and observances of Orthodox Jewry. One can be a Baptist and enjoy pork chops instead of kosher steaks if he chooses. The teacher said unity, brotherliness, aid for the needy, education in the Jewish language, and economic practices were declared the keynotes of the movement. So again, this is extremely important to understand. This is a type of Judaism that was very much so like the first century form of Judaism. They kind of like these, the rabbinic Judaism you would have seen someone like a Nicodemus accept, right? And the concept where the church, the first century church is you have Jews and Gentiles or whatnot. Right? Yeah. So the concept of you're going to have people not eating pork and people eating pork at the same time being part of the same congregation, it shouldn't be an unheard of concept, but it should be understood. That's the kind of concept that was the first African Jewish congregation that was in this country, is that it accepted all of that, right? And it rejected the BHI concept. And again, what they wanted to unify on was unity, brotherliness, aid for the needy, education in the Jewish language, and economic practices. Nothing about Esau's the white man. Nothing about wanting to take down the nation. Nothing about the nation's going to fall. Nothing about we're the chosen people and everybody got a service. No, they were talking about self-determination in a very positive way. How much time I got left doing this? Because we can stop it there if we need to.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
All right, Brent. Garfield.
That was 28 minutes, bro. 28 minutes. All right. All of that ain't proved that nobody got off no ship. But
hold on,
we're gonna have a conversation. Cause this is crazy.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm gonna finish this call. Go ahead.
All right.
So he wanted me to ask you questions first, right? So
no. I gotta respond to you, bro. I gotta respond.
Who's gonna respond to Garfield?
He just responded.
People mad at you, Garfield. People done with you, Garfield.
No, Berrien, I gotta respond to what he just said. He said
it's not an official debate. This is just a dialogue.
Bro, I gotta respond to what he
Go ahead, cry, baby. You're enjoying your life.
Give him his time. Give him his time.
He was incorrect on almost everything. Now, I'll wait for the question and answer to ask you about Omar Ibn Said, by the way. I'll wait for that. But you just said something. Share my screen real quick, bro. Let me just deal with this Billy Simon's craziness real quickly. Let me deal with this right here. All right, now this is Billy Simons right here from the Carolog Spring, right? Now watch this. It says another Jew from Africa was Billy Simons, a black slave. According to Simmons, who was owned by the editor of the Charleston Daily Courier, he was born in Madagascar, lived in the Barbary States. What is the Barbary States? I thought that was North Africa. Maybe I don't know what the Barbary States is. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm dumb. But I'm trying to figure out, why would I make up he comes from the North Africa? He lived in the Barbary Strait. That's where he came from to go to North Carolina, to go to South Carolina. That's where they got him from. So what is, I don't know. I couldn't figure out that one right here. I couldn't figure that out. The Moorish Zion Temple, Old Testament, New Testament, fine. Has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the topic of the slaves came off the slave ship and practiced their religion. But if you want to say, hey, I got you on that, fine, you could have that. It don't prove your point. The pews. Let me bring up this source about the pews. Let me bring up Saracen and his professional opinion, who was there when the project was going on. I don't even know why you would say, I know, and by the way, let's look at this. Hold on one second.
I don't even see no screen. I don't know what's going on.
Hold on, Barry. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. This is, put that on the screen, please.
Oh boy.
He just said that there is no God but Allah, right? Yahweh, Hassa, Christian from the Geese, right? He says potentially. So if you're arguing about potentially, don't talk like it's a definite, because now you sound like you're crazy right now. You sound crazy. Now look at this right now. Let me show on my screen. This is a email from Richard Saracen, who is on the video, right? Now look at this right here. Are you guys sharing me on the screen? Hold on.
It ain't no screen up that I see.
All right, there you go. You got it up?
Yeah.
All right, so this is an email from Richard Saracen, as you can see at the bottom. He's the guy in the video originally. He said, my memory of your email was jogged just now when my wife and I were watching PBS's documentary series, The Black Church. This is our story. This is our song on PBS streaming. We missed the live airing last month, which includes a brief segment on the First African Baptist Church. There, one of Henry Louis Gates Jr.'s informants, unidentified, indicate that the glyphs on the pews are Arabic and attest to African Muslim heritage of some of the congregants. That is certainly likely with respect to the background and intent of those who carved these glyphs into the pews. But once again, I do not believe that they are discernible and decipherable Arabic words here. Let me go back to further up. Okay, here we go. They are not Hebrew, though some individual markings are similar to the formation of some Hebrew letters. So this is his professional opinion. He's saying that they are not Hebrew, but they are similar to some of the letters. There are no Hebrew word discernible there, but obviously you're going to say potential. Even if you look at Abu's video the other day, Abu talks about it, that there's, you could bring a little Arabic meaning or understand Arabic, whatever. But to say that the Hebrew, the yah, the wah, the dal, if you turn it upside down, you'll see it. The people, the slaves ain't worried about no upside down Hebrew, like in the yard. And that is just absolutely crazy. You see, that's why it's a logical fallacy to say that because you believe I can't trust you. I can't trust you guys in this community who are black and claim to be Israelite. I don't. Because your first thing is, it has to be Hebrew. It has to be. So this is showing a bias. No scholar is saying that except probably, I don't even know if anybody's scholarly is saying that. They're saying it's Arabic. And all of a sudden, the website changes. Oh, it's Hebrew. Then it's not Hebrew. It's West African this. It's West African. Listen, family, there's no Hebrew on that text. And if it's Hebrew, read the Hebrew on what it means. No slave come on, man. This is just ridiculous at this point with these pews. It's ridiculous. I'm going to read this part again. There is no question in my mind that the carvings on the pews are intentional or meant to be a kind of script. They are not Hebrew, though some individual markings are similar to the formation of some Hebrew letters. There are no Hebrew words discernible there. Some of the markings bear some similarity to the Arabic script, but here too I can't find anything consistent, though I'm not fluent in Arabic. Still, Arabic is written entirely horizontally, and all of the letters in single words are conjoined. I did not find that consistently in the pew. So these Africans that came over, who more than likely are familiar with Arabic, are writing Arabic, but they just switch and say, hey, we're gonna write this part right here in Hebrew. This is what you want us to believe. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust the opinions on it. I don't trust it at all. Again, it makes money for the church to say it's Hebrew, and that's all it's doing. Basically, the brother is making an argument of conversion and said, but they're part of the nation, brother. My original argument has always been a lineal argument, a lineal descent argument from Israel. That's always been my argument. Now you're coming with this whole conversion argument, which is crazy because I never made an argument regarding conversion because I already say anyone can be a convert. But again, you brought up Billy Simons, North Africa. I just show that. You brought up the pews. I just show that. The Judahite Berbers, that's irrelevant because that don't determine if people came off the slave ship. The argument from the jump is that do we have evidence of anyone who comes off the slave ship practicing Hebraic culture, who is claiming to be a Hebrew, an Israelite, or a Jew? That's the first argument. The second argument is the cultural argument. Do we see a culture of Hebraic culture coming off the slave ship? We don't. There's no evidence. With Billy Simons, I will say there's a question sign behind Billy Simons because nobody's claiming to be a Rechabite except people who come from countries that are run by Arabs. And Rechabites, that's a whole nother conversation altogether. That don't fall into the category. But with him, we don't know. And I'll say, I don't know. I'll say like what the scholar said. We really don't know. You can't track exactly what it is. We're just going by what he said. Let me see what else. What else did he touch on? And another argument he said that the people, if they converted, that they are part of the nation. I don't disagree with that, but if the folks converted in Africa and went on the slave ships, let me use Fortune's argument. What did they have? Did they have divine amnesia and forget that they practice Hebrew culture? There's 12 million people leave Africa. 10 million got over here, not over here per se, but over in the Caribbean, in South and Central America and North America. And nobody's practicing this culture. Nobody's speaking in a language that's connected to the Hebrew language. Nobody's doing none of that. It's not their culture. As far as the DNA now, and this is funny, because now you're crying and saying, hey, I didn't show that the 72 generation. So let me go back to the article, it's not the article, it's actually a summary on Wikipedia. Let's go back to the Wikipedia article for a second. And let's look at what you're saying. Because even if I'm incorrect on that, because I was making a point that you're saying that they entered during that time period. I mean, I don't believe that the Israelites were in Egypt. I don't believe that. I think the Israelites stemmed from Canaanites, which is what academia says. I don't believe that the interaction at the point, I think the Nubians at the time period, which is around the 8th century, which makes a lot more sense. That's my opinion. That's the conclusion that was drawn also. Hold on, let me get this made in America. Let's get this right here. Let me get this summary right here. And Damon Richardson I'm actually agreeing with Damon Richardson on this point, to be honest.
Yeah, we ain't not surprised.
Hold on 1 second. Why is it I don't see this article here? Hold on, the language genetics. Where is it at? Hold on 1 second here. So why is it I don't see it? Okay, here we go. Genetics. All right. All right, so this is the actual Wikipedia summary from a larger what do you call it? He spoke about the 72 generations going back. I think you're talking about right here. But as it says here, a parsimonious explanation for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish group descend from a common ancestral population which was itself admixed with Africans, most likely ancient Egyptians, prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora.
Ain't that what the Bible says?
That occurred in 8th to 6th century BC. Hold on. Prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in 8th to 6th century BC. What are you talking about? The article that you're talking about, this, no, it's actually not that one. It's actually this one. The Gene tells tale of Jewish ties. But even if we look at this one right here, the population of genetics, that's from 2013. This is the article which summarized the actual article. Right here. It was this article. I remember me and James Cassell went back on this for months upon months. We used to argue about this article. I'm going to say this. The 72 generations is right here. See? The exchange of genes between Jews and sub-Saharan Africans occurred approximately 72 generations around. This is saying around 2,000 years ago. That's what this article is saying. So what are you saying? That's not going back to when Egypt, brother. That 72 generations wouldn't reach that far. So you're not even right about this part.
We can pull up the article, bro.
It's not. You're not even right about that part. Oh man, that's sad. That is so sad. You're not even right about that part. But let me do this. Let me go back to this. And this don't determine what I am saying is that with the 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African, the argument is that they came out of Egypt as a mixed multitude. That is the argument. I am saying that during the time, prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in 8th to 6th century BC, the authors conclude. So if it's prior to when the Jewish diaspora that occurred between 8th to 6th century BC, that is not when they came out of Egypt, though. All right, don't talk. Let me finish my presentation. Don't talk. You get the chance to ask all your questions when you get the chance to talk. I am saying that this has nothing to do, the article has nothing to do with that time period as far as then. You know, they did give a wide range from 1600 to 3400 within the 4th century BC, but they actually zeroed it in to around the 8th to 6th century, which is right here. It is intriguing that the Mizrahi and Iran and Iraqi Jews who are thought to descend.
Not what it said before. Like you said, there was a range there, wasn't it? What was it?
Why are you interrupting me?
Oh, my apologies.
Okay. It is intriguing. It's because you said 72 generation. The 72 generation is 2000. Now, if an admixture happened with Africans, I'm saying this is what I feel based on the article and what I've read. I've read it over the years. I actually have the original article somewhere around here. But my issue is this: if the Israelites, right, are the Jews at the time, have an interaction with Egyptians, it could happen in the 1400 BC. I don't really have a problem with that because Africans were in the Levant, so I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, cool. If you don't have a problem,
I don't have a problem with that. But what I will say.
So can we talk about the actual sources I brought up then?
I never interrupted you one time, bro. I made you rock out, bro. Okay. I made you rock out, bro. All of a sudden, you're coming off mic. Everything you said, I refuted except the Omar ibn Said. Omar ibn Said, I'm going to ask you that during the question and answer. You said that Billy Simons never had nothing about Madagascar is not North Africa. There you go, coming off mic again. Oh, man. This is not like Moor at all, bro. This is not like Moor at all. You brought up the Moorish Zion Temple about Old Testament, New Testament. I agree. I agree. You might be right with that, but that doesn't determine if slaves came off the slave ship practicing this religion. It doesn't determine that. That argument is irrelevant. That argument is totally irrelevant in this conclusion. The Pew's argument now, that's a better argument, but again, it's inconclusive. You can't say definite one way or the other. I brought it to the community, fine. And I brought the information, but basically they had a whole project about it that had nothing to do with me, Henry Louis Gates, and then most people are leaning towards an Arabic source. I remember even what's his name? Faithful and Abu did a whole presentation showing the Arabic experts and saying what they said based on emails that they sent to them, based on Brown and all that stuff. You see, we're in a motion where we're saying, oh, it has to be Hebrew one day, but it's nothing that you can discern and say, hey, you know what? This is actually Hebrew and these are the words. It's all possibilities or probabilities. You can't say nothing conclusive. Why bring it up? There's nothing conclusive about the pews. You have one side saying one thing, you have another side saying thing. Even Zion Lex came on my channel and I had a conversation with you, which you put on your channel. He's this whole Hebrew expert. He said it's no way. Zion Lex said it's no way if people want to take him as an expert in Hebrew, that it's Hebrew on the pews. But I just feel at the end of the day, what are we fighting for? Billy Simons, again, another I don't know possible argument. And then you have the pews, another possible argument. The Omar Ibn Said, I'll ask you that. But you haven't presented anything to make a case of people coming over here with a Hebraic culture. You haven't. You show the Gullah, but you don't give any reasons why we should say, oh, okay, it's a Hebraic culture because of the tithing. Come on, you don't know what they're doing. And I'm guaranteed there'll be a source that disagree with you about that. All I'm saying is the people came off the boats. Some of them ran away. They were Maroons. You have in Brazil over 5,000 Maroon communities. The 5,000 Maroon communities, not one of those people are recorded saying anything Hebraic, nothing as far as Jewish. That is major. You go in Jamaica, you see the Maroons run off. They're talking about Enyame and practicing their religion, capturing the pig, the origin of jerk pork in Jamaica. I'm about to get some jerk chicken right now to Uber Eats, by the way, too. And see that I'm about to do that in honor of the Maroons who invented jerk pork, showing they're not part of this religion of Jews or whatever. They call on Enyame, the god. They name their peoples Kojo, which is Kwadwo, which is, I think, the Monday, first day of the week, or Tuesday, whatever it is. I mean, they're not practicing the culture, bro. You see the book that Rob Ball used, Caribbean Religions. It documents these people coming off the boats. So again, you have not shown something that's unambiguous to say, hey, you know what? This is proof that these group of people came over with this. Oh, the people trading, and they may have practiced a religion, or they may have, but they had divine amnesia, as Fortune 93 would have said. They had divine amnesia coming off the slave ships. Why are we playing this game to make a point? And then I'm arguing lineal, and you're arguing conversion. You're not even arguing what I'm claiming. So you off the jump, you wrong, because I'm claiming a lineal descent. You're claiming that, okay, some people could have converted and Africans could have been there or whatever. Nah, that's not what I'm arguing. But the truth of the matter is, this is why you can't show a linguistic connection when I said Judeo-African or Judean-Guyanese or Judeo-American or whatever. You can't show them speaking that language because they can't be from the lineal people. So instead, you want to use the Bnei Israel people, which is just ludicrous, because if you want to believe that tradition about a dream or whatever, that's fine. That's on you. I don't believe it. I think it's nonsense. But at the end of
it, are you ready for them questions?
I got. And
I'm talking about from Moor specifically.
Yeah. That's fine.
Come on, Moor. All right, golf in that. All right, well, he's gonna have to keep his mouth open to respond. But go ahead for Moor.
How long I got for a question, just so I know? Just
5 minutes.
Cool. So, Garfield, how come you're not addressing the source I brought about the problem with the Judean Berbers, in the sense to where I didn't talk about Idrisi from that source? I brought up Valentina Fernandez talking about there being a Jewish population amongst the Wolof, the Mandingo, and Futa, which would have been amongst the Fulani. How come you're not addressing that?
I don't think Jews, or a claim of Jews being around the Fulani or anything was the issue. The issue is, hold on, let me stop sharing and let's go to the Judaized Berbers. What I brought up with that source is saying that we tentatively, again, we don't know when we read these claims. That's one of the major things with that article. We don't know, based on the claims that have been made by several Arabic sources, we don't know if certain stories are true. And that's why I actually brought it up. Let me do this. Let me respond to you this way. I said, this is pretty much the whole article here, right? So I said, Okay, it's funny that he would bring that up about different sources.
Yeah,
and
you brought up.
I
I didn't mention.
That's fine. That's fine. But what the purpose of me bringing that up is showing that there's a problem as far as interpreting sources from the past, as far as these Jews are concerned. People have motives. So that's why I read the first page and I read the finally. It says
Valentin Fernandez isn't an Arabic source.
Hold on. I never said it was a
everything you just said, Garfield, and you're talking through my time now, and I would appreciate it if you.
So hold on there. I can't respond to what you're asking.
Because you're not responding. I'm making sure you do. So again, you're saying all kind of stuff that's not has nothing to do with the source. So the source stipulates that I brought out. Valentin Fernandez, is he Arabic or no? Is he a Muslim or no?
I don't know. I don't know what he is.
Okay, so stop talking about what you don't know and talking about what I present. Valentin Fernandez, who's not a Muslim, and Leo Africanus, who's not a Muslim, whom I cited from this article, stipulated that there was a Jewish population amongst those three ethnic groups, and that again that they were Jews that converted to Christianity and also to Islam. So why aren't you addressing those from non-Arabic sources, please? Because everything you're talking about is we got to worry about Arabic sources. Okay, I didn't cite any Arabic source from this article.
Let me say this carefully. So you're saying that there are people that were converted, or these are lineal people? What are you saying? I don't understand. What's the purpose of bringing it up? That they came over. You see, you're putting yourself in a ringer. You're putting yourself in a ringer. If you're trying to say that these people were Jews, why didn't they come off the ships practicing it? Because we have a number of people from these cultures.
So you're not asking me questions. I'm asking you questions.
Man, let me
you ask me questions in your round. You keep not addressing the source. So the issue is
Garfield. He got 2.5 minutes. Garfield, he's talking to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, this is crazy because if I'm telling
him, so this is why you got a problem. No, you're gonna let me ask the question because you're just running out the clock. I don't appreciate that. And I can do that to you if you want me to.
I'm not running out the clock.
So you're gonna let me talk then. You're gonna give me my time. Since you're not going to be honest about what the source is, we're going to go over it again. So the source talks about the fact that there's gold Jews that are black, right? That don't live with the other people, that get rejected, etc. Right? But they're amongst the Wolof, they're amongst the Mandinka, and amongst the Fulanis, the people who would be the Fulani with them. And so the other source stipulates that they were Jews. Again, within the same article that you're running from, Leo Africanus stipulates that they were Jews who converted to Christianity and Islam. So you're saying, why don't we see them practicing Judaism coming off the slave ship? Bro, I showed you a Muslim from Futa Toro, the area where it stipulates these Jews would have been that converted to Christianity and Islam, a man that spoke Hebrew and Arabic, talking about in West Africa, he paid a tithe. I showed you a concept of them praying 3 times a day, what Muslims don't do. I showed you a concept of them still keeping a first fruit festival and whatnot. Again, that's not a Muslim concept. I showed you a concept of them keeping the New Testament, etc., in a way that Muslims don't do, etc. Right? So again, I showed you a concept of them writing the New Testament in Arabic in the Gullah concept, in the Gullah dialect. Deal with that. That's literal material culture. So here's the issue. So I said at the outset, I don't have to follow any rules. You don't. I stipulated what your criteria was, and you gave it to me, right? You gave me a couple of words. You gave me a couple of traditions in terms of stories, etc. You gave me all that, right? What did I give you? I gave you the same people. The B'nai Israel gave you, again, in their language, in the Wolof language, there is Hebrew that they were able to connect to it and whatnot, right? So again, there's Judeo-Wolof right there. I showed you Hebrew on the, again, did I say it was definitive? No, I said potential. What did I say about the documentary? I came on here last time with you and I asked you, are you saying the documentary wasn't making a definitive claim? And I was able to show clearly. I clipped it up and put it on my channel. Got 1,000 views right now. The documentary clearly says, you got Ephraim Isaac and the narrator clearly talking about the Yods on the pews and whatnot. Richard Saracen was not brought in to deal with that. He was brought in to deal with cursive Hebrew. It's not cursive Hebrew. I agree with him. No one's making a claim it's cursive Hebrew. I'm talking about Judeo-Arabic and whatnot. He's not brought in for that. That's not his area of expertise. And so again, I was part of emailing these scholars with Abu and other people and whatnot. I emailed the Arabic scholars and I emailed Sola Trail scholars and Hebrew scholars, etc. Whatnot, right? Again, and the Arabic scholars stipulate almost not unanimously, but a large group talk about there being Surah 114 ayah 3, which again is neutral in terms of being Christian, Jewish, Muslim, etc. It just says the God of humanity. Again, this is something that any basic person learning Arabic literacy in West Africa would have learned, because this is how you learn Arabic in West Africa. And again, it's the lingua franca, but this is how you learn. You learn via the short suar, the short surahs of the Quran and whatnot. Which again, 114 is that a real short one. It's got just a few verses to it. So again, that's on the pews. And they also found La ilaha illallah. Again, neutral, not no shahadatain, not Muhammadan Rasulullah. Again, I can't show you that on the pews. I can show you La ilaha illallah on the pews. I can show you 3 yods that Ephraim Isaac and other people were saying definitively in the documentary. Is it definitive in scholarship? No, and I said that. I said there's no scholarly consensus, and you're right about that. Hence, I put potential on it. I'm being scholastically honest about it. But you're not being scholastically honest and recognizing the fact that there is some people that do say they are Yods, that do say they do represent the shorthand version of Yahweh, and that the Yods also do represent the Decalogue. So that's the name of God and the 10 Commandments. So you're telling me I didn't show you any close? I showed you more than.
Hold on. The name of God, name of God and 10 Commandments. Where? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Maybe you should watch the documentary you brought up to the people, fam.
The name of
God. That's exactly
what are you talking about?
Exactly what Ephraim Isaac says.
So Ephraim Isaac, hold on. Who agrees with Ephraim Isaac? Who does? The 10 Commandments, bro? Are you serious right now?
No, hold on. All right, hold on, more. Hold your train of thought, more. All right, I let him go over a little bit because they feel you playing with that clock. Go ahead, Garfield. What you want to say to him? You want to pick up from that point again or more when I bring you back up? Restate. Go ahead, Garfield.
Pews is a dead issue.
No, you question him about anything you want to, something else, or you going to continue this because we're on your time now. It's your time.
I got to respond to him. Don't I got to respond?
And I'm letting you respond right now. Not on that. Well, or whatever you want. It's your time. Go ahead.
All right. Now, this is what he was talking about. The reference to the 7 rulers recalls R. Isaac B. Shechet's response, which mentions the 7 Biribani in Tuat. This may not be a coincidence. The legend concerning the fate of the Jews of Timbuktu may be based on the events in Tuat, or at least have borrowed certain particulars from them. It is not known at which period this legend took the shape in which it appears in the Tariq, whose composition and redaction extended over approximately 150 years. It may contain echoes of still other memories. According to Leo Africanus, Jews were forbidden to enter Timbuktu. And according to Valentin Fernandez, there were Jews at Walata, well-to-do but despised, earning their living as peddlers, goldsmiths, jewelers, whereas no Jews lived among the Arabs in the desert. Now, another story of a Jewish kingdom, this time in the Dara Valley, was written in the 17th century. It contains an independent state of descendants of Ephraim, the son of Joseph, who had Christian Negroes under their tutelage. The latter rebelled against their masters, raised themselves from their inferior position, and the valley was broken between Christians and Jews. After a while, the Christians broke the agreement and attempted to destroy the Jews. This time, they were decisively beaten and completely annihilated. Even those who tried to escape to Sijamasya in the Ziz Valley, the place of the Christians as settlers of the region, was taken by Muslims, who eventually got the upper hand of the Jews and inflicted a crushing defeat on them. The Sudanese slaves of the Jews reverently buried the slain. The survivors were forced by the Muslim prayers to pay jizya. All right, now watch this. The stories of the free Jewish tribes circulated among Jews and non-Jews for centuries. They underwent variations, absorbed topical features, sometimes as they were, sometimes in modified form, omitted certain details or replaced them with others. They originated from the Jews who strove thereby to enhance their prestige among their neighbors. But they might assume an independent existence and might even serve as weapons against the Jews, like the story of Ibn Mashal. They account at least partially for the legends about Judaized Berbers and Negro tribes. Now, let me just read that part again. They originated from the Jews who strove thereby to enhance their prestige among their neighbors, but they might assume an independent existence and might even serve as weapons against the Jews, like the story of Ibn Mashal. They account at least partially for the legends about Judaized Berber and Negro tribes. Now watch this. To sum up the discussion, the following conclusions may be formulated. Traditions concerning Judaized Berbers and Negroes in the Sudan occur in Arab literary sources from the 12th century onwards. They are extremely vague, and their emergence may be due to the following factors. The spreading of Jewish communities whose members were engaged in commerce all over North Africa. 2, The legends of the 10 tribes. 3, the ethnic and religious assimilation, voluntary or force of Jews to the Muslim population. This accounts for the traditions of Judaized people converted to Islam. The possibility of Jewish influence on Berbers and even Judaizing by certain Berber groups should not be ruled out. That influence may have obtained not only in the pre-Islamic period, but also in the days of Arab rule, so long as Islam had not penetrated every stratum of the Berber and Sudanese population. It should not be assumed that it was very profound. The history of the spread of Islam and of the Arabic language and culture among the Berbers shows that they were not easily accessible to alien influence. Similarly, Berber influence upon Jews was confined to the accept of a few customs. This is what he left out. Example, the pouring of water at Pentecost and certain marriage rites. The decisive fact disproving the assimilation of large Berber groups is the complete lack of any penetration of Berber languages into Jewish literature. Now, let me say this again. Similarly, Berber influence upon Jews was confined to the acceptance of few customs. Example, the pouring of water at Pentecost and certain marriage rites. What happened is Berbers were once Christians, they were Muslims, they were Jews. So sometimes when they are influencing folks, they have different traditions within what they're doing. It's possible. There are texts in the Maghrebi Arabic Jewish dialect, Berber names and appellations recorded among African Jewry during recent generations are certainly not evidence of the Berber origin of the Iberians. Finally, let it be noted that all of the known movements of conversion to Judaism and instances of Judaizing, those connected with the Berbers and Sudanese in Africa, are the least authenticated. Whatever has been written on them is extremely questionable. So this is summing up the whole article, which include what he read. And this is why I read the first page. And in all fairness, I didn't want to read all that stuff, but I'm trying to give you a context of what he took out. And I said to him, why did you leave this out? You got to at least read the final judgment of what the author is saying and the possibilities. Again, it's a question sign. They don't know. They're writing from a distance. Anachronistical. They don't know. Let me finish.
That's 5 minutes. You read the whole 5 minutes. Let you finish though. You read the whole 5 minutes. You ain't asked him one question. Go ahead. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Keep going.
As far as the pews though, we gotta understand that the pews is still a question mark. There's no definite answer. So because the guy, the 90-year-old guy says it's geese. First he said it was geese. Then he said it's this. And I mean, who really took that guy Isaac serious? Only you. I don't hear nobody else jumping around about what Isaac said. I called him, I recorded conversation with the guy, and I'm saying to myself, there's no way this guy is coming and saying this, and everybody's rocking with him. And you know that's a minority argument. So why would you come on Berean and say, oh, the 10 Commandments, he said it.
Oh, like, so you're saying you know he said it.
Let me finish. So
you're saying you know he said it.
Hold on a second. That doesn't make it true, my brother. Because he said it, and I'm not shouting. I don't need to shout to convince people. I am saying that although he mentioned that, who is really agreeing with the guy Isaac? Nobody is. Nobody. Show me an article by a scholar, even in the Gates article. So you're mentioning this to win the argument. No, brother. It's a minority argument that nobody holds to, except him. So why would you bring that up now to try to gaslight the whole situation? You trying to gaslight the whole situation. Like, come on,
all right, hold on, Garfield. Let more go. I forgot more. You all part of Yak Gang?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, he blowing shots anyway. All right, because people hitting me with other stuff. I'm old. Go ahead, more. You got your 5 to pick up from there to go somewhere. So you got a 5 right now. I'm setting it up all over. And y'all gonna do 2 more rounds of that. Then I want to hear y'all closing. I want to hear how more close out with all of this after another two 5-minute points. Go ahead. You got to flum yourself.
So this is the funny part. Like he's denying both sides of an argument, right? So there's a 2-sided coin to this language concept. He said, "Show me something in Judeo anything," right? And so before I showed anything on the pew, I showed how the Wolof in that article they were talking about there was Hebrew for Wolof in Wolof. And for certain words in the Wolof. So that's a Judeo-Wolof right there in Africa before coming on the slave ships. The Wolof are documented coming off slave ships, and they got my haplogroup being 132 at 12%, bro. Know that. So there's that right there. But when it comes to the pews, again, I've never made the claim it's a definitive. Not once, not ever. I've covered this from beginning to end, and I've been super scholastic and thorough about the whole thing. I got many videos on about what all the scholars say. That's why I said potentially on the slide that I showed you. But when I came on here, like I said that the documentary, the people in the documentary make the definitive claim, right? The documentary itself, right? Again, I got no issue with Saracen denying the count, like not even talking about that, because he wasn't brought in for that. He was brought in for a cursive Hebrew concept, and you can see that on the clips that you showed everybody on this channel about the documentary. So again, are you gonna like? So it's scholastically honest for me to recognize that there's potentially that Hebrew there, and that it's not a scholastic, there's no scholastic consensus on it, because there's one person. Now, guess what? That one person, let me ask you this question up front. Is this the University of Cincinnati sitting on that documentary, yes or no?
I don't know about sitting on it. I don't know about that.
You've been telling everybody since day one that they're sitting on it.
I don't know if they're sitting on it. I don't know. I've never requested to view it or get a copy.
Have they released it publicly?
I have no idea, bro.
You know they haven't released it publicly, and that's why there hasn't been any scholastic consensus put on there, because it hasn't been released publicly and whatnot. What you admitted is that I'm talking, it's my 5 minutes, but what you admitted is that you talked to Ephraim Isaac, and that he said the same thing I'm saying. So what you're not being honest about is there's at least one scholar saying it doesn't have. Again, I'm not saying there's a consensus, but you're not being honest in saying that there's one scholar talking about it. And again, you're denying the fact when it comes to the linguistics that I pointed to the fact that the Wolof. I could point to a bunch of other tribes that got Hebrew, but I'm just being super specific so you can't run from it, right? That the Wolof recorded certain words that are Hebrew. So again, that's a mixture in their language and whatnot. And again, these are people that, again, in the same area that I showed you sources for, saying that, again, they went from Judaism to Christianity to Islam. And so again, they're claiming to be Jews that are Muslims in West Africa right now, coming from the same, again, part of the people that the sources I showed you. Again, you can talk about Sijamasa, you can talk about Tawat all day, you can talk about Judas Berbers. That's in Morocco, bro. I didn't mention Morocco not once. I didn't mention Berbers not once, fam. That has nothing to Sijamasa, again, Morocco. Tawat, again, Morocco. Not what I talked about. Nowhere near what I talked about. I specifically spoke about the Western Sahel and cities that were and places that were within the Kingdom of Mali that you would have had in your Catalan Atlas and whatnot. Meeting your demand head up, straight up, and gave you multiple places from Kikuyu to Tindirma to Walata to Kamnuri, etc., etc., etc. Again, another source talking about that they were going to be, that they were amongst the Wolof, again, amongst the Mandingo, again, amongst the Futa, again, Fulani people. And these are all people that came off in numbers, in high numbers, to the area I'm talking about. And so I gave you more material culture for connecting to this Hebrew culture coming out of West Africa than what you gave me for connecting to the Khan culture coming out of Jamaica and whatnot.
1 minute left, more.
So are you going to stop special pleading? Are you going to address anything I said? Because at this juncture, you're looking like a cynic and not looking like somebody who's skeptic. A skeptic can look at the information like, you know what? You're making a point. I should accept this. I can, at the very least, I can see the argument for some. I got to stop saying none. Or are you going to just keep beating the same old dead horse and say, okay, bro, it's none, because you got to play the bad guy on TV. What you got to say, fam? I'm waiting.
Garfield, you're among one of the only few people that's saying none, because you're still saying none. Other people say, because they hit my phone.
We gotta stop playing this game, Barry. Hold on, Barry.
We gotta stop. He said we gotta stop playing this game. Oh, I see you, bitch. Hold on, the bitch is on the phone. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. I gotta say, because I walk away and I forget. I got other supporters on the jack. He said, if they were Jews in West Africa, how they get on one boat ride and come here a couple of weeks later, forgot who they were.
There you go. That was what I was going to start with. I said we could play the game more and you could raise your voice up and down. You've been beaten the whole day because all your arguments have been refuted and debunked. You can hold on. Don't say a word. Don't interrupt because I shut up.
No, Brian just came in. I'm coming in. So if again the sources you're running from say they went from Jews to Christians to Muslims, and they're keeping a Christian and a Muslim tradition when they come off the stage. Jewish as hell. What are they running from? What are they forgetting?
What are we doing?
You got another. I didn't say your thing didn't even start, but I had to say that. Why you laughing, Garfield? People don't like you, including me.
My man in his feelings, yo. That shit is crazy. I never seen my man so indisciplined in my life. That's why I'm laughing.
Yo, you better start this 5 minutes. Stop the laughing. You ready to start this 5 minutes?
Yo, look at this, family. Look at this. The problem is this, right?
All right, starting.
He makes all the claims, and then he says they come and practice Christian and Islam. But the issue again is if the Wolof have words in their culture that is influenced by Hebraic culture, whenever it came in, I am saying to you, my beloved brother, they would have come over with the traditions. You are making a grave, you're being so vague that, oh, it's possible, Garfield, it's possible, but you can't show nobody coming off the boat, practicing the culture, not one. All of it is conjecture, total conjecture. I'm address everything head on. Everything you have said. And by the way, with the Wolof having Hebrew words, that you see, all you got to do is know that the Wolof is a Niger Conja language. So if the Wolof are the Wolof people and they have a language come in, it would have to be a loan word. There's nothing wrong with that. The Hebrew Bible got tons of Egyptian loan words. As a matter of fact, Egypt got tons of Semitic loan words. I got over 500 in the New Kingdom. So saying they have loan words don't prove that. It proves interaction with Jews. It don't make the people Jews. If they are indigenous Wolof, that means they would have Wolof language as the first tongue, bro. If they have Jewish words, that means it's loan words. You kill your whole argument. You would have to show that the Wolof people that came off the ship was speaking 85% of the words they were speaking was Hebrew. You can't show that. You just made that. You made it one of the craziest claims I've ever heard on YouTube, and everybody in the audience know that. Everybody knows that. Now, as far as the pews, if you're saying it's potential, then you don't have an argument. That means, again, it's just like Billy Simon. It's a question sign. We don't know. There's no scholarship that has finalized this to make a conclusion. That's why with the Billy Simons, I could have said some other stuff, but I'm not going to fight you on that. I'm just going to say it's inconclusive, just like your whole argument today. It's all precipitated. It's precipitated based on certain information that you might see in the West Africa, but that kills you. Because if you're saying that they're Jewish in West Africa, why they're not Jewish when they got off the boats? That is the worst argument. You should have said, okay, you know what? Let's go to this community because we know the Wolof went here. So let's go to the Wolof and see if we find that. Let's do that. There's no Judea Wolof. Get out of here. That's a lie. You lied. There's no such thing as Judea Wolof. No such thing. It's a loan word. That is not Judean Wolof. Judea, when he said Judea Aramaic, you know it's filled with biblical Hebrew. Their language doesn't have biblical Hebrew prevalent throughout the language. So now you kill your own self with the Wolof argument. A loan word is a loan word. There are loan words all over because it was trade. This is why I showed the trans-Saharan caravan route from the beginning, saying that Jews went to different places. And that's why I showed the article where the expert on the Hebrews in Africa said that all the Jews in interior Africa were converts. So if they are converts, okay, they converted to a religion. Well, if they came over on the slave trade, going back to what Berin said, they would have brought that tradition with them. Nobody brought it because they wasn't doing it. The people that came on the slave ships. So that kills your whole argument. With all this argument that you're making, you would think 50% of the slaves, all the mandingos would have been coming over and saying, Yahweh, Allah, Allah, and singing all these different tracks. They would have been on music videos right now talking about this junk. But you can't prove nothing. You can't prove nothing, but all you're full of is conjecture. With Billy Simons, with the same Judaist Berber's article, the same Madagascar stuff, you start jumping around. Oh, Madagascar is not North Africa, brother. Oh, what about the Moor Zion Temple, Old Testament, New Testament? That has nothing to do with if they came off the slave ship as Israelites or Jews or whatever. Nothing to do with that. And every time you bring up conversion, show and prove the converted people that came over and brought the culture. They didn't bring no culture, Berin. That's the dagger. They didn't bring the culture. You running around the gullah trying to find people in the gullah. Well, the gullah did this, the gullah did that. Yeah, show me the Hebraic culture in the gullah. Show me the words. Show me the language. You can't show it, bro. You dead in the water. Once you pull in that convert argument, I'm with you on that, saying that people could be converted is possible. And maybe I shouldn't be an absolutist. I agree with that because I'm being arrogant by saying that. But it's just to piss y'all off even more. Y'all can't even show one Negro that came off a slave ship that said, hey, I'm practicing this culture in Africa and I want to practice it here. You can't do it. Even Omar ibn Said, where he says, show the Hebrew text. Show me the Hebrew text. You can't tell me nobody testifying out of that one source that said, hey, this guy was writing Hebrew. Produce the Hebrew he was writing. Produce the writing of Hebrew by Omar ibn Said. Produce that.
All right, Garfield. Moor. Earthquake, yo, I appreciate Brother Jujan. Y'all had an earthquake out there in California, 5.5. Moore, this is your last 5 minutes, and then you're going to get 15 to tell why Garfield come on here and he ain't talking crazy in your closing. Then I see his car back there, been holding on a long time, but I'm going to let him come on and get 15, his thoughts on that. I know Yap Gang don't like that, and we got some Yap Gang, that's Sister Sherry that's come through this family that rocks out with us. If she want to touch the microphone, she's going to touch the microphone too. I'm resetting your 5 minutes. After that, you're going to get that closing time, and Garfield getting that same closing time to see what he proves. Garfield proving it's an American-made thing. Remember, y'all, Garfield is attempting to prove it's an American-made thing. Come on, Mo, you ready? I'll hit it as soon as I hear you start talking.
First question. So, Garfield, how come? What makes Dr. Vince Bantu incorrect when he says that some Jews would have been on the slave ships as slaves, and he doesn't provide the material culture I just provided you when he makes the claim? How come he's incorrect?
Good question. Mute my microphone.
Evidence. So I don't believe him. I need evidence. Just because he's Dr. Vince Bantu, I'm not appealing to no scholarship. I'm appealing to no scholarship. So I'm telling you, Dr. Bantu, if you're listening below, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna inbox him later because I was supposed to do something with him this month. But I'm gonna inbox him later. I say, I need evidence of that, bro. I'm not doing that. I need evidence.
His evidence for the exact Islamic sources I cited for you. So what makes him incorrect?
His evidence, the same reason why you're incorrect. He's saying it's possible. He's not saying 100%.
No,
definitely happened.
He didn't say it's possible. No, he said that no, some came. It's going to be some, but it's a negligible number. It's not a lot.
Okay, well, I have not seen the culture here in America that these people carried over, and I'll continue to say that. Show me the material culture here. Why is it every other? What in all?
Well, my friend asked the question.
Hold on, more.
Hold on. It's my question time, sir. So you're gonna respond to the question I asked you because you just got done answering.
It is Garfield. We give him 30 seconds. Go ahead.
So is praying 3 times a day facing the east a Christian practice that was taught to the slaves?
No, not that I know of.
So what practice is that? What practice? What faith practice is that?
Turning to the sun and praying. I know Islam does some praying to the
turning to the east and praying 3 times a day, like Daniel chapter 6:10.
Woo! More problem right now. I'm moving my microphone.
That don't make them a Jew.
So how come the Muslims? Hold on.
I mean, the Muslims got it from the Jews. How come the Muslims? I'm out of order. Stop the 5 minutes over. Stop the 5 minutes over. My bad.
Exactly.
So how come the Muslims that were praying amongst the gullet, they were praying in Arabic on prayer rugs in doing so, but they weren't doing it the way that the Christians were doing it 3 times a day in their way, facing the east? Why was there a difference?
Hold on a second.
If they got it from the Muslims.
Hold on, say it again. So you're saying
why was there a difference if they got it from the Muslims?
Hold on, listen. I'm asking a question. Repeat the whole thing over. Say it over again because I missed.
So I'm asking. So amongst the gully, it's recorded in their own words, right? Again, in the book that I cited, right? You can go to Drums and Shadows and see this in their own words, where they stipulate that the Muslims prayed using prayer rugs and speaking Arabic and prayer beads, etc. But the Christians were facing the east 3 times a day, etc. Right? So they're not doing the same thing and they're doing it differently. Why is that? If the Christians got it from the Muslims,
the Christians are praying 3 times a day to the east. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what they record over and over again in their own words.
Well, I don't know why they prayed 3 times a day. It doesn't make it Hebraic. But remember, Christians also read the Old Testament. So if they read the Old Testament, maybe they got it from the Old Testament, brother. I'm just
So
saying.
you're telling me that these
So
slaves
you're
that are
saying-
reading
so
the
you're
Old
saying
Testament,
Christians-
that are writing the New Testament in their own hand, in their own language that ain't English, right? That they brought over from Africa, that they're reading this book and saying, you know what, I'm going to choose to practice this that no one else is doing. Why would they do that, Garfield?
So you're saying that something that's in the Old Testament that Christians are doing, they're doing it because they're Jewish, because it's in the Old Testament? I thought Christians believe in the Old Testament and the New Testament.
So what I said was, and please respond to what I said was, like earlier in this presentation, I stipulated, like when Jews converted to Christianity, you see the Ethiopian Christianity, just like Ephraim Isaac says in that same documentary you keep running from that you brought to the people. He says it's the most Jewish form of Christianity. I stipulated you see the same type of practice coming off the slave ship, in the sense that the Christianity they practice, that they made themselves, looks Jewish. Just like what you said. They looked at that Bible and said, that practice right there I'm doing.
All right, so the Christians praying 3 times a day as slaves under the Gullah. The Gullah is saying that is proof that they're following Jews. I thought, you see,
Is that or is it not a Jewish practice from the Old Testament? Yes or no?
But if it's a Jewish practice, it's also a Christian practice, because at the end of the day, the Christians
What
are reading
Christians?
Hold
What
on,
Christians
hold on,
around
hold
the
on,
Gullah?
hold on,
No,
hold on.
hold on, bro. It's my time. What Christians? What Christians around the Gullah were doing that? I'll wait.
It's not about Christians around the Gullah. The fact of the matter is that doesn't prove that they're Jews, because it's once it's in the Bible, it's in the Bible, bro. It's the whole Bible.
Is it?
You can't tell
I'm
me-
not,
you-
so
do
so
you
check
have-
this
do you
out.
have-
I'm not saying
does
in and of
your-
itself. I'm not
does-
saying
does
in and
your
of itself.
source-
It's a.
does
I'm
your
not saying
source-
in and of itself. Hey, you're talking over me in my time, bro.
Does
Don't
your
talk like this.
source-
Don't be.
does your source-
Bruh, are you scared right now?
Oh man.
Don't be scared.
I can't
Don't be
even
scared of the
answer a
Moor, bro.
question.
So again, I'm not saying that one claim in and of itself makes them Jews. I'm saying that that's an Old Testament practice, and I'm asking you, do you agree? Yes or no?
That the Jews pray to where? Pray to the east or to Jerusalem?
Jerusalem would be east from America, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're praying to us. Well, that would have been a bit.
You don't know that Jerusalem would be east from America. We're playing them kind of games right now.
No, I don't. I'm not even familiar with that. But this is what I'm trying to figure out.
You don't know where the state of Israel is,
bro. I don't care. The point of the matter is, whether it's east is Mecca or wherever, it doesn't
You
matter.
can't even answer that right now. We bug dancing that hard, but we can't answer a basic question like where is Israel?
Hold on.
You didn't answer one question yet, bro. Come on, bro. You striking out.
I can't answer because you keep cutting me off, beloved. I'm trying to answer, and as soon as I try to answer, you cut me off. Do you want me to answer or you don't want me to answer?
Simple yes, no. Is praying 3 times a day facing Jerusalem an Old Testament practice?
You know what? There are actually Christians who actually used to pray to the east at one point. So at the end of the day, there's a history.
Which one of those Christians owned American slaves? I'll wait. That's
no,
my question.
but
which one of those Christians owned American slaves, Garfield?
The point I'm bringing up is, if Christians,
I'm asking you a question, Garfield. You're talking through my time. Garfield, which one of those Christians that you just mentioned owned American slaves?
How would I know that?
What time period are you talking about,
Well,
Garfield?
you're acting like.
What Christian groups are you talking about from what time period?
Hold on.
And when did they ever own American slaves, Garfield?
Hold on. Let me answer the question.
That's 3.
Can I answer the question? Yo, if praying to the east was once a Christian practice, you don't know who in the country.
You're not answering the question. What Christians have the practice? And when did those Christians own American slaves?
I don't know. But you're acting like it's.
And why are you bringing it up, bro?
Because we know in the
grasping the straws, bro. That's what this is.
No, we're not. I know in the early church you used to have people in the Old Testament that prayed certain ways.
So now we're going back to this right here. I'm asking another question. Do you deny that Ephraim Isaac, that you talked to on the phone, whom you have a recorded phone call from, that you won't let out, that I may or anyway, that you won't let out, stipulates that everything I just said? Do you deny the fact that there's one scholar at the very least that agrees with what I'm saying?
Possible. That's possible. That's possible.
Okay. So do you agree that the source talking about the problem with the Judas Berbers that I talked about, I didn't say anything about Sidra Masa. I didn't say anything about Tuat. I didn't say anything about Morocco. I didn't say anything about Berbers. I mentioned Kamnuri, which is not Morocco. I didn't even mention them from that source. From that source, I mentioned the concept of Jews being amongst the Wolof, the Mandinka, and the Futa people and Futa and whatnot, and also that the fact that Leo Africana stipulates that they went from Jews to Christians to Muslims. Do you agree that that has nothing to do with what you brought up about the article?
Okay, Moore, that's it. That's it right there. Yeah, Garfield, go ahead and answer. You got 60 seconds to answer that. Your 5 minutes. Then, boy, I want to hear Moore's closing. I'm stopping. Go ahead.
All right. So let me.
You want to answer that, or you want to go straight into your 5? You just go that one away because they talking bad about you right now.
That's fine. Okay, all right. Let me say this. First and foremost, he acts like the Christians praying 3 times a day, like it's not something that was done in Christian practice before. Now, if someone chooses to pray 3 times a day or turn to the east or whatever, it could be a tradition that they actually learned. Because remember,
from Daniel in captivity praying towards Jerusalem.
No, Christians were doing it from early on. It's within the church fathers. They talked about it. But the issue is, though, if that's a tradition within Christianity, you can't dictate if they should follow it or it was brought somewhere else or whatever. So, of course, if they borrow that activity, that doesn't make the Gullah Jews. We know the Gullahs are not Jews. That would be nuts. So what is he ultimately saying, though, to you people? Is he saying the Gullah Geechee is now Jews? They could have adopted a tradition from whoever their slave master. They had Jewish slave masters. You act like there wasn't Jewish slave masters here. This is why you could jump in and interrupt all you want and try to get an upper hand. But the truth of the matter is Jews were here, Christians were here, and if they're praying and they're using the same biblical text, who are you to make the decision who they got it from? Again, that's vague.
Okay, I'm starting your 5 minutes now. I just gave you that 60 seconds just to answer Moore's last thing. Moore, you get ready for your closing. Get ready for your closing. A lot of folk praying for you, brother. Let's just put it that way.
Let's get it going.
I'm starting your 5, just your last of the 5 minutes, and next time Moore touch that microphone, Moore's gonna you're gonna question for 5 minutes. Next time you touch that microphone, it says closing.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Moore. Within the diet, what was the diet like for the Gullah Geechee? Did they follow a Hebraic diet? That's for Moore. I'm asking a question. Moore, did they follow a Hebraic diet?
I don't want my mic though. Hold on. There we go.
Those unmuted. Just unmuted now.
Yeah, so some of them did. So like I stipulated in.
Some of them who? Some of them who? Why are you lying?
You gonna let me answer the question or no?
Some of them who? Some of them who?
Hold on, give Garfield them right out. Go ahead.
Like I stipulated, literally in the book and the page numbers that I cited, in Drums and Shadows, you literally have Gullah Geechee talking about they have the concept of unlucky foods, and some of them wouldn't eat rabbit, they wouldn't eat certain types of fish, and they wouldn't eat foods that were sacrificed to the voodoo, like in a voodoo manner or whatnot, right? Like a chicken or whatnot. That is 100% consistent.
That's African. What are you playing games? You know this is a rice coast group. They deal with rice and greens, and they deal with fufu.
So
and all that.
Okay, so is that inconsistent with the dietary laws of the Bible?
No, that's a lie. You're lying about.
Is that inconsistent with the dietary laws of the Bible?
The killing of chicken? Come on, they serve gumbo and okra.
The killing of chicken? No. It was no. It was the killing of chickens done in a voodoo fashion, in voodoo sacrifices. They would not eat the chicken.
So hold on, is that Hebraic?
Not all of them, but some of them.
Oh,
again, not all of them.
You're lying.
Again, yeah, 100%. Not eating food sacrificed to other gods, 100%.
You can't even lie good.
Is a Jew allowed to eat food sacrificed to another god?
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a source?
Is a Jew allowed to?
Do you have Omar ibn Said's primary text of him writing in Hebrew? You claim he wrote Hebrew. Where's the primary text?
I never claimed he wrote Hebrew. I said he knew Hebrew.
Oh, he knew Hebrew. What is your proof of that?
I'll show it. I cited that someone that he went to church with stipulated that he spoke Hebrew.
All right, okay. So let me ask you this then. So you have no other evidence out of somebody saying that he spoke Hebrew, so you can't prove it. All right, okay. Another.
Yeah, I have nothing other than a first-hand account. You're correct. You're correct. I have nothing other than a first-hand account.
Okay. As far as
I have nothing other than a primary evidence that he spoke Hebrew.
All right, okay. Let's be honest. As far as the pews is concerned, don't the majority of the sources say it's Arabic than Hebrew? Or the 90% of the sources, do they say it's Arabic more than Hebrew? 90% of the sources that have reviewed the pews that we know unofficially, from the Henry Louis Gates documentary, your brother Abu, all the people that have ever spoken about the pews, don't 90% of them or 99%, I'm saying 99% say that it's Arabic on the pews.
No, because again, you have to understand this. Most people
okay,
who've seen
you said no.
You're going to let me answer the question.
You said no.
Let me answer the question.
No. You said
no. You're going to let me answer the question.
No, I'm going to do
You're going to let me answer the question.
I'm going to do you like
you're going to let me answer the question.
Everybody, Everybody knows.
So
that
the people who
90%
reviewed the pews were only reviewing one picture of a pew at a time. They weren't reviewing all the pictures of the pews. Not everybody who saw the pews got to see the pews that
Bro,
would have
how many
had
people said it was
would have had the
Hebrew?
Hebrew.
How many people said it was Hebrew?
The claim that I'm talking about won, and the one person you said.
There you go. You know what? Thank you,
Who
bro.
else
Are you gonna draw a
Who else
conclusion
looked at the
based
same
off of
pew?
one? I'm glad you
Who
say
else
one
looked at the
person.
same pew?
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
Who
now
else
you
looked at the
can't
same
prove,
pew?
you can't. All right, let me ask you a question. Did the drumming and the celebrations that the Gullah do, is it Hebraic? All the celebrations that they do, the culture that they do, the juju, the witchcraft, is that a part of the Hebraic culture?
The witchcraft, no, but the drumming.
All
and the
right. What about
100%.
what about the special individuals, the root doctor, the Dr. Buzzard, who can provide protection against witchcraft? Is that a part of the Hebraic culture?
Did I ever claim it was?
All right. So the West African practice of wearing a protective amulet called the Sebe or the Grigri, is that a part of the Hebraic culture?
No, that's more so like Sufi Islamic culture.
So basically, ladies and gentlemen, you're saying because they prayed 3 times, they took something from the Hebrews, but everything else that they did had nothing to do with the Hebraic culture. All right, now move on.
Everything else that they
Let
did.
me ask you a question.
So are you saying that the Gullah were a monolithic culture?
Is the Barbary States North Africa?
It's not Madagascar.
Is the Barbary States North Africa?
He's not from the Barbary States.
That's where they took him from.
He's not from the Barbary States. He's from Madagascar.
He's not, but they took him from the Barbary States.
So what's your problem?
All right. Now the Morris Zion Temple.
So he's not from the Barbary States. He's from Madagascar, like I said.
The rabbi that started the Morris Zion Temple, did he come off the slave ship practicing Hebrew, practicing the Hebrew culture?
It's impossible to be alive in 1899.
Why did you bring him up then? What's the purpose of bringing him up? That's
because
stupid.
you were talking about you said that there's no Jews who recognize Messianic Judaism like what we're talking about, and literally the first African Jewish congregation proved you 100% wrong on your face. That's why I brought it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Were there Jewish slave masters in the South?
Say that one more time.
Were there Jewish slave masters in the South?
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Were the Gullah in the South?
Yes, they were.
So isn't it possible that the Gullah, just like how they would adopt Christianity and Africanize it, isn't it possible that a Jewish slave master had a Gullah person and they practice a Jewish tradition? Yes or no?
No, because it's on record that all
the
scholars stipulate that this is something that they made up that they did themselves, that they did not learn from.
Ultimately,
if you got something to the contrary, I'd love to see it. Otherwise, you just reach it.
Ultimately, I have a lot on the contrary regarding the Gullah. I have a lot of stuff on the Gullah.
Then how come you didn't provide
it? Let me say this right now. No, because
how come you didn't provide it?
This is a gotcha moment. This is a gotcha moment right now. You just presented stuff and I'm responding. But let me ask you this, the last thing. Do you have evidence of anyone in the Americas speaking a Judeo-African language at all? Do you have any evidence of that?
Anybody in the Americas?
Yep, you came off the stage.
All right, that's time, but he could answer that.
Let him answer that.
So if you look into Dr. Lorenzo Dow Turner's work on the Gullah language, where he records over 4,000 words, amongst those are Semitic words that are Arabic, but also are universal to Hebrew and whatnot. Words like for prophet, words for like Moses, words for like Mary, words for certain things that are universal in Hebrew and Arabic and whatnot. So again, these people, it's very consistent with what I'm talking about. People who were Jews who went from being to Christians and went to being Muslims and whatnot, right? So they're finding their riposte in the Arabic language and whatnot, where you're finding neutrality with Hebrew.
Hey, Barry, thank you for your time, bro. I mean, that was just crazy a while ago. But anyway, what's the next step?
All right, next step is he's gonna have his closing time. Moore, you ready, or you like Garfield to go first? Why he proved that he believed he won based on the evidence that he set forth, and where you want him to go?
Let him go.
No, let Garfield go. Realistically, I drunk a lot of water. I gotta go to the can right quick.
Okay. Come on, Ishakar, come to the microphone. While I say taking a break, and somebody want to get a water break, somebody else in the audience want to go to the bathroom. I mute myself. I'm walking away, but I can hear you.
What we doing, man?
Oh,
man, I wanted to let them get a 5-minute discourse before I gave my input.
Or you want to wait till after the closing?
Man, I got a lot to say, man.
All right, hold on, Miss. All right, hold on then. Who's this, Miss Diane? Come to the microphone. I hope this ain't. Who's this? You're muted.
I want to say a very lovely discussion, by the way.
Okay.
Berean, you got a show full of mendacity, man.
Come on.
And mendacity, brother. That's all.
Hold on, man. Let me hear this. Let me hear this, Miss Diane. Listen, y'all. Listen, most excellent. Go ahead. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, just wanted to say I love the dialogue between the brethren. You know, we need to have both sides of the argument, and that's important. But the one thing that we cannot forget is that Israel is showing who she is in all the places where she is scattered. So I would love to hear the closing argument.
Okay, it's coming up. It's coming up a couple of minutes. Let me play this. Let me play this last thing whilst more and them getting settled, and then we're gonna go. We're gonna go right in. Where Aunt at right now? Where Aunt at? Let me play Aunt Girl real quick. Some culture. Tell me if this culture, this Bible, this rabbis, this dumb folk. Who this right here for you?
That's a real Jew.
Ask any question that you'd like. I dress like this all the time. When I'm alone in the house, when it's just me and my husband.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. What my thing doing?
Hey, I always tell y'all that the Israelis, Ashkenazis, Sephardi's, they have a Levantine root. They real Jews. Like,
No, hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me start over. No, hold on. You chop it up after as soon as they finish. And then and he said that's a real Jew. I'm mute myself.
When I'm alone in the house, when it's just me and my husband. And there's good reason why. First reason that I always dress modestly, even when I'm all alone, is so that my children can see how much I value dressing properly, even when nobody is around. It sends a good message to my kids and tells them that we are Tselem Elohim, which means we're created in the image of God, and therefore I hold myself to a high standard. The second reason is that in Judaism, we make blessings on everything. For every first bite or first drink of something that a Jewish person eats, we make a blessing. My husband learned that according to Jewish law, there are areas of a woman's body designated as erva, including her hair. Erva means nakedness. He learned that a man is not allowed to cite a blessing in front of his wife's hair if it is uncovered. So therefore, it's like really annoying for him to have to tell me every single time he takes a bite of something or drinks something that I have to go upstairs and put a hair cover on. It's just easier for me to cover my hair all the time and to dress modestly all the time.
Breen, I'm glad you brought that up. Because some of these ladies in this chat right now, their avatar got their heads uncovered. And when we were trying to pray, and I know they'll put their head covers on when we pray. I know they don't.
They distracting you, Dunamis. You can't see them. They distracting you, Dunamis.
My spirit bears witness. See, Bree, you talk about the apron that Adam wore, but you don't talk about the headscarf that God gave Eve. You know.
2.9 is 2.9. If 2.9 messing your mind up, I don't know what 35% gonna do. 35. I don't know what 35% gonna do. Hold on, Dunamis. Moore, you ready? I want y'all to know before we even get into it, I respect both of y'all. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna look after your after Ishikar go. I'm gonna and Dunamis talk. I'm gonna let a few other people up to share their thoughts on what they thought about the whole thing. We got 9 hours in, y'all. But go ahead, Moore. Let me set it. You almost ready, brother? You good? Oh, he pulling up a screen for his last 20. All right, you good? You I can't hear you now. I want to make sure. I want you to get every second of your thing.
Yeah, I'm straight.
All right, you comfortable? All right, he said he good. Come on. Whenever you ready to go, you can begin.
Here we go. Slideshow. Yeah. No, mine's being slow. But yeah, I enjoyed this talk very much, this dialogue very much. Shout out to Garfield for having it. My joint is freezing. Not on me. Shout out to to Brother Branford and let's have this dialogue. Man, my joint don't want to show right now. Is it sharing or no?
Yeah, your screen sharing is blown up.
Well, I'll just run
And
through
Sister Regina, I'm just joking. I don't know y'all. I'm just joking.
You got to forgive them. He's like me. He got to go back and watch 7 times. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, my joint. I don't know why my joint's doing this, but oh well, I'm gonna run through it. So the basic concept was this, right? Like I said at the outset, I don't have to provide any proof that Garfield doesn't have to provide in terms of how he shows connection to people, right? In terms of Africans, etc. And I also stipulated I didn't have to show any connection beyond what other Jewish populations have to show, i.e., they show connection back to people with an oral history to Judaism or being Israelites, etc. And then they also try to show maybe genetic connection to the Levant, maybe because no one can prove being Jacob at the moment, right? And so, oh, let's see if it wants to work. It's going super slow, but I'll leave it there. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, it'll let me do it. There we go. And so the burden of proof that Garfield showed about his connection to Africa was this is how he knows he connects to a certain part of Africa, right? He gave me a couple of stories. He gave me some food. He gave me a single word. He gave me a God. He gave me a person that fought in the God's name, etc. Right? And so I said the same thing. I'm going to connect myself to a certain part of Africa, right? I did the same exact thing. Now, what I also did on top of that was I went and showed the connection coming back from Africa, where I got people who connect to these areas here that I'm showing right here, that are part of this Gullah culture that I'm talking about, right? That have a history of being Jews. Not all of them, some of them have a history of being Jews, Christians, and Muslims, being converted to all three, like being converted from Jews to Christians to Muslims and whatnot, right? And so I showed you that there's people that come from around the Wolof, from around the Fulani, and from around the Mandinka that had Jews amongst them. And these are people who were taken on the slave ships. I showed you connection to Hebrew and the Wolof language. I specifically was drawing a through line with these people like the Wolof, etc. Right? So you can see exactly what it was. He asked the question, the fantastic question, where on this map are you? Now, this is a legit question. He should be asking this question, and people should be giving him answers. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. I'm sorry. Hold up. He's asking a great question, and people should be giving him answers. But this is why I asked the question: is he a skeptic or is he a cynic? Because when he asked the question, I'm like, I'm going to show you where these people are in this situation right now. And what did I show you? I emphatically showed you these different migrations of people coming in via the sources of West Africa itself, and showing you these populations in Mauritania, in Mali, in Guinea, in Senegal, in the Gambia, etc., in Guinea-Bissau, and all that. And these are people who were taken in the slave trade. Now, again, the argument isn't everybody. You can understand the verboseness if he wants to reject the claim of everybody. Like I said earlier, I can understand in dealing with the conscious community where you're being told that everybody's Egyptian or everybody's a Moor, everybody's Israelite. You're going to reject all that because we have different connections. But at the same point in time, this is where we get the special pleading coming in, because he's going to the extreme and saying, well, none can be, even when there's overwhelming evidence that some could be. Like if he wanted to be skeptical, like, you know what, I see what you're saying, but I still want to look into it a little bit more. I could understand that, right? But he's saying flat out, no, I won't accept. And that's the concept of a cynic and whatnot. No matter what you say, they're not going to accept the information. And this is why I asked a very poignant question. Why is it that when Dr. Vince Bantu, when he says that there's some Jews that came off the slave ships, maybe not a lot, but some Jews, why is he wrong when he says so? And he's just citing Islamic sources. I cited Islamic sources and gave you material culture on both sides of the water, fam. I gave you the concept of people coming off the slave ship themselves from these places that I'm talking about, saying that they practiced the tithe in West Africa where they were at. I showed you these same people that said they were practicing the tithe being able to speak Hebrew and Arabic. I showed you groups of people that they're connected to. Again, the Islamic people in Futa Toro, etc. They were part of the Torod Bey Clerisy, where there's multiple groups of tribes. So again, it's the Wolof, It's the Fulani, it's the Mandinka, it's the Hausa, and it's the Tuareg all together in one clerisy. So again, the brother who's Fulani is also connected to the Mandinka, to the Wolof brother, whatnot, etc., etc., etc. The Fulani brother speaking Hebrew is connected to the Wolof brother who has Hebrew in his language and whatnot. And so this kind of stuff can't be denied. This is nothing to sneeze at. So when I have the Islamic sources plus the material culture, like the brother obviously couldn't answer the question about the praying 3 times a day towards Jerusalem, is that an Old Testament practice? He couldn't acknowledge it because obviously that's what it is. And he couldn't answer the question, what Christian group would have taught them this? Were there other Christian groups? 100% there were other Christian groups doing that. And why is this important? And why did I show the other Islamic sources talking about the Christian groups in West Africa? Because like when I sat down with Dr. Vince Bantu, the Christian groups that came to West Africa came from East Africa. And when I go to amongst the Ethiopian Christians, who again have the most Jewish form of Christianity out there, they stand, bow, and prostrate when they pray. But did they own American slaves? No, they didn't, obviously. And you can't show me any other group of people who did that, who did own American slaves. And that's the whole point. Can you look at the information skeptically, but realistically? Realistically, you have to say, okay, this couldn't have come from an outside source if no one else outside of them had this practice. That's being an honest skeptic. Nothing wrong with that. But when you're a dishonest skeptic, now you're a cynic. Now you're just playing a bad guy on TV. I got no issue with that, but that's not how you move a conversation forward. That's not how you move a people forward. That's not how you move information forward. So I asked you to honestly deal with the sources that I brought up, and you didn't do it. I brought up the sources in the problem with Judas Berbers talking about this stuff that had nothing to do with the stuff that you were talking about. You're sitting there talking about a whole other country and a whole other group of people that have nothing to do with the area that I'm talking about in any way, shape, or form. There could be an issue. There could be all kinds of issues with Judas Berbers. That has nothing to do with the people I'm talking about. I was talking about the Wolof. I was talking about the Fulani. I was talking about the Mandinka, etc. I was talking about the Gaul Jews that were amongst them, that were called Black Jews, etc., who knew nothing about the synagogues, who knew nothing about the ways of other Jews. Again, this whole thing about you got to watch out for Arabic sources. Fam, this is why I brought up Valentin Fernandez. You're talking about these Portuguese people coming into these areas, these Iberian people coming into these areas, saying that these people here, these Jews don't know anything about our practices. So again, this practice amongst the Wolof, the practice amongst the, they're not getting it from outside sources like that, fam. They're not getting it from the European slave master or from the Jewish slave master or from the Luso-Africans. That again, and this is why I brought up Omar ibn Said. If I would love to see you cite in anywhere in his manuscript that he wrote with his own hand that he got his Hebrew or anything like that from a Luso-African. I'm sorry you deny the firsthand account of a church member that he went to church with, who said he was helpful because he could help them break down and understand the Hebrew. But that's a firsthand account. A firsthand account. That's nothing to sneeze at. I brought up the fact that they practice first fruits, the first fruits concept, or first harvest feast and whatnot. Again, you can't deny that that's, and also subsequent crop suppers. I cited them talking about it in their own books and whatnot, right? The page numbers and whatnot. That's the Gullah people saying it themselves. Again, you can't deny that the first fruits festival is, in fact, something in line with the Old Testament. You can't deny the fact that the way that they do, again, the way they do their circular procession, their ring shout, again, different people do that for different reasons in different parts of Africa. And I don't deny that. I do not claim anybody's a monolith. The Gullah are not a monolith. They're a mixture of over 20, 30 different tribes and whatnot. That's recorded in their language. I'm saying some people out of that 30 had these practices. And you can't reject the some. You can't reject the some because you're not willing to say all. That's fallacious. That's fallacious. How much time do I have left? I'm gonna keep on rocking until they tell me to stop then. So on top of that, what I also brought out was the fact, and something I really want people to understand, is the information I brought out about the Moorish Zionist temple. The Moorish Zionist temple is important to understand because it is a complete contrary story to this BHI movement. The people who began the BHI movement were rejected from the Moorish Zionist temple. The Moorish Zionist temple was not racist. The Moorish Zionist temple was not anti-Semitic. In fact, they said that all the other Jews of the world were their brethren from China to Ethiopia to Europe, etc. That's why their Rabbi Mordecai Herman is literally painted on the walls of Jerusalem with respect, because he's not a BHI, he's not anti-Semitic. And again, their form of Judaism, it smacks exactly of what you see. Again, again, he was an ordained rabbi. Rabbi Richelieu was an ordained rabbi, ordaining his own rabbis, and would not make these BHI people rabbis. But when he made people rabbis, they were upholding a tradition that stipulated the same thing you see in the or in the New Testament, in the first century Christians and whatnot, the first century church, to where you had Jews and Gentiles following Jesus and doing so in a slightly different way, to where some people might have been eating pork, might have been getting down on the pork sandwich and whatnot, and some people might have been keeping it kosher. There's nothing outside of the text. There's nothing wrong with that in terms of what the text stipulates. And again, if that's nothing wrong, there's nothing that goes against the concept of that. And the people in West Africa going from being Jews to Christians to Muslims as well. So this needs to be really well understood. This like Rahmaniot form of Judaism that my man Rue represents. Shout out to Rue, our resident rabbi in Yap or whatnot. He goes back to this first century concept. We learned about this from a Western European brother who's Yap himself, who says he comes from these same people. And breaks down the concept. No, it's okay to reach out from the Torah to different people in different ways or whatnot. It's okay if they need to be Christian about it. It's okay if some people need to be a little bit Muslim with it. There is forms of Judaism that do that kind of stuff. And so again, there's an important thing to understand with that before you see the BHI taking off, you see the very first African congregation of Jewry in this country, taking Jews from Egypt, from Ethiopia, from Yemen, to Morocco, Caribbean Jews, etc. And also Europeans and whatnot. They had no issue taking white people because it wasn't a racist thing. And that's not how this gets down. And last but not least, the brother keeps wanting to obfuscate the point. I said at the very beginning of this, I am not making the claim like the BHI do that I'm a bloodline descendant of Jacob and that no one else can be, etc. Right? And so he wants to obfuscate the point, like, well, I'm not talking about this. You're talking about converts. No, I keep saying this, like every other Jewish group out there, like you heard Abu talk about, the large majority of like Ashkenazi can't be bloodline descendants of Jacob because they have multiple different haplogroups. I'm saying that would apply in any other Jewish group that you find, that you're going to find a small group that might go back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but a large group is not going to. Just like you see with the Lemba with 14 different haplogroups, just like you see with the Ashkenazi with a bunch of haplogroups, just like you see with the Sephardic with a bunch of haplogroups, just like you see with the Ethiopian Jews having a bunch of haplogroups, like he admitted. So I have no issue with the concept of converts or whatnot. But at the same point in time, you can't deny that. Again, I'm saying that some are going to go back to the bloodline, just like any other group. And if they don't, how do you get the convert?
5 minutes more.
Let me see. What else did I not address? So I'm going to go back to his fallacies right quick in terms of the arguments that he was talking about in terms of what I was saying. Because again, unfortunately what we didn't see is Garfield actually address my arguments. We didn't see him actually address the sources that I went through. What we saw was a bunch of bloviating, unfortunately. But again, I did not quote Idrisi from The Problem of the Judaized Berbers. I quoted Valentin Fernandez. Again, he's not a Muslim, not an Arab. He's coming from the like a Latin source base in terms of being a source or whatnot. And so you can't apply what you're saying about the Judaized Berbers to what he was saying, right? Again, he was talking about the Google Jews being among the Wolof, the Mandinka, and the Fulani. I made no Berber Jew claim. What you witnessed him do was called a straw man fallacy and not address the point. Unfortunately, the brother didn't deal with the point. I wish he would have went straight up with it. The name of the town and the community was named again with the B'nai Israel. He keeps denying that I showed you this over and over again. It was not the people that was named after the dream. It was the town that was named after the dream. The source says that they were a thriving Jewish community. Fallacy of omission. One more time. For whatever reason, he doesn't want to deal with his own sources. This is why I brought them up. Yes, Garfield, I studied your sources. I brought up your sources so you couldn't run from them. I could have brought this stuff up from other stuff, but I brought it up from your sources on purpose. And then I brought up sources I know you didn't know about, like this stuff about Omar ibn Said. He spoke, again, he dealt with Hebrew and Arabic. He wrote his own biography in his own hand and never mentions Luso-Africans or learning Hebrew from Jewish merchants or anything of that sort. What Garfield's doing at that juncture is an argument from silence. He doesn't have any proof of anything. He's just making a claim. Well, what if? Well, what if? What if? We're talking about whataboutism, fam. That's a whole fallacy in and of itself. Again, the Billy Simons concept, right? He brought up the fact that the guy he was emailing was the Billy Simons scholar, the top guy. And that guy in the email, which is why I showed it, said that the Lemba DNA is basically worth another look. That's me paraphrasing and whatnot. But he brings up the fact that the Lemba DNA can make it legitimate potentially. And again, like I said, Madagascar is not in North Africa because he's from Madagascar. You kept saying he's from North Africa. Again, there's nothing wrong about me clarifying that, right? And again, I'm not wrong. You pretending like I am. That's a whole red herring, fam. A whole red herring fallacy. I wish there wasn't so many fallacies stacking up. We could build a house with these fallacies, bro. The Ghana Empire was in the Western Sahel. This is something he didn't touch on later, but again, he keeps doing, and he brought it up in the middle of this whole thing, where he tried to front like the Ghana Empire was where current Ghana is, and that's not where it was at. It was in the Western Sahel, in Mali, and Burkina Faso, etc. Again, another fallacious argument. I cannot stress this enough. I cannot stress this enough. This point about the Moorish Zionist temple and how it's a different birth of a different belief system than this BHI thing. I can't stress how important it is to understand how this affects how people can move in this country. If you don't want to be connected to this BHI thing, but you feel like you're connected to people who came off the slave ships, who did practice tradition, and you want to go back to that and do so in a righteous way, there's a format you can go back and look at, like, how did other people do it? How did the righteous people who rejected the BHI thing do it? And the Moorish Zionist temple is a fantastic template to go look at, because again, they weren't racist, they weren't anti-Semitic in any way, shape, or form. In fact, they had their own form of Zionism, to where even Abu recognizes they may have affected the way that modern Jews look at Ethiopian Jews and incorporated them into Jewry. So again, they were about working with world Jewry. They were not about working against it. They saw themselves as part of the whole, not separate from, but had the right to do their own tradition their way. They practiced all the Jewish holidays their way. And there's nothing wrong with that. And Rabbi Damota of the Obadiah Alliance says that's the way to go about it. If you're not going to go back to someone like the Igbo or like the Lemba, etc., this is the way to go about it. And there's a template for such. And it's not the BHI way. It's not making the extreme claims based off of no evidence. It's not making the extreme claims based off of emotion, etc., like we're seeing the brother do here. Unfortunately, all his extreme claims come from the fact that if he has to accept some, that means he got to change his whole argument or whatnot. There ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what honest scholars do. Do you think the Christians were saying that there's some Israelites coming off the slave ships a couple years ago? No. There were people doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes to get them to change their tune and whatnot. And thank God they're changing the tune, because you know what? Now we get to see something that's very unique that people aren't talking about. People are talking about, like, okay, my mother's people, the people who come from North Africa and Sepharad and whatnot, that are coming to their understanding, like, oh man, I thought I was Spanish or Mexican, whatever, but you know, I really like Covey. I got Sephardic Jewish backgrounds and whatnot, right? The same thing applies to people coming off the slave ships. There's a popular, like, if the scrolls are correct, fam, we're gonna see the north, south, east, and west coming out of this thing, right? We're gonna see Jews going to the north, east, and west, and we're talking about a legitimate, actual Jewish population that was in West Africa that should not be overlooked. And what's important about this is it could be a population that's bigger. I'm not saying it's the biggest population in the world, but it could be bigger than the population that was expelled from Spain and Portugal. That means it's significant. It should be understood, and it should be studied, and it shouldn't be scoffed at. And if someone brings this level of material culture on top of the type of claims from Islamic sources like Dr. Bantu provides and whatnot, I mean, fam, if you're scoffing at that, then again, you're definitely being a cynic. You're not being a skeptic, and I can't take that serious in any way, shape, or form. And again, I appreciate you for your time. I appreciate your platform. and I appreciate the people for listening.
Thank you so much, Moore. Appreciate it. Garfield, I'm going to start over. You ready, or you need a couple of seconds?
I need 1 second. Let's go.
Okay, hold on. Let me get this thing straightened out.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
All right. Come on, you go. Hit it.
Yeah. Peace and love to Moore. Thank you for this conversation, this bill. I already won, and I'm gonna tell you why. Wow. No lineal descent has been shown. He claims that, oh, you're talking about conversion. I'm gonna tell you why that's a major problem. It's a major problem because you claim that the people in the Gullah Geechee was praying 3 times a day.
Take that serious in any way, shape, or form. And again, I appreciate you for your time. I appreciate your platform, and I appreciate the people for listening.
Thank you so much, Moore. Appreciate it. Garfield, I'm going to start over. You ready, or you need a couple of seconds?
I need 1 second. Let's go.
Okay, hold on. Let me get this thing straightened out.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
All right. Come on, you go. Hit it.
Yeah. Peace and love to Moore. Thank you for this conversation, this bill. I already won, and I'm gonna tell you why. Wow. No lineal descent has been shown. He claims that, oh, you're talking about conversion. I'm gonna tell you why that's a major problem. It's a major problem because you claim that the people in the Gullah Geechee was praying 3 times a day. Somebody just sent me a source showing that, yes, some of the guys that were practicing Islam did pray 3 times a day to the east, not always at 5 times. So if you want to, I could email that source to you. But also the Pentecostal Faith Church used to also pray 3 times a day to the east. All right. And it is called an Eastern Orthodox Christian practice. But just the fact that you would use that and don't have any other evidence to back up. And when I mean any other evidence from the Gullah, because people in the chat who are Gullah, like my brother that's posting, they're laughing at you because you're saying first fruits. This other brother is saying Kumbaya 101. Now, first fruits, it can be described in many different ways. But what about the Exodus tradition? What about Passover? What about Sukkot? What about Yom Kippur? What about Rosh Hashanah? What about speaking in a Hebrew language or dialect? What about reading Hebrew? Where are all those sentiments that would attach a culture to the people? Because you can't produce that. You're going to find one little thing with the Gullah. Oh, the Gullah did this, so they must be Hebrew. You sound just like the BHI folks. They find one little thing, so everybody in America is a Hebrew because of one thing. That's a bad argument, bro. You got to look at the overall culture. You yourself is a Gullah. You violate your own culture, bro. And then on top of it, I stress the whole thing about the E1B1A carriers mainly. The E1B1A carriers mainly are not the main people that's a part of the culture. And it's obvious the sub-Saharan Africans are not. And that's why I brought up the E1B1A earlier. Now, with the Wolof Mandingo, and you're showing that they had some connection as far as influential, as far as Hebraic culture, and they were practicing in West Africa. The reason why I brought up the article, bro, this article here, I'm going to put the article back up on the screen so people could actually see the article. And the reason why it's important, because I had to read the conclusion. The conclusion doesn't agree with you. It doesn't. And that's why reading it is important. Finally, let it be noted that all the known movements, all of them, bro, you're talking about conversion. And I don't see how you don't know this is a dagger to your whole conversation, bringing it up. And this is a summary of the entire article. That's why I read the first page and the last page. I didn't want to read the whole thing. Finally, let it be noted that of all the known movements of conversion to Judaism and instances of Judaizing, those connected with the Berbers and the Sudanese in Africa are the least authenticated. Whatever has been written on them is extremely questionable. Again, another source that you use with a question sign. So you have not proven anything, no unambiguous source you have brought so far. The Gullah stuff with the 3 days in the East, that's easily solved. This right here about talking about Fernandez, whatever his name is easily solved. You now have to look at yourself and say, why would I use this in a debate if it's not definite? Why bring up the pews? There's so much question about the pews. It's still another question sign. You didn't prove anything. Ibn Said, somebody said he spoke Hebrew. That's a first-hand account. I don't know. We don't know. It's hearsay, and we can't prove it. In all his writings, he never wrote anything Hebrew. If he was writing and reading Hebrew, why he ain't writing nothing Hebrew to all them damn books that he wrote? So how you gonna come to the conclusion like, yo, this must be true, man, because you know what? I'm into the Hebrew doctrine and, you know, let me just use this as an argument, like a gotcha moment. That is not scholarship. You need, in your Bible, it talks about having 2 and 3 witnesses. What is your witness? You ain't got no witness but this one lady that said so. We don't know if it's true. Again, the Gullah first fruits, let me repeat this part, this whole argument. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're talking about a culture as far as Hebraic culture, even if you don't believe and you were converted, you know the Passover is the most important thing. Then Sukkot, then Rosh Hashanah, then Yom Kippur, and then repeating in Deuteronomy where it says, "Hear, O Israelite, there is only one God but Yahweh," or whatever. Then what about Purim or Hanukkah? At least show me some stuff at Christmas time, like, yeah, this is what we do with candles. Where is that in the Gullah culture? Where is Purim? Where is none of this stuff that they should have brought as converts over, bro? You see, the problem is the material culture has not been proven. I am going to say, yeah, I got to go back and look at some stuff and try to see where he's coming from with this as far as within Africa. But those specific people you're talking about in Africa may have not even got on the slave ships. You don't know that for a fact, bro. You can't trace it back to a tribe. You ain't bring up slave voyages and say, yeah, this is the era that these people came from, and they came on the ships. This is 641 of them. It's a possibility. Okay, fine. Show and prove the culture when they got off the boat. You got to be fighting. Yo, this lady around the corner and said something that this guy spoke Hebrew, and this guy around the corner, they prayed 3 times to the east. Where is the material culture? Where is it? This is why I'm reading out the Passover, the Sukkot, Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, reading Hebrew, writing Hebrew, speaking about it. Look at Walkowski. Walkowski could have faked the funk. He was reading Hebrew, claiming he was dumb and deaf, and he could write the Hebrew. And some places he read the Hebrew. But where is that? Where is that in the slave? Where is that from the people that you're referring to? And also, ladies and gentlemen, were these people, were they, well, I won't talk about circumcision because that would have to be a leadership. In Gullah Geechee culture, when they were independent, were they circumcising on the 8th day? Were they doing that? What about the diet that they followed? Their diet is one of the most damaging things against what he's saying. They had fufu and they were jollof rice and all this stuff that they were eating, all these foods that are against the law. What about Sabbath and the holy days? Show me that. At least that's basic. Show me these people practicing the Sabbath. And also, which God are they claiming? If the Gullah Geechee people are praying to the east, that specific guy, where is he calling on Yah? You can't show that. That's the dagger. You can't show that. Even if they don't remember nothing Bereed, at least they're going to remember the God that they worship. And the Gullah Geechee was into their religion, and they were showing all type of material culture from Africa. How is it that all these people, the Akan, the Igbos, remembering their secret society, the Ekpe, in Haiti, in Cuba, in Jamaica, in America, they're remembering all of that. The Yoruba words we see in the African-American culture. How, again, it goes back to linguistics, family. Where is the Judeo-African? Show me that in the Americas that they're practicing Judean African. They're speaking the culture and all these words that they're using. No. When we look at the Africanisms book, it talks about how the Yoruba words, the Igbo words, it's talking about those words. It don't talk about no words from what you call it, from no Hebrew words. It don't talk about none of that. We might see some Arabic within the culture, but we're not talking about no Hebrew. Bro, you're begging the question, bro. The whole time. You have not proven anything. Everything is easily done away with. Gullah with the first fruits. That's like the Hebrew guy say, yo, kumbaya, Garfield. I'm glad you ain't used that. You ain't that crazy. But again, the 3 days a week is attached to Islam or to the Pentecostal church. And of course, some Pentecostal churches big time. That's the root to the Hebrew Israelim culture in Black Hebrew Israelim here. Anyway, I want to say to everybody, man, think for a second. If you are Hebraic in West Africa, I'm gonna use Fortune 93 line. Did they catch divine amnesia? Did these Africans, and by the way, too, I want to say to the brother, I applaud you for saying that these people are Africans and pushing a converting movement, because now you're going to be more hated than me, because now you're telling these Israelites here in America that they're Hamites. So I ain't calling them no Hamite. That's you. But I want to say this, man. As far as linguistics, I think I won that conversation about a Judeo-African language or a Judeo-African-American language. I don't think there's anyone who could really say that African Americans, I'm gonna use America alone. I'm not even gonna talk about Jamaica, but in America, African Americans, you could say that you don't see a major influence from Hebraic culture within, as far as linguistically speaking. Genetics wise, is mostly sub-Saharan Africans, mostly carriers of E1B1A, who I don't think are attached to Jews. Yeah, they are attached to the 3 to the 5%, but they're not attached as far as the people who are the root of the people. I know Yashub gonna disagree with me, so I'm ready for that. So we have linguistics, we have genetics, we have a history. We have a history of Africans may have been converted. According to this article, it said we got to take it with a grain of salt. They're not really authenticated and they're extremely questionable. His source. He used my source and I used back the same source to show him that he's wrong because he don't want to show this part. He don't want to show the conclusion of the person that did the article. You see, that's how I'm being genuine. I'm not hiding anything. All right. Then that's history. As far as anthropology, as far as movement from crossing over on the slave ships, I don't know, bruh. I don't know, Bareen, but did this brother really show you? Think for a second. I'm asking everybody in the audience. Did he prove that the people that came off the ship were practicing a Hebraic culture? He said some. Okay, what amount? 20, 30, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000? Where? If that's the case, you would have found these people worshiping Yah, worshiping, following Passover, Yom Kippur, all these different things. All these maroon communities, over 5,000 of them. Hold up, let me show y'all this right now. Over 5,000 different communities. It's right here. This is the article from Brazil, Africa Relations. You see the Prime Minister, President, and then look right here. Under the decree 4887 of 2003, maroon communities are ethnic racial groups according to criteria. And look at this. Other sources, however, estimate there are about 5,000 communities. So you're telling me not one of them said nothing Hebraic? They're free. They're free to practice what they want. They're following Orisha and following the Roman Catholic Church, Roman Catholicism. Where is this Hebraic culture coming off the slave ship? He has not shown this unambiguous. He hasn't said it clear as day, like, yo, here's the dagger, boom. He brought up the three stuff. I must admit that was a good opportunity to dagger me, but hey, come to find out, if you look at the Gullah Geechee and the influence of Islam, some of them were praying 5 times a day and some were praying 3 times a day. So that is out the window. It's not even a dagger no more. It's like, it's soft like porridge, pudge, poof, poof, gone. So I will say, ladies and gentlemen, as far as history, anthropology, even archaeology, where is the archaeological finds to back up anything that there's Hebraic within the African-American slave community or African-Americans who are free, or maroon communities? Where is it at? Just show me, and then I will accept it. But in the meantime, I have not seen any evidence of anyone coming off a slave ship, practicing this religion, practicing this culture, talking about Passover, talking about Exodus, talking about Yom Kippur, talking about Rosh Hashanah, talking about all these different things that are made. And most of all, the most heavenly part of all of this is he never mentioned one time that they called on the God. So how are these people practicing a religion and they don't even mention the God's name? That just kills his whole argument. Shame on you, bro. Next time, you have to reevaluate the sources that you're using in Africa. Yes, they may have converted to Islam or converted to Judaism. But my brother, even as converts, they would have remembered the God's name. They would have remembered God's name. Out of everything that you said today, not one example you ever gave that said, hey, they said Yah. They said Yahweh or Yahuwah or whatever name you want to call it. That is huge. So you're telling me out of all these 10 million people that came over off the slave ships, not one of them know Yah's name? Not one? Not one in the Caribbean? Not one in South and Central America? Not one in America? And we are supposed to believe they're following the culture. Come on, Dr. Vince Bantu, I got to inbox you later. Because if you can't show me one person saying Yah, then the argument's over. And don't bring up the whole Slave Voyage's website with the Yah names, because I already killed that 1,000,000 times already. With the Yah names. Oh, they said Yah. Yeah, they said Yah, but those people didn't even come over on the slave ships. That's a damn shame. So again, Orthodox Moor has not shown any of these people that he's talking about. So he could show them praying to the east. So when they was praying to the east, they never said Yah. They never said Yah when they come to the east. Oh man, I don't know if people have ever read this book, Magic and Divinization, early Islam. It goes into some of the things that they practice in the Bible that through Islam they adopted. So this is one thing also, how people adopt stuff, because I was always looking into levirate, marriage, cleromancy, ancestor veneration, menstrual stuff, separation, altars, shrines, libation. And this book actually helped me out in understanding pre-Islam stuff and while Islam is going on, and how people were who followed Islam also adopted things that was actually in the Bible. But I'll say this, bro. You did a good job today. I love you. I'm gonna steal some of your slides. You know, I always got love and respect for you. I think you bring a lot to the table. But I do want to make it clear, you did not prove anything today as far as winning this debate. And I think the fact that you could prove somebody's praying to the east. And I'm saying to myself, why he never said that they call Yah's name? If Yah is your God, we're gonna have a record of you calling on Yah. And he has no records of that. So that is very strange for someone to claim that is Hebraic culture and they carried it over. That is extremely strange that somebody would leave out the fact that they did mention Yah. And that is very strange to me. Now, this is the whole Yah stuff with the Nayamole. See the name? Nobody would tell me what this name means, or Enya or Inya. But if you look on the records, as it appears in the registry, it has different spellings without the Yah in it and with the Yah in it. See? Nayamole at the bottom, possible modern counterpart. And you see the two names plus Nayamole. The same goes for when you look at the other names. It's like Inya. See? Enya, Enya, Inya. So they don't even know what it sounds like. Again, it's a question sign. And guess what? These people left from one part of Africa, mainly like I think Nigeria, during the illegal slave trade, and ended up in Sierra Leone or one of them countries in Africa. They never even came over here in the slave trade. That's another, this was during the time of the illegal slave trade after 1808. All right. So anybody using the Yah to the Yahweh and all that stuff, that don't even make no sense. All right. But I do want to close out. How much time I got left, Brother Bereen?
Give me 1 second. 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Okay. I must also give my brother credit. He is totally against the 12 tribe charts. Well, I don't know if he's totally against it, but I do say he's in the realm of scholarship that I appreciate. All right. I do appreciate more for what he brings to the table. And yeah, in the heat of the moment, I may have said some things that's, you know, I might have exaggerated on or embellished on. But I do think the brother is one of the best from that community. And I hope he reconsiders his arguments based on the worship of a God, because that's the most important thing to anybody. Even in slavery, they're going to call on their God. And there's no evidence of them calling on Yahweh or Yahuwah, whichever way y'all pronounce it. And that's a huge, huge argument if you're thinking about people who are following the Jewish tradition or following that tradition. And I think that's something that the brother, I hope he goes back and think about it. Like, why aren't they saying God's name? Why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? Even if you look at the claims by Antonio Montezinos, I mean, even if you look at his claims that he makes here about how they converted, the whites were on friendly terms with the native tribes in the era, we actually have primary sources that could document this and back this up. But at the end of the day, he's not making extremely wild claims. He's making the claim that these people are converts, which is fine. And again, another reason for the BHI to hate you, because they don't like that convert word. You know, I'm good with that. I'm good with what you presented. I'm good with that. I'm gonna go back and look at some stuff. And with the Wolof, with the in Senegal, well, the same spot, but Wolof, and I'm gonna look at the Mandinka and or the Mandinka, whatever you said. I'm gonna look back and study some more on that and look into it. But I don't think that my brother actually presented a case to make you say, you know what? They came off the slave ships and they were doing this. Nah, you can't, there's nothing definite that you presented. And I did my job by saying, hey, I was reflecting, I was changing the subject, I was making some bad appeal to emotions and so forth. Yes, I was, I must admit. But at the end of the day, all I wanted my brother to do is show and prove that there were people that came off the ships, the slave ships, and during their interaction as slaves, that we see them calling on Yah. We see them doing a lot of things. One of the first persons to use the Bible was Nat Turner. And I say this with all due respect to my brother. If the slaves could not speak English, majority of them would not even claim to be Israel. We would not have a Hebrew Israelite movement if the Bible was accessible. But well, some of them were converted on the slave ships or before, so they knew Christianity. But as far as reading the text and finding themselves in the text, we would not be here debating now about Israelites. We would not be doing that. And I think that's one of the best things that I could have ever said today and realized, because you know what? Many of us follow traditions. Many of us follow traditions and carried over. My mom taught me a Nancy stories, like I always brag about. We brag about the food. And you know what? What you call it?
1 minute.
More. Let me say this some more. Let me take this off the screen and let me turn my camera on. More. Let me say this. You did show culture in Africa, but you never showed it when they came off the boat. I'm going to say it again. You did show a lot of culture in Africa. I got to applaud you for that. Good job, brother. But it so happened again, it never came off the boat. That same culture that they're practicing, think about it for a second. The Wolof, the Mandinka, all those people you showed and say, yeah. How comes when they came off the boat, they don't remember? Divine amnesia. All I got to say, brother, good showing. And I'm going to say that if we think about it, family, and to all the brothers and sisters that follow Berean, man, keep the Most High as forward. And I would think if the slaves came over, they would have still talk about the Most High. Peace and love, brother. Thank you very much. Much love and respect. Much love and respect to you, brother Berean. Also, much love and respect to Orthodox Moor. And I'm here, man. If y'all need me, I got time.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Come on, Issachar, come to the microphone. You want to put your screen up? I'm gonna give you like 15 minutes to if you want to share your thoughts. I don't know if you want to share your thoughts in general on something different. You got association affiliation with Yap Gang also. Some people might be troubled because of what Garfield said.
Nigga, I am Yap. What are you talking about? I'm Yap.
Oh, okay. All right. There you go. All right, we're gonna mind the language now. We're gonna mind the language. I'm gonna give you 15 minutes. You want to put your screen up?
Yeah, man. There's so much, man. How long they been on here? Golly.
Yeah. It's a long day. It's a long day. But go ahead. I want to pull your screen up before I walk away.
I'm gonna touch on a few points, man. That was
you don't want to pull the screen. You don't want to pull your screen up or nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen, bro, because you're gonna walk away. You ain't gonna have nothing.
Yeah.
Joe.
I can't lie, y'all. 93, you next. 93, I can't lie. I got newfound respect. I know more wasn't no dummy, but I got some newfound respect. Garfield sharp, but woo, this was a rough one right here. They got me scratching my head. I gotta go think on this one right here.